NBA free agency gets underway in just a couple of hours. Harrison Graham, Nick Rohloff live here on Chat Sports. And Rolly, we're going to get to some big rumors that are starting to circulate and leak out around the Philadelphia 76ers momentarily. But we're back at it, and could be a busy day one.
Yeah, it feels like there is a lot going to happen in the NBA. Usually, this is not the best free agent class, but all I know is that Paul George seems like he might be a 76er, and that is a pretty substantial move that will be made in day one of free agency if that ends up happening. And we'll have to break it all down, and we'll have to see how the landscape of the NBA changes in day one. By the way, before we shout out your city, how fraudulent is it that Adam Silver, who once again has ruined the NBA, is having the first day of free agency on a Sunday afternoon? What are we doing?
Well, they went to the June 30th model a couple of years ago, and that happens to fall on Sunday this year. But I'm with you. Why not just do Monday at 10 a.m. or noon? But here we are nonetheless as Silver strikes again. Shout out your city. Let us know where you guys are tuning in from. For some reason, sub-only chat is on, so I just turned that off. We got Omar's Burner in Pittsburgh. Let's see. A lot of team shout-outs happening. Joey up in Minnesota. Detroit Sports Talking. You guessed it, Detroit. David in San Antonio. Keith in Charlotte. Addison in Philadelphia. Oh, my guy, All Things Mavs, Jimmy watching from OKC. What's going to happen, Jimmy? Let us know. Let's go. We got JJ in Minneapolis. Yeah, our guy moved up to OKC, man.
Rochester, New York from Keep Punching.
Do you know who that is?
I can't. I do not know the username. Maybe it is someone that I know that has a username that I don't know. But Rochester, New York, my hometown. Didn't expect to see that one in the chat this early.
Columbia, South Carolina from Nelly. We got Minky in Austin, Texas. NBA highlights out in California as well. So should be a fun day. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Let us know who you guys think the best free agent available is. A lot of people would say Paul George, and we're going to talk about him momentarily, but weigh in the comments what you guys think first before we get you caught up on the latest because multiple reports coming in there.
I'm seeing another person say Rochester, New York, Don Smith. Now I think it's just a troll job. But I feel like, listen, obviously the best free agent available is technically LeBron James.
Sure.
But I'm not going to classify him as a free agent. It is pretty likely that he is returning back to Los Angeles. That is where all things are headed, so I do not even classify him as a free agent. It's got to be Paul George, though, Harrison. The only other person you could possibly consider is maybe like a DeMar DeRozan or a James Harden, but I would still take PG because I think his demise, if you will, has been greatly over-exaggerated. Pandemic P, playoff P, whatever you want to call him. I think those are overblown. I think he's a good basketball player, and the Clippers just have been very unlucky in their injuries. And honestly, I never thought PG and Kawhi were the best fit either, so that's why I don't think it's worked out. But I think Paul George is a really good basketball player, and whether he ends up going to Philadelphia or goes to Orlando, I think one of those two fits for him is really good, and I expect him to be fantastic going forward.
Yeah, a lot of LeBrons, Paul Georges, a couple of Klay Thompsons in the live chat. Let's get to the latest on Paul George. Chris Haynes just minutes ago saying that there's growing optimism that the 76ers will land Paul George in free agency. They got about $60 million in cap space, so they can sign him to a max or close to it if they want to. Mark Stein also, Rolly, adding this, and this feels like a big deal if they could pull this off, that the Sixers are trying to explore the feasibility, cap gymnastics, whatever you want to call it, to land both Paul George and KCP. And right now, Rolly, they got around $60 million in cap. Paul George probably going to be north of 40. There's been reports that KCP could command more than 20. But they can cut Paul Reed, who has a non-guaranteed cap hit of about $8 million. So if they get closer to $70 million, they probably have enough to sign both of them. And if they do, man, a core four of Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, obviously Joel Embiid, and then KCP is that number 4, 3-and-D type of guy that he's been on 2 title teams in the last 4 or 5 years with the Lakers and Nuggets. That's a pretty good core to kind of get your championship aspirations to the level that they're trying to get to.
Yeah, and you see it on screen. They also made 2 excellent draft picks this past week in Jared McCain out of Duke and a Dembana from UCLA, who would likely be that new backup center to Joel Embiid. He is a very athletic man from UCLA there. But then it's intriguing to me is like they obviously still have to fill some other positions, but when you have a potential lineup that you see there of KCP, Paul George, Maxey, Embiid, like that's going to attract a lot of good veterans for cheap contracts.
Bring back
so
Nick Batum, who's still
filling
solid.
Like that 4 role and some of backup wing depth as well would be relatively easy when you have that good of veteran and star power on your team. And it'd be interesting because Paul George would go back to playing the 3, which he's been playing the 2 for the Clippers the past couple of years with Kawhi, Terrence Mann being in that starting front court alongside Paul George. But he would go back to playing the 3 and play more off ball, which maybe that's a better role for Paul George because he's been really on ball the past couple seasons for Los Angeles. That went down once they acquired Harden. But prior to that, he almost acted as a point guard at times for the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Are the Sixers title contenders with Paul George? I think they for sure are if they get KCP as well, but even if they don't, I mean, the trio of Maxey, George, and Embiid, the biggest question there is health. George has had injuries in recent years. Last year, he was mostly healthy. We know Embiid's always injury-prone. Maxey, you don't really have concerns, but if that core 3 is healthy, I mean, you got a star at all 3 positions, your main guard, your main wing, and your main big. That's not a lot of teams can say that.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet, and is Marshall over there? Is he? No? I would take the Sixers over the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the thought the thought I had, Rolly, initially is if they pull this off, at that point you have a pretty clear top 3 in the East of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. Whatever order you want to say, I'd still say Boston 1, 2, and 3 probably more debatable, but it feels like, barring whatever moves could happen with other teams in the East, as of now, as of day one, if this happens today, that is your pretty clear top 3 health dependent.
I mean, you just think about that 76ers team, man. Like, you have 2 good defenders on the perimeter in KCP and Paul George. You have the big man inside. You have the lead guard in Tyrese Maxey, who proved he can really handle a tough workload.
He's a star.
As he was just dominant in that first-round playoff series against the New York Knicks, including some big-time moments. Like, if they're healthy, it's always a big if with Joel Embiid. There's no denying that, but I mean, you just have to take it at face value. And a Paul George, KCP, Tyrese Maxey, and Joel Embiid-led 76ers team with Nick Nurse at the helms as head coach, who I think is a good head coach.
That's a very capable team.
Is he the best? No, but he's probably top 3, top 4 in the Eastern Conference. Like, I would be willing to bet on them to rival the Celtics in the Eastern Conference.
Someone says OKC over Philly. Well, they're in the West, so you've got that. What do you guys think? Detroit says no. Elephant says this team sucks. I just don't see how you could say that. I mean, again, when you're big as obviously health is a real thing, but if they're healthy, that's a pretty good core. Oren Smith says no. Sixers are a first round exit. I don't know.
Have to be injuries, man.
Yeah, it would have to be injuries. Math says yes. They're good, but not ready. That's the thing, though. I would argue they are. I mean, Joel Embiid's been a guy who's been around. Like, Paul George has been a guy who's been around. Whether or not they execute, but, like, it's not like they'd be some young – like, KCP's won 2 titles. Like, they would have plenty of experience on that team. Now, whether or not they get it done, we obviously have to see.
Yeah, I was going to say, this has to get done. Like, I don't really care. Maybe it's just my personal life, Harrison, but I've been scarred from – things that seem like they're definitely going to happen and end up not happening in the NBA. So I got to see it to believe it, but the speculation, if I was a Sixers fan, would make me quite excited for this upcoming season.
Yeah, I mean, what would you say right now? 90% chance George signs there? I mean, I just
90 feels high. I'd go 75 maybe.
Yeah.
Like, I still think it's like a really, really good chance, but 90, listen, I've been saying this for a long time. I think Paul George, I get the 76ers, but for him personally, I would rather go to Orlando. Maybe that's a hot take, but I would rather go to the Magic. Why, you might ask? You can be the lead guard there because they need one next to Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero. 2, there has been some speculation that Paul George doesn't want to be in the spotlight, doesn't want to have all the pressure on him, just wants to hoop. Well, you're not going to get a ton of pressure in Orlando. And I think he would be the reason why the Magic take that next step as a franchise in the 2020s. If he goes to Philadelphia, he's playing third fiddle.
Yeah.
Sure, he might be not 2A or 2B in Orlando to Paolo Banchero at this point in their career, but I think a fit of Paulo Franz and Paul George would be so fun.
And they are a team that needs an experienced vet who can obviously still play at a high level. So they're rumored to get a meeting as well. We'll see if that ends up happening. Omar's burner with the super chat.
Shout out to Omar being the first one to get a super chat today.
He says, "What's up, fellas? Who do you think the Mavs get? Also curious on Hartenstein's fit if he goes to OKC." I mean, I think Hartenstein brings toughness. He obviously brings tenacity on the offensive glass. He can rim protect a little bit as well. Good passer for a big. It lets Chet roam around the perimeter more, Rolly. I think it's a perfect addition if you're OKC.
Yeah.
Overpay out a 2-year deal and just get him in there.
Yeah, you ask about his fit. He would be the starting center, and they'd be moving Chet to the 4, Jalen Williams to the 3. We'll see if they end up moving Lou Dort this offseason. But if they signed Isaiah Hartenstein, they would go with a lineup of SGA, one of Alex Caruso, Lou Dort at the 2, Jalen Williams at the 3, Chet at the 4, and then Hartenstein at the 5, because they just realized that Chet is not big enough to compete with some of these physical centers. He got ate up by Daniel Gafford and even Derek Lively at times in that playoff series. That would not be the case with Hartenstein because of how physical and how active he is on the glass, which would allow Chet to do what he does best, which is space the floor, come off weak side, and just absolutely deter you at the rim. I think it makes a lot of sense for both sides, and as Chet continues to improve his three-point shooting, that could be a dangerous front court pairing. If I was OKC, I'm throwing a bag at Hartenstein for 2 to 3 seasons.
Yeah, it just gives them a lot of flexibility too. You could still play Chet at the 5 some in certain lineups if you want to play 5 out. So I think there's a good chance that happens. Here is our super chat menu today. Thanks to everybody for joining us. Shout out to Omar's burner for kicking things off as well. We'll get to the menu here in a second. Here we go. Every 100 likes, we'll crack open a beer and beers cheers you. Looks like we're already over 100. I'll get one in a second. $5, we'll talk about your favorite team. $10, we got a roulette wheel that we'll spin. Sometimes we do stuff, sometimes you do stuff. $20, we'll rip some shots, and $100, we'll do a beer bong or shotgun a beer. So if you guys want to donate, that is the way to do so. And also, if you want to help us be the #1 watched free agency stream today for free, these are the easy ways to do so. Hit the like button, share this video on social media. How do you do that? You click the share icon, share it to Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat. It allows you to text it to a friend. Obviously, subscribe. That helps us as well. It's 100% free. And then keep the live chat going as well. So be sure to do that. We'll be giving shout-outs all day. Now, Rolly, for the first time ever with this new CBA, players were allowed to re-sign with teams before free agency opened. And obviously, some notable names have come off the board here. Pascal Siakam was kind of the first one to do so. We good over there?
I'm sorry, but I started to crack on my beer. This beer cheers start foaming out here. What are we doing? Dave, I don't know if you guys caught that. I had to go a little slurpage action on the Mick Ultra right away.
Nicky Slurps. OG Anunoby re-signed. That was after the Knicks traded for Mikal Bridges as well. Malik Monk, Nick Claxton back to the Nets there. How about this Quickly deal? We didn't really talk about this.
Yeah.
35 a year?
I do want to make note here that some of these deals you're seeing, a.k.a. Bruce Brown, P.J. Tucker, Josh Richardson, these are not re-signings. These are them just opting in as a player option or a team option. That's the situation with Bruce Brown. That was a $23 million team option. And I don't think Bruce Brown will finish up the year as a Toronto Raptor. I would be willing to bet a substantial amount of money that Bruce Brown is going to be dealt as an expiring contract either at the deadline or, hell, even this offseason. But, yeah, going back to Emmanuel Quickly, I am shocked that he got that much money. I get cap inflation in the NBA is a thing, but I don't see the vision with IQ as a long-term point guard that could start in the NBA that is worth $35 million. I made this analogy to a couple people in the office because I am a Heat guy and I like to bring it back to my squad at times. A lot of us Heat fans are done with Tyler Hero. But would I rather have Tyler Hero on 29, 30 million or Emmanuel Quickley on 35? And I would probably still take Tyler Hero on 29, 30. So,
Well, it's kind of part of the issue with the NBA and how these contracts get structured, Rolly, is like, if you're the Raptors, it's like you either have to pay them that or you're not going to keep them. So you have to make a decision because someone else is going to pay them that. But like IQ on 35 a year, you're kind of just conceding we have no chance of contending. Like there's just no way a player of his caliber making that much can help you be a high-level contender. It's just not realistic.
And my thing is, too, with that deal is, like, that doesn't become a movable deal until, like, 2 or 3 seasons. Now, if the Raptors ever wanted to swing big and try to acquire an all-NBA type guy, well, then Quickley's contract at $35 million a year becomes one where you can try to, like, match salary pretty easily. But I don't think he's going to be someone sought after from other NBA teams. Like, yeah, sure, he's improved every year of his career, but I just don't see a $35 million return for IQ in the NBA nowadays.
Like, to me, on a title contending team, he's like, what, a sixth man? Like,
yeah, that's kind of how I view it.
$35 million a year for a sixth man? I mean, maybe in 10 years when the cap keeps exploding, but I don't know. That felt like a big contract. PJ Tucker opted in. That was a pretty easy decision for him at his age.
I actually wasn't sure. Like, I get it, the 11.5 mil, but he is not going to play on that team again. And he was visibly upset last year about not getting PT. Like, why? I get it. The 11 million is nice, but like, why? If you're going to complain about playing time, why not opt out and go try to find a spot to play? Yeah. Jay Crowder did the same thing. Good point, Sam.
Yeah, maybe they stretch waive him. Who knows? Josh Richardson opted in with Miami, 1 year, $3 million. D'Lo opted in with the Lakers. We'll see if he ends up being a trade chip at some point. They're a team to watch, obviously, because LeBron reportedly willing to take a little bit less if they can get another, true number 3 type of player. James Harden, Klay Thompson being rumored as possibilities. So we'll see what happens there. Jackson Hayes back in the fold. Delano Banton with the Trailblazers.
A little stunner here at the bottom, though, with Westbrook opting in to that $4 million deal. Nobody expected that. Everyone expected him to hit the open market, but Westbrook ended up opting in, and he'll be maybe the starting point guard. Like, it depends on what James Harden does. I fully expect Harden to return to the Clips, but if he doesn't, maybe Russ is that starting point guard.
Well, the big reports like 2 days ago were that like the Clippers don't really want him back, that they wanted to pursue Chris Paul if he got if Golden State kind of opted out of that deal, or maybe even a different point guard. But Russ opts in, so we'll see if they keep him or
they
buy him out at some point.
Russ's end of his career is quite the story. Obviously, that illustrious career with the Oklahoma City Thunder, won MVP, then goes to Washington, has maybe the most weird year ever, averaging a triple-double, but just was so inefficient, shot chucked beyond belief, could not win a game with Bradley Beal and company, then heads to the Lakers. It's just like a disaster there that is in the Clips the past year and a half. He's had quite the run over the last 4 seasons.
Yeah, it's been bizarre to say the least. Some minor deal. What do you make of Royce O'Neal getting 4 for 44?
I actually did want to highlight this because this is going to just tell me and tell you what the market is for some of these high-level role players.
Derek Jones.
As I look at Derek Jones Jr., I look at Caleb Martin. Like, we saw it with Obi Toppin earlier today, which we'll talk about, getting 15 mil a season. Like, some of these guys that are good at solid role players are going to be paid significant chunks of change. Like, if Royce O'Neal's getting 11 million, Caleb Martin's probably going to get 15, just like Obi Toppin got 15 mil. Derek Jones Jr. might get more than the mid-level after his excellent season with the Dallas Mavericks. Like, this market is just, it's going to be a buyer's market, I feel like, this year, Harrison, and it's going to be kind of nutty.
Yeah, the Mavs are in an interesting spot. A lot of Klay Thompson rumors that they want to get Klay in a sign and trade and re-sign Derek Jones to the mid-level, but if mid-level is 12.9 per year. If a team offers him the Toppin deal, 4 for 60, like if you're Derek Jones, like this is your chance to make real money in the NBA. Like you will probably never hit the market again with the chance to make more money than he will this summer. He's reportedly signed with Clutch. They're not taking a discount. So if he can exceed the mid-level, there's a good chance he signs elsewhere. We'll see what happens. I know he likes Dallas. Dallas would like to keep him, but it's beyond the mid-level, there's really nothing they can do. So we'll see what happens there. What did you make of this Rashawn Holmes deal? The second year's non-guaranteed, so it doesn't really matter. But
I wanted to bring this
brother
up.
Stinks.
Because Rashawn Holmes getting 2 for 26 is crazy. And you mentioned the second year's non-guaranteed, so it's really just a 1 year.
He's
13.
an awful player.
Yeah, it's really just 1 for 13 expiring deal where they can deal him away, and then that team could cut him after that. But I just can't believe he got that much money.
He fell off a cliff quickly.
He's not a good ball player, and he used to be one of those guys that like athletic, like gave you a lot of effort.
Good roller.
That's all he is. But now I want to transition the conversation into this horrific 5-year, $90 million deal for Patrick Williams. Like, maybe it's just me, but I think Patrick Williams is not that good of a ball player. Sure, he's a little bit of a good defensive guy, but he never lived up to the 4th overall pick hype he got when Chicago took him a few years back. And I don't think he's worth a $90 million deal over 5 seasons. He just isn't offensively gifted. He can't create for himself or others. He's just a beneficiary of other people playmaking. And a lot of people want to say in Chicagoland, like, oh, if he just got his usage rate up, once DeMar and Levine are gone, like, he'll be able to really flourish and take that next step. I don't see it. I just think this is a mistake.
My biggest issue, too, with Patrick Williams, he shoots the ball well from 3, but like you said, doesn't create, is a solid defender. 2 of his 4 years, he's had a major injury. Last year, he played in 43 games, and in his second season, he played 17 games. So, like, it'd be one thing if he was, like, super durable, a dog defensively, and, like, yeah, you're acknowledging we're overpaying him a bit, but in 2 of the 4 years, you've basically played half a season or less, and you haven't really evolved as an offensive player. Like, what's his ceiling? A 10-point per game 3-and-D guy? Like,
his ceiling,
I don't know.
His ceiling is like a forward version of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, which is fine.
Which 18 a year, like, if he hits that, like, in year 3, maybe you're looking at this differently. And it's like, well, I think they're gambling, giving him the 5 years role. He's saying, well, by year 3, 4, and 5, this is a pretty good deal for us. Yeah, even though right now it doesn't seem that way.
If that's like the best case scenario, which is kind of how I see it, then like
why pay him that when you're rebuilding?
Yeah, I don't. I would have, if I was Chicago, I would have much rather tried to do a short-term deal rather than 5 years. Like that could be a disaster in 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. Alex Len with the Kings.
Yeah, these are the only 2 to happen today. Obviously, anything that happened prior to the hour and 36-minute countdown has got to be with your own team. But last 2 re-signings, and I'd be willing to bet that these are going to be the last re-signings. Like, I don't think we'll see any piece of news like that is actually factual and not like a rumor outside of. I mean, these are probably the last 2.
Yeah, I mean, like I think with Derek Jones signing with Clutch, I think he's going to test the market. Like I don't think there's really any of these guys that teams want to bring back that are. I mean, if you're this close anyway, 90 minutes away, you might as well wait and see who's calling. So.
Yeah, and I can't wait for that 5:00 or 6:01 p.m. Eastern time tweet from someone about their signing. Oh, that was quick. You guys negotiated quickly.
We'll get to that prediction, by the way. Do we have that way, and who signs first? We'll do that here in a little bit. All right, we need more likes.
Oh, this is disgusting.
We need more likes. We got almost 2,000 people watching. We need 900 likes, and we only have 192.
I mean, we're taking a sip of our beer every 100 likes. Like, we could damn near finish a beer if everyone hits their thumb or hits that thumbs up icon. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna stay warm and
warm. Michelob Ultra, ain't it?
I need my not sponsored. Please sponsor Busch Light Peach. Can you send some our way? Because they are terrific.
Busch Light Peach.
Oh, they are the best beer that I've had in a very long time.
Is this a new deal that
they've
done?
So good. Yeah, it's like a summer edition.
Is this like the Natter Days?
Like those, like in the fall they'll come back with their Busch Light Apple probably, but the Busch Light Peaches are just absolutely terrific.
2 sips.
I'll just take one elongated sip here.
Get those likes up. We appreciate it. Zach in the chat, did the Suns go out and sign a point guard? The Suns basically have no flexibility. So
the Suns, I don't think will do anything outside of.
It seems like they're just running it back, which is certainly a decision.
I don't know who this Anthony Irwin LA guy is, but said the Lakers and Blazers have been in consistent communication about Jeremy Grant. Yeah.
I mean, that'd be a pretty good addition. He doesn't have the best contract.
What I'll be intrigued to see is not even the free agent signings. Are there any trades that happened today? That's what I want to know.
I feel like there's. I mean, well,
that aren't signing trades.
I was going to say I do think there will be
straight up trades.
If there is, it feels like the Lakers or Warriors would be two prime contenders to make a move in that regard. Andrew Churchill with the $5 super chat. We appreciate it. Oh, FGB. Look who it is. Love Harrison and Rolly back together for this stream. Have a great show, gentlemen. Yeah, still FGB.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill.
Appreciate it, Andrew. It's been fun. We're live here for several hours, so should be interesting to see everything that happens. So shout out to Andrew, getting things talking. Jake Fisher, who if you watched the draft was very hit and miss, says that the Lakers are in trade, or their players they have that have been in trade talks are D'Angelo Russell, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, and Gabe Vincent. So
interesting.
We'll see. That I would expect if they do trade for a Jeremy Grant, that a couple of those players would go to match salary. Probably D'Lo for sure.
They
with
want
his
Tyler Hero.
Almost $19 million. Would you take D'Lo and Gabe Vincent back straight up for Hero?
Hero for Rui and Vanderbilt is something I've talked about in the past.
Klay Thompson, Rolly. Let's talk about him. It was pretty much, I guess until it's over, it's not over, but it seems based on reports that his time in Golden State's going to come to an end. And that the Dallas Mavericks, Los Angeles Lakers, Clippers were mentioned as well as a potential destination, but I think they're a distant third. I think the Lakers or Mavericks will be his next team. Pros and cons to both. His dad played for the Lakers. He's pretty tight with LeBron, so you could certainly see that being a possibility. You think about Dallas. They had a really poor showing in the finals on catch-and-shoot threes. Klay Thompson hit the second most in the NBA last year, so that's probably their thought process. Obviously, he doesn't defend like he used to, but still a good knockdown shooter. I'm curious, Rolly, to see what the figures of his contract are because it's been reported all over the place. Tim Kawakami said it could slightly exceed the taxpayer mid-level. Some people think it could be between $25 and $30 million. I'll be curious to see where he goes and how much it's for.
Yeah, and I don't want people to be fooled here by the raw numbers. Like Klay Thompson is not the player that he once was. He just can't defend like he used to. And sure, the raw statistics will tell you they're not bad when you look at specifically the three-point percentage, but how about the field goal percentage here? We're talking about a guard that in the last 3 seasons has not shot better than 43.6% from the field. Like that just isn't going to get it done. And when you're declining like he is, and you really can't put the ball on the deck and create for yourself, you're always just moving off ball and getting the beneficiary and the benefits of working alongside the best shooter of all time and Stephen Curry. If that goes away, like I'm skeptical of what he's going to be able to do away from Golden State, away from this free-flowing offense tailor-made for him and Steph Curry. Like, I don't know. Like, sure, could he fit in Los Angeles and Dallas? Maybe. But the reason why he was so effective in Golden State is because that offense isn't an isolation offense. That's a free-flowing screens, constant movements, pins downs, curls, blah, whatever you want to call it. But when you look at Los Angeles and Dallas, like, yes, they don't only go isolation, but the primary offense is pick and rolls with Luka, Derek Lively, LeBron, AD. Like, is Klay Thompson really going to be as effective in those type of offensive schemes? I'm skeptical of that, and that's why if I was one of those two teams, I wouldn't give him $20 million, but it seems like that's going to be the rate for his services.
You let us know where you think Klay Thompson will sign, and I've talked about this on our Mavericks channel. I only would do this if you still could bring back Derek Jones. Because if you would likely trade Josh Green, at least, maybe Maxi Kleber as well, probably your 2 best bench defenders to get him. If you also lost Derek Jones, then you've lost 3 of your best defensive players to bring in Klay Thompson, which I still think is an elite shooter, but that's all he is. Like, I don't think he's turning back the clock defensively. So, I don't know. It feels like a gamble for some of these teams if they do it. I think he can be effective still. I do think with both those teams, like, yeah, different offenses, but if you're running pick-and-roll sets with LeBron in L.A., Luka in Dallas, they're 2 of the best passers in the NBA. They can find him on the weak side, but Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're running an offense through Klay Thompson at this point. So it's going to be interesting. I want to know what the price tag is going to be because I think that's the most fascinating part of all this.
Yeah, I completely agree. But it seems like a lot of people are thinking Dallas or Los Angeles, which makes a lot of sense. Christopher saying Boston. No chance. No chance.
Well, the chatter is he wants to stay in the Western Conference.
Callie says G League. I'm funny. That's funny. Richard Lee says Dallas. All right. James says Minnesota, Orlando 76ers need Klay. I don't think Philly needs Klay. Maybe if they miss out on KCP, could they enter in? But I don't know.
Paul George and Klay would be interesting if you got both of them.
They need more defense, so I would stay away. Denver from Dayton. Dallas from Edward. Melly says Lakers. Frank says Dallas. You're canceled, says Magic. Lakers from Dylan. Omar's Burner says Dallas. Rick says the Bulls. That would be a Chicago-type move for sure.
Matthew says, how can the Lakers afford him? Appreciate the super chat. Well, one, they could sign him to the full mid-level if he's willing to take less. Or two, there's all this chatter about LeBron taking less money. If they could ship out one of their bigger contracts like D'Lo and then give Klay Thompson, 18, 20 million, maybe LeBron takes like 30 instead of 40 something, then maybe it works that way. But that'll be interesting. The other option, Matthew, is just a straight up sign and trade with the Warriors. Like Lakers send, Rui Hachimura back or something like that.
Yeah, he makes 17 mils, so that works out pretty well if you're signing him to 19.
Maybe Hachimura and Gabe Vincent or something like that.
Yeah, I can't say I would know exactly the Lakers cap situation and what they can and can't do.
Yeah, it depends on how much Klay's getting. Like, how much is he agreeing to with LA? If it's $23 million, then it would have to be Hachimura and a Gabe Vincent type, I would imagine. So, to send back enough salary to match. All right, appreciate that. Here is the Super Chat menu if you guys want to join in on the fun. Just under 90 minutes away. And by the way, the first $10 Super Chat we get, we'll double up. You'll get 2 wheel spins. So whoever wants to break that pot open, we'll make that happen for you guys. So if you want to do that, feel free to do so. By the way, if you're a Mavericks or a Heat fan, we're going to be simulcasting live on those channels coming up in 26 minutes and 40 seconds. We'll be live on those channels as well. So we'll put the links to those streams in the chat. That way, if you're a Mavs fan or a Heat fan, you can chop it up with fellow members of those fan bases. All right, Rolly, let's take a look at some of the top free agents. The top 2 were kind of formalities.
This is my problem. Tyrese Maxey, is he a free agent technically? Yes, but I honestly don't even think it should be considered a free agent, even by the NBA standards. Restricted free agent. There is absolutely not a chance in the world that the Philadelphia 76ers wouldn't match whatever a team gave them. A team could give Tyrese Maxey a 8-year, $800 million contract, and I still think the or the 76ers might match it. It's just ridiculous that to be considered. But it really starts at that back 3, right? Paul George, James Harden, and DeMar DeRozan. George, leaving the Clippers. Could he return? Maybe. Orlando and Philly are in the mix. Harden, not a lot of buzz on James Harden on where he could go, but likely going to return to Los Angeles if I had to give my prediction. And then DeRozan, I don't know if the Bulls are going to bring him back. They shouldn't bring him back. And if they don't bring him back, where could he go? Well, maybe he's the replacement for Paul George in Los Angeles. Maybe he goes to the Sixers if PG ends up not going to Philly. I feel like DeRozan is just the backup to Paul George in this NBA.
Yeah, I don't think DeMar is signing anywhere until Paul George makes his decision. And quite frankly, the same is probably true for Harden, because if George leaves the Clippers, does Harden consider going elsewhere? There's been a rumor that the Lakers would be interested. Would James Harden swallow his pride at this point in his career and take less money to chase a title with LeBron and AD? I don't know. I have a hard time believing that, but maybe he would. Does DeRozan, you talked about Paul George to the Magic, could he be an option for Orlando? They need a vet.
No, they need shooting and they need spacing.
Yeah.
That's their issue, is Paolo playing the 4, Franz playing the 3. They need a backcourt piece that can space the floor.
Yeah.
DeRozan would not. It would be the worst fit possible for Orlando.
Klay Thompson in this next tier, Isaiah Hartenstein. We just talked about Klay. Hartenstein feels like OKC unless something changes on the Knicks front where they can bring him back for more money. KCP is kind of a wild card in this. There's been reports, Rolly, he could get up to $25 million per year. Is that Orlando's kind of fallback? Like, hey, we can't get Paul George. Let's just overpay for KCP to get a 3-and-D2 guard in here?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I like KCP, but $25 million per season is a little rich for me, so I would stay away from that, as the 76ers have reportedly had conversations in-house about potentially getting Paul George and Caldwell Pope. The intriguing name on that list to round out our top 10 here is Tyus Jones, one of the most I don't know how I want to put this, but he is the best point guard maybe in NBA history in terms of assist-to-turnover ratio. He just simply doesn't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
He had like a 6-to-1 ratio last season for the Wizards. It's absolutely ridiculous. And there was some buzz this morning, Harrison, from Michael Scotto that the Wizards are likely going to do a sign-in trade with Jones. So if you want to get him, maybe you have to deal with the Wizards, and they can net something back. I love Jones. He's not going to be someone that really moves the needle, but is a perfect, like, fifth piece maybe on a team. I've yet to see him really make a big difference. He was back up to Memphis and Ja Morant, obviously, before the Marcus Smart deal.
Really missed him. Obviously, Ja going down kind of ended their season, but he really wanted to be a starter. That's why he went to Washington. But, like, I think he's got to, like, look in the mirror and decide, okay, do I want to be like a sixth-man top backup point guard for a contender, or do I want to be a starter for a garbage team? That's what he's got to decide. So we'll see what he ends up doing in that regard, and if he does get signed and traded somewhere. We do have a super chat here coming up from our guy.
This is my guy, Jeff Falco. Jeff is a good friend of mine. He says, Rolly probably wouldn't want to talk about my team, but sucks. $5 to talk about their team. Jeff Falco is a New York Knicks fan.
We'll talk about him.
Obviously made a couple big moves this offseason, re-signing OG Anunoby, trading for Mikal Bridges. Now the biggest piece to fall is what happens at that center position. Do they lose Isaiah Hartenstein in free agency? Do they trade Mitchell Robinson? That feels like the biggest keys here. So it'll be intriguing to see how that ends up unfolding. Seems like Hartenstein's going to get a bag from the Thunder.
He could be an early signing today.
Yeah, like, do the Knicks want to pay Hartenstein $25-27 million a season? I probably wouldn't do it if I were them, and I'd probably stick with Mitchell Robb on his 4 for $60 deal, I believe it is.
Yep.
So that's where I would go if I was them, and try to find a backup center for the cheap in free agency.
I'd go sign Andre Drummond.
Yeah,
he's going to give you some offensive rebounding like Hartenstein did. Obviously, he's not going to have the level of impact of a Hartenstein, but he's kind of a discount Hartenstein. Like, their play styles are very similar. They're both scrappy. Drummond's good around the rim and clean up the offensive glass. Like, you get him to be your backup. You know, Mitch Robb has some injury concerns. Drummond's a guy that's been mostly healthy, so he can help. If he needs to start, he can if Mitch Robb misses some time. Obviously, Precious Achiuwa is out there too. I think he probably signs elsewhere, so we'll see what else they do. But it feels like most of their damage is done with the Bridges addition and bringing back OG.
Yeah, unless they re-sign Hartenstein, which I don't see them doing.
Yeah.
Matthew Creek with a $10 super chat. That's 2 wheel spins. Would DeRozan be better than Klay?
For what team, Matthew? Because I think fit matters. To your point, Orlando probably doesn't make sense because Klay might actually be a better fit because he can space the floor at least.
Yeah,
whereas
DeRozan would be horrible.
I think DeRozan, I don't know what team this would be. I don't know who would do it. A sixth-man role where the offense runs through him for a contender would be perfect. Like,
no, yeah,
I don't know what that team
to be a
is.
sixth man.
I agree. I don't think he would, but I think that would be like an awesome role for him. Like whether it's with the Lakers or whether it's with a team like, I don't know, like Phoenix. Like would he take, someone like that? I don't think that's going to happen. He's not going to take that little money that Phoenix can offer. But wherever he goes, it's got to be a team that's already got good floor spacing because he operates in the mid range and is not going to space the floor, and he's not going to defend at a very high level either. So, all right, that $10 super chat equals 2 wheel spins. So let's spin away here as we are
a lot of items on this
under
list.
An hour 20 away from the start of free agency. We've got
Spam his name.
Spam his name.
Is that the person who sent in the super? So spam Matthew Creek's name down below. Spam Creek. 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 Creek.
Let's go.
Creek. 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 We'll give some shout outs. Spam Creek down below. Come on. Spam your creeks. We got Willie. Willie's leading the charge. Carly. TJ. You're canceled. Oren. Omar's. Jackson. Boston. O. Untapud. Willie. Carly. 30 Racks. Itch. Princess. Andres. Jackson. Jalen. Brian. TJ. Tycoon. Willie. Rebel. Montana. Jalen. Ignite. Nick. Princess. Carly. Andres. Aaron. TJ. Blue Diamond. Gavin. Hunt. Gavin again. Z. Randy. Verchetti. Keep on spamming those creeks, baby. Shout out to Matthew Creek for getting the wheel spin started. $10 continues to spin the wheel. We got one more wheel spin coming on the way as well.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I need a new tweet from Woj or someone.
Well, take that shot there, Harry.
I need a shot glass, so let's get the tequila in here.
Shout out to everyone who spammed Creek, though. Matthew Creek's a legend for getting the $10 super chat
right
started
on cue.
today's
Chris
show.
Haynes says it would be a Hail Mary for the Clippers to keep Paul George. In other words, unless they change their mind on not offering him a max, he's leaving.
Yeah. I'd be like, obviously the Sixers are going to offer him that max contract he's seeking.
I don't really blame him, by the way. He saw Kawhi get paid mid-season. He wasn't even available for the playoffs. And they're like, yeah, we're not going to give you a max. It's like, why would he stay?
Yeah.
He's been more reliable than Kawhi since Kawhi's been there.
Who?
DeRozan has got to be.
That's some way to spell DeRozan, Richardly.
If it's on a short-term deal, I wouldn't hate it. But again, like, I think if you're the Spurs, you want a guard to play with Wemby that can at least extend out to the three.
He also ain't returning back to the
That's
Spurs,
true, too.
So.
You know who
shit.
wouldn't be a bad option there is who we talked about a minute ago, is Tyus Jones. He's not a high-level
got his brother
player.
Trey Jones, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But I think if they're going to make a play for a guard, they're going to swing big and not go like with that mid-level guard. Like, is he really good? Yes, but
I just don't know who that is at this point. Unless they can get Levine. Unless they can get Levine.
They should go all in on Trey.
You think Atlanta would do that after
Sure.
trading DeJounte? You think they just blow it up?
I mean, they've got their own DeJounte's picks, so just send them back for Trey.
That'd be interesting. Rebel Montana, what is the Lakers' game plan on free agency? LeBron's going to wait and see if they can add another impact guy before re-signing. He's willing to take less if L.A. can get a Klay Thompson, a James Harden. By the Jonas Valanciunas was mentioned in that, which is kind of interesting.
Well, he wants size to move Anthony Davis to the 4, so Valanciunas might make sense. There's also something out there that they could be looking at a Brook Lopez trade as well to add size. Brook Lopez, a former Los Angeles Laker as well. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing.
I wouldn't mind Lopez there. Addison with the 10. That'll be another wheel spin. He says, do you think Golden State trade for Zach LaVine or Brandon Ingram? LaVine does not feel like a Warriors type. Ingram's interesting.
I also don't think they could do it financially for Zach LaVine due to his contract, which is $40
both
million.
feel a little too ball dominant for that offense, but maybe I don't think Ingram's that effective off ball personally. I think he likes to handle. He posts up sometimes on ISOs. I don't think either of those guys feel like Warriors fits for this era of Warriors basketball. Maybe I'm wrong though.
I don't see any of those two fits. They do need to make a move, though.
They tried to trade for Paul George, and the Clippers were like, nope, we're going to let him walk for free.
Oh, Christ.
There was only one of these on there. Unbelievable.
This is some horse shit.
There's a magnet on that, whatever.
This is some horse shit. First of all, I got my complaints already. I'm looking at this wheel here. We got freaking like 5 different beer cheers lined up in a way. No shuffle here, Jack? I don't believe that. You think you shuffled this 5 times and it happened to have beer cheers 5 in a row? No chance.
Brutal development. Hit that sub button. We're 75 minutes away from the start of free agency.
This is bullshit.
As
No, because this shit's freaking weighted or something. Jack Ray, he's here to punish us.
Classic. As I'm still getting the remnants of this Michelob being shaken up.
What'd you do over there?
Unbelievable. I mean, these guys are conspiring against us. Big alcohol.
Aaron, this is a Merbanga. A little mermaid fellow, not a nutty pot.
All right, you want to get this done? Or
yeah, I'm waiting. I'm ready.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this spillage under control. All right. Down the hatch we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Everybody spam chug and make sure you subscribe. We're going to be here for today, tomorrow, the next few days of NBA free agency. We will be here live. So don't miss out.
Oh, man.
Hit that sub button.
Yeah, when are we going live tomorrow? Or when are you going?
Oh, this is electric. The Golden State Warriors are signing Kevin Knox to their summer league team. Kevin Knox back in the league, baby.
Kevin to Golden State. Never happened before.
The Warriors summer league team just became much more entertaining. That's electric.
All right, let's get this update from Shams from a little bit earlier from yesterday actually about LeBron James, that he opted out of his player option, and again he's got to re-sign. It's a matter of when and for how much, Rolly. And today's going to be pretty interesting because the Lakers clearly are going to try to be aggressive in persuading one of these, second-tier all-star types, former all-stars, whatever you want to call it, to come join LeBron and AD. Because I think LeBron has come to the conclusion that him and AD and a bunch of role players is not winning the Western Conference. So they want to get another guy in there. The question is, A, who is that? And B, who can they convince to take less to come there? Because that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, I completely agree. Ironically, I feel like they are very similar to Miami in a sense, where it's like we got two guys who we know can get the job done, at least in getting far to the postseason when healthy.
Yeah.
LeBron AD, Jimmy Bam. But it's like we need to find that third person or surrounding pieces to help get us really over the hump in this current NBA landscape. And they're always trying to make these big-time moves, but just haven't been able to get it executed. Is this the time for Los Angeles to swing big and get it finally done, whether it be Klay Thompson, James Harden, Jonas Valanciunas? Allegedly, these are some guys that Los Angeles are going after. And then the latest guy is now Jeremy Grant, the forward from the Trailblazers, which I'll go on record saying right now that would be an absolute disaster. And it's not me hating on Jeremy Grant. Grant's just this player who consistently is playing on bad teams and never has expectations for him.
Good stats, bad team.
A big-time Pistons, a big-time Blazers guy. He's an all-time not playing in April type player. So having the expectations to be the third guy on the Los Angeles Lakers, I think could turn out to be a disaster. I think Grant as a player is an intriguing concept, but I just don't think he can rise to the occasion like Lakers fans are going to want, especially one of the harshest fan bases out there.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, it would, not to say it couldn't happen, but there's just no evidence that it would. He's like you said, he's basically played 0 high leverage games in his career. So it's kind of tough to flip a script like that and play playoff basketball, which we know is a completely different deal in terms of intensity. All right, guys, help us out. Help spread awareness of the show. Retweet our pinned tweet on Chat Sports. We're going to get the link in the live chat. We'll get some shout-outs going once we get a few retweets over there. So if you want to do that, at Chat Sports on Twitter, we'll get some retweets going once a few come in. Producer Jack's going to get the tweet in the live chat as we are just over an hour away from the start of NBA free agency. So there it is. It's in there. Click and retweet us, and we'll get you guys some shout-outs. Rolly will do that here in just a sec. Okay, what do we got going here? Not a lot of chatter that's new. If you're just joining us, the big chatter from about an hour ago is Paul George to the Sixers feels like a potential move that's going to happen. Mark Stein had that report earlier, Chris Haynes as well. Woj reported yesterday that George has meetings planned with the Clippers, 76ers, and Magic, but it feels like the momentum has shifted today, as Chris Haynes said, growing optimism that the Sixers will land Paul George. Mark Stein reports that the Sixers are trying to find avenues to get both George and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to pair with Maxey and Joel Embiid, which would give you one of the best core fours, I think, in the NBA. And obviously, Paul George lacks a championship on his resume, but an excellent shooter, good defender, can defend 1 through 3s very well, score at all 3 levels. It'll be interesting. He seems like the first big domino that's going to fall, Rolly, as free agency gets going in just under an hour.
Yeah, quick little shout-outs here. Shout out to Matt Ritchie. Shout out to 3 Atria Pendleton. And shout out to upcoming actor for showing some love and spreading the message on Twitter of today's stream. But Paul George obviously will be the biggest talking point in free agency. The biggest domino to fall as well. Like, it's where everyone's going to have their eyes on what does Paul George do. And if you're with us for our draft coverage, and I kind of want to shift the conversation to Los Angeles here and almost not on Paul George no more because we haven't really talked about the Clippers and what they do. But when we talked about what the Clippers could do in the draft and what their team needs are, well, it really was all dependent on what Paul George ends up doing. And it looks like he is not going to be back on this roster, or at least where that's everything's pointing to. So how do you mitigate that loss? How do you still compete with an older roster in Kawhi Leonard, Ivica Zubac? Because James Harden's a free agent. Do you bring him back? Russ opted back in. Like, you have to choose a direction here.
Yeah.
And to me, I still think they're going to try to compete. New stadium coming up soon, so they're going to want to be competitive as that opens up to get eyeballs there and get people in seats. So to me, I think James Harden's going to be a big priority for them to re-sign and bring him back. But how do they also not get worse after losing Paul George? I seriously think DeMar DeRozan is going to be someone they throw a bag at if they lose Paul George, which is kind of where it looks like it's going.
What do you make of the report that Golden State offered a package centered around Kuminga, a first-round pick, and salary filler, and the Clippers were like, nope, and it looks like they might lose him for nothing? Like, I get you don't want to send him to Golden State, a team you're competing with, but if you get nothing back, it's like, it just feels like stubborn management to me. It's like, it's just bad business. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. He's still apparently could meet with the Clippers, but
I'll also say this, and I think Chris Haynes is a good reporter. He's done a lot of good stuff throughout his career, but like, Shams and Woj hasn't said anything about the Paul George situation and the optimism of the Philadelphia 76ers and the negativity surrounding the Clippers retaining him. Like, who knows? Like, this could be, like, that's why when you said 90% chance he lands in the Sixers, like, I just think that was too high. 75% still, like, aggressive on it, honestly. Like, I think there's still a good chance he returns. Maybe I'm naive, but, like, to me, I think he's the best possible way for Los Angeles to continue to compete, and I don't know why they wouldn't fully extend him.
Well, the reason I don't think he's going back there is because they're not offering him a max. And, like, is that going to change in 2 hours?
It could. It literally could.
Well, they should. It should change. They should offer him the max. It just, all indications are that they're not willing to do that. So we'll see. I mean, I'm with you. I would run it back. I mean, the second you sign Kawhi back, you should have signed Paul George too. And for some reason, they didn't do that. So we'll see if that changes. But it doesn't seem like great chance right now for the Clippers. But obviously, still time while he's still available. Shout out your favorite team at the 104.30 mark. We will choose the first one we see. So spam your favorite team in the comments, and we will talk about one of your favorite teams here in 20 seconds. I'll give some shout-outs, and then Rolly at 104.30 can look at the chat and pick a team. Grayson says Lakers. John's a Celtics fan. Willie is a Miami fan. We got Bay Area as a Warriors fan. VLT is a Sixers. Oz is Bulls. TJ is Bulls as well. All right, Rolly. 3, 2, 1. Pick a team.
I'm not kidding you. The first one I saw was Game Boy Pistons.
Oh, boy.
Listen, I told you we don't bullshit. First one we saw, that's the one we're going to talk about. So let's talk about some Detroit Pistons basketball. Now, this is an intriguing team because they had a couple of interesting selections in the NBA draft, and Ron Holland and Bobby Klintman. They got great value on Klintman at 37. Reached a little bit on Ron Holland, if we're going to be honest. They have a lot of team needs. They need positional versatility, and they need shooting to help pair with Cade Cunningham. So could Detroit be a team that goes out and grabs a spacer that can play the wing? I like a couple of their young pieces. In Cade, Jalen Duren, All-Star Thompson, I think is going to continue to grow. Ron is someone who's going to have to really develop his shooting to make an impact. Could they go out and get Tobias Harris? That has been something very rumored, and see if he could return to Detroit as he used to play there. But to me, they're a team that needs to spend money. It's funny because of the new CBA, there is a floor, almost like in the MLB, where you're going to have to start spending a certain amount of money, and they're going to have to spend $42 million to reach that salary cap floor. So expect to see them maybe overpaying for some free agents that don't deserve that money.
1 or 2 year
but
deals.
They're going to need to reach that salary cap floor that they could easily turn around and use it as an expiring contract later on.
Well, the other reports, Rolly, are that they're willing to be a trade partner to take on bad contracts if they can get draft picks in return, where they already did it with Tim Hardaway Jr., got 3 future seconds. Maybe they become a prime third team in potential trades to take on a contract to clear space for a team. Maybe one of those Lakers guys like a Hachimura, someone like that, ends up getting redirected there to clear cap space. So they want to load up on draft picks. I think they're looking at the Thunder and they're like, we're just going to try and load up on picks and try to retool for a couple years down the line.
Honestly, I'm kind of in on the Pistons going for like a Zach LaVine trade. If it really is like LaVine and a pick because that contract's so bad, well, that solves 2 issues there. For if you're Detroit, you get a pick, you get a guard that can fit next to Cade, and just like see what happens and how Cade is able to progress next to someone who can shoot and score in his own isolation settings. But you also reach that salary cap floor as well.
Yeah. Shout out your favorite team again. We'll talk about the first one we see at the 101.15 mark. And then again, if you're a Mavs or Heat fan, we're going to go live on those channels momentarily. So stay tuned for that. We got Underrated says Knicks. Green Caesar says Spurs. John says Celtics. Andres says Pelicans. Green Caesar says Spurs. Go Suns from Megan. Marty K says Bulls. Andreas says Pels. Carly says Sixers. All right, Rolly. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh, 1 second. My chat went away. It is back, and I see the Hawks from... it's going too fast. But I saw the Hawks first.
They traded DeJounte Murray. The question is now, are they committed to Trae Young long-term? Obviously, they took Zachary Rees-Sachet, number 1 overall pick. It doesn't feel clear what their direction is, if we're being completely honest.
No, yeah, I still am not sure if they want to keep Trae Young or if they want to just completely blow it up and build around Jalen Johnson. Like, that is going to be the intriguing thing that we're going to have to continue to look out here. Are they going to trade Trae Young and build around their young wings? DeAndre Hunter is someone who could also be traded as well. This is going to be an intriguing situation that we have to watch out for the rest of this offseason. Do they blow it up? What does Landry Fields do?
Yeah, Sadiq Bey as well. Where does he end up? All right, here's what's happening here on our Chat Sports Free Agency stream. We're going to reset here, hour away from the start of free agency. We're also going live on our Mavericks and Heat channels right now. So if you're a fan of those 2 teams, we'll get those links to those streams in the chat. Stay tuned. Harrison Graham, Nick Rohloff continuing right after this. I'm Harrison Graham. He is Nick Rohloff. We are just under an hour away from the start of 2024 NBA free agency. We've been live on Chat Sports on YouTube for an hour. Nick, we are now also live on the channel you host, the Miami Heat Report, and on the channel I host, Dallas Mavericks Today, who have been rumored to Klay Thompson, Derrick Jones buzz. We'll see what the Heat do as well. Obviously, we're covering all of NBA free agency, but if those teams make moves and have rumors around them, we'll have that covered as well. So appreciate everybody joining us, and let's get this thing rolling, Rolly, as obviously this year was the first year that you could re-sign your own free agents before free agency, and a decent amount of those deals took place over the last week or so.
Yeah, the biggest names were Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Malik Monk, and Nick Claxton. The one that was the most shocking to me was the Malik Monk deal. It felt like he was going to leave Sacramento and get an absolute bag, but ultimately doesn't even get that much money. I thought he was going to get $20+ million on annual average salary, but did get a little just less than that, and he's staying in Sacramento, where he was one of the most effective six men in the NBA last season. The most head-scratching one to me is still Emmanuel Quickley, which came across yesterday when he signed a 5-year, $175 million deal, 35 per for IQ. I think that's a little rich if you're asking me.
Agreed.
But it's someone that maybe still can go and really grow in the NBA. I don't know, but we'll see how that contract ends up progressing. Don't understand that move whatsoever. They also picked up the team option on Bruce Brown, but that doesn't seem like a move where we're keeping Bruce Brown, right? No, I expect that deal or that contract to be traded, whether it be whether that be at the deadline or in this offseason, but I think Bruce Brown will be on the move in this upcoming year. And then a couple more. PJ Tucker opted into his deal. Josh Richardson opted in as well. He's going to stay with Miami on $3 million this upcoming year. D'Lo and Jackson Hayes opted in as well, 18 and 2.4. Delano Banton got picked up. Russell Westbrook opted into a $4 million deal.
That was a minor surprise.
Which was a little bit of a surprise as well. And this is the one that's really intriguing here, Harrison, is Royce O'Neal. We talked about him earlier, 4-year, $44 million, but that kind of sets the baseline for some of these free agents in that same tier, like a Derrick Jones Jr., like a Caleb Martin. Obi Toppin got 15 per earlier today. Like, that little role player tier there that O'Neal probably is at the bottom of, is going to get 13, 14, 15 million
$10 to 15
per,
that range of player.
Yeah, so it's quite the thing that we're going to have to keep our eye on.
And by the way, if you top the 12.9, that's significant because that's beyond the mid-level exception for non-taxpayer teams. By the way, we didn't know if there'd be another re-signing before free agency opens in 56 minutes and 45 seconds. There is. Max Christie is going to stay with the Lakers, 4 years and $32 million. I don't know what to make of that, Rolly.
It's only 8 per, but Max Christie freaking stinks, dude.
He hasn't done anything. Does that mean they're more willing to move a Gabe Vincent, perhaps? Maybe.
I don't know, but I'm telling you right now, Max Christie is not a good basketball player, man.
He has not done anything.
I don't understand $8 million per season.
$8 million for a guy that has, I'd say, less than 10% chance of being in a playoff rotation for that team.
I don't understand that one. Another one that I didn't really understand, Harrison, was Patrick Williams getting a 5-year, $90 million deal. I just don't think Patrick Williams is that good of a basketball player, and him getting 5 years for $90 million is a little bit much, if you ask me. Our Bulls host, Patrick Seatman, loved the deal, but he's also a fanboy of Patrick Williams. So I don't know. I just don't think this is the best roster construction long-term for Chicago, is to allot $18 million to someone that really can't create for themselves and a team that's not ready to compete right now. This kid's not falling for the bait one bit, and it's absolutely killing me.
By the way, Mouthpiece Woj back at it, calling Max Christie a development success story for the Lakers.
What are we talking
last
about
year,
here?
he averaged 4 points on 42% from the field and 35% from three. But yeah, Woj, he's a developmental success, $8 million per year.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, when an agent is speaking,
that's a copy paste text if I've ever seen it.
Exactly, it's just terrible.
Who will be the first player to sign in free agency? It's always fascinating to see, Rolly, at 6:01 Eastern time. What's going to be the first Woj notification, Shams notification? Who's tampering? Who's going to sign? I kind of like the KCP call, but if the Sixers are truly trying to get him, he probably won't be right off the top.
I have changed my tune. I thought it could have been KCP. I think it's going to be Tobias Harris going back to the Pistons.
2 for 40, something like that.
2 for 45, book it.
I'm going to say Isaiah Hartenstein to the Thunder.
That one feels pretty,
I think that happens.
pretty likely
I think
as well.
that happens pretty early.
That looks pretty likely as well.
I think that happens pretty early. What do you guys think? Whether you're on our main chat sport channel, Mavericks Today, or the Heat Report, we'll get some shout-outs across the board. I'll get some shout-outs on main real quick.
Yeah, shout out to the 111 people watching on the Heat Report. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon. Only 13 likes. Let's get to 50 likes ASAP. We got Sam Loctera in the building hanging out. Shout out to Sam. Willie's hopping over there. Raziel. By the way, Raziel, Kevin Love is likely going to re-sign with Miami. We'll see if he ends up doing that, but he's not gone for sure. But hit that thumbs up icon. Appreciate everyone. We're going to break down everything Miami does today.
Rashard Lee says Pat Bev. I think he actually waits a while.
No, yeah, that's going to be one that takes
that
a long
might be
time.
like a August signing,
Yeah.
potentially.
We're going to be talking about Pat Bev for a while, I feel like.
Let's see. Klay from basketball. That's a sign and trade situation in all likelihood, so I doubt it. Chris Paul to the Spurs. Have they made an official decision yet?
They have not.
When do they have?
I
When's
think
the
they have until
5?
Like, yeah, until
He's locked in for 30 mil at 6 Eastern?
Yeah, it's like 53, I believe. That's when it comes guaranteed.
Clock's ticking. Let's see. Get some shout-outs on Mavericks Today. They're saying trade for Jeremy Grant. We'll see if that happens as well. Laura says Paul George DeMar to the Spurs from Rashard Lee. I don't think he's going back to San Antonio. I just don't see it. KCP, we'll see if he's trying to join Paul George in Philly. If that ends up coming to fruition, then he might have to wait a little bit. So it'll be interesting. 52 minutes and counting until this thing opens up.
I'll also say this, Harrison. Something that we should be talking about maybe a little bit more than we have. He is not a free agent. But Donovan Mitchell watch. What happens there? He still has a signed extension. Like, will he stay long-term with the Cleveland Cavaliers? That's something we got to watch.
We know you and your Heatles want Donovan Mitchell.
It's just an intriguing situation that I am thinking about. That's all I'm going to say.
The momentum did seem toward an extension, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
so.
We got Legion Hoops thinking he's got sources saying that a source has told me he's going to sign a 4-year, $209 million deal right as free agency opens. Okay, Legion Hoops.
Oh, 52 minutes. We'll see if that happens. Sam says, I want the Cavs to re-sign. Well, he's under contract. It would just be an extension.
I'll say this.
Not a free agent.
I am going to call out Donovan Mitchell right now on Chat Sports. If he signs an extension with the Cleveland Cavaliers, he is not serious about winning NBA basketball, and he is just trying to follow in Damian Lillard's footsteps of hanging out in low-market teams and not having to have any pressure on him. So that's all I'm going to say.
Is Dan Gilbert the next Joe Cronin?
He actually kind of rocks with us a little bit now. He hated LeBron, and he hated us for a while there, but now he's cool with us.
He's cool with you guys.
Yeah, we made that Max Strus deal last year. So.
By the way, here's our Super Chat menu, especially for our Mavs and Heat channel, since we just went live on those. A little Super Chat battle between the two. Never hurt nobody. Every 100 likes for beers, cheers in. Oh, you guys another sip for Maine. Cheers. $5, we'll talk about your favorite team. $10, we'll spin the roulette wheel. Sometimes that means you guys have to do something. Sometimes that means we have to do something. $20, we'll take a shot. $100, we'll do a beer bong or shotgun a beer. So if you guys want to get in on that action, we will make it happen. No super chats yet on Mavericks or Heat. So who's gonna break the pop the cherry first?
Yeah, who's gonna break that ice? Who's gonna strike first? I don't know. Heat Life for saying any moves yet, Rolly. Well, Heat aren't gonna do anything, and probably I'm not gonna say it because I don't want you guys to leave
at all today.
I don't think Miami really does anything today. Yeah, I don't think they do anything today. The only thing that they possibly could do today is like re-signing like Kevin Love or something like that. But other than that, I don't think they're doing shit.
Jeremy Chug says, what should my Rockets do? I mean,
Probably
they've positioned themselves to be a big player via trade, but that's kind of quieted down the last couple days. It kind of feels like they might let a couple of these dominoes fall and then see which potential trade chips are still out there.
That's like a very common theme for some of these teams that don't have a lot of cap space that are going to try to compete. Like honestly, like a Miami, like a Dallas. Like, I know Dallas is in the thick of things with Klay, but like, would it not make sense to just kind of let the market play out a little bit and then just like, all right, let's see what we have to do here and make moves then?
Yeah, if you're Dallas, outside of re-signing Derek Jones, you're a monitor the trade market type of
Exactly.
team. You don't have cap space other than the mid-level, which I guess if Jones goes elsewhere, then you could pursue other guys. Najee Marshall's been a rumored target, like plan B there if Derek Jones goes elsewhere, so that could be a possibility. But yeah, I mean, like there's been some small Jeremy Grant chatter. Obviously, the Klay Thompson sign and trade possibility. Do they get in the mix for another wing player? That could be an option. But yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like Paul George make a decision and then the floodgates open. So we'll see where it goes. So, and then Chugs again. Will Brandon Ingram get traded?
I think so.
I think so. I don't think you trade for DeJounte Murray. Keep BI with CJ. Like I don't know if that all works. So I bet Ingram gets traded. Does Orlando make sense?
For
do you think
Ingram?
he fit there?
No.
Where do you think he goes? Because I don't like the Golden State fit. I know that's been loosely rumored.
Honestly, I think BI would be a good fit in Cleveland. Honestly, if they end up keeping Donovan Mitchell and Garland.
Maybe that's where Houston pivots.
Yeah, maybe
send
that's where they
Jalen Green
go.
back to the Pelicans, or maybe a third team takes him on or something.
Maybe Miami gets interested. I don't honestly love that fit either, but like I know for a fact that the Heat front office has had a good liking of Brandon Ingram in the past. Could they spin the block there? Like I don't know.
It feels like a lot of teams plan Bs. Like they're gonna.
I think it's more like a plan C.
Yeah, or plan C. Yeah. We'll see where it goes. Okay, by the way, the cap numbers have come in. The projection was 141. It's just under that, 140.6 essentially. Luxury tax, first and second aprons in there. So
not great for teams already in the first apron and second apron because I know it's minuscule, only like a couple $100,000 to $1 million
it all
less.
Counts.
But like it does matter. Like for my Miami people out there, like the second apron was projected to be at 190, and it's not. So that's now.
Are they in the first or second?
We're in the first, so that's about $1 million less that you can spend until you reach past that second apron. So kind of sucks for the teams that are already in the first and second apron.
Adam Silver strikes again.
Ruin the NBA. This one's CJ McCollum.
Oh, we got a super chat on Mavericks today. Shout out to Wasim Khan, who's tuning into Mavs instead of Heat.
Well, got $1 on Heat from Heat Lifer too. Shout out to that guy.
Wasim says the Bulls are trash. Should they gut and rebuild? It kind of feels like they're doing that finally. So kudos. They should have done it a year ago. But the big question there, Wasim, is A, are they fully done with DeMar? Like, are they just going to let him go? I think they obviously should. And then B, can they unload Levine? I would not trade him if I had to give up a first, which is, it sounds like they've tried to, and they can't even do that. So I would keep him and hope he plays well early in the season, and then maybe you can trade him. Even if you don't get a lot back, you don't have to ship out a first at the deadline. But yeah, it feels like they're finally going to a youth movement, Wasim, which is probably about a year or two too late. So we'll see how that plays out. And then on the Heat report.
Yeah, I put a little pile of poop with a face, super sticker, shout out to Heat Lifer. Is that pile of poop with a face what Pat Riley's doing today? I don't know. It doesn't seem too likely. He might be sleeping still. That's all I know.
He's awake during the draft.
Yeah, he actually, that's the crazy thing.
Asking a lot out of him to stay awake during the draft and free agency.
The front office is one of the best, if not the best, like front offices in terms of drafting and finding talent. They just don't know how to do anything with it. Oh, Wasim says, "Rolly, I wouldn't forget about you too." What a legend, Wasim, with a $2.
Could this be a Wasim super chat battle
Wasim
on Mavericks
battles
today in the Heat
himself.
report?
Maybe. But at least put the Heat up early there, so we'll take it.
All right, top free agents. Again, the first two are formalities. They're going to be back with their respective teams. LeBron will re-sign with the Lakers. It's just a matter of if he's going to take a max or less, because he's willing to take less, reportedly, if they can add a legitimate piece next to him and Anthony Davis. Tyrese Maxey, he's going to get a max. They're just going to use up their cap space first since they have his bird rights, so that's just a matter of when, not if. But Paul George, that's the domino roll, because I think James Harden and DeMar DeRozan probably both wait that out to see where George signs, how much he gets, and then what destinations become available for Harden and DeRozan. Obviously, Harden, is still very much on the Clippers' radar. Obviously, DeMar could be a plan B for the Clippers if Paul George leaves. So it really does feel like we're on PG watch. There's always one star in free agency that's like, all right, that's the domino. Once he goes, other moves happen. We'll see if how how much time Paul George takes. Is this a day one signing, or does he, take a few meetings, sleep on it for a couple days, and then make a decision?
I'll say this. The early reports were that he was going to have dinner and meetings Sunday night. So I don't know if he could possibly come up with a decision tonight. Maybe it's tomorrow or Tuesday type thing. Here it is. Shout out to Lotta Ray and Sam. This is from Woj yesterday. It says George is planning on to have meetings with the Clippers, Sixers, and Magic beginning late Sunday night and Monday. So if we take that at face value, then it doesn't feel like he'll sign until maybe late Monday night or early Tuesday morning. That's would pick my guess, but we'll see. I will say this. I don't think there's going to be a crazy holding pattern. The pattern, like the hold up here to me, could be like on a KCP, but that's really it. I don't know. Like maybe a couple of the Sixers' own guys and Oubre and Nick Batum wait to see what ends up happening. But I don't really see anything crazy change.
The only reason I could see George signing tonight is if one of the three teams buckles and says, "Okay, we'll give you the max." Because
I will say that
and I think Philadelphia probably will, and so he might just be like, "You know what? I'm just going to Philadelphia."
Well, Paul George, I think they're offering the max regardless. Is Philly.
And if the Clippers don't, which the report has been they're not willing to, then I think they're out of it. And then it comes down to, does he want to go to Philly or Orlando?
Yeah.
Because Golden State's out of it now because they pursued him via a trade, which would have required Paul George opting in, but that's dead now. So to me, it's either the Clippers change their mind and decide to offer him a max, which they haven't been willing to do. And if they do, I think he'd actually stay. But again, it comes down to money, I think, at this point for him. So we'll see if how that comes into fruition and where Orlando fits into this. I find it hard to believe he would sign with Orlando, but I did agree with your point earlier. I think the fit would be pretty good.
I think it would be the most fun. I think it would be very fun. I've been trying to say for a while, and if you've honestly been watching some of our chat sports like NBA coverage over the past month or so, like anytime we talk about like free agency and like rumors around Paul George, like I am always linking Orlando to PG because I thought it was going to be the best fit, but doesn't seem like the most likely. I'd probably rank them third on the Paul George likely list, but in terms of fit, I think so, man.
All right, our chat rate record today on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel is 202, and we got almost 2,000 people watching live. So we could certainly get that number up. So spam go for some shout-outs, and if you're watching on the Heat Report or on Mavericks Today, do the same over there. Let's see how high the number can get. So spam go. We'll get some shout-outs going, and we appreciate everybody who keeps the live chat going.
Get the comment section flooded, baby. Spam those goes. Spam those goes. Sparker, Willie. We got Mario, Dylan, Javon, Steve, Addison, My Holy, Liberty, Raziel, Dustin, Emmanuel, Jackson, Clifford, Joey, Z, Mario, CB, Jackson, Eduardo, Sparker, Steve, Rogue One, Blaze, Chase, Basketball, Mario, Devon, Alex, Almonte, BB, AC, AG, Alexander, Nathan, Drizzy, BBL, Drizzy, Josh Prince, Alexander, Kayshawn, Mike, Cameroon, DWLA, Big Pooh, Matthew Carroll, Mike Taylor, Kelsey Hope, Nathan Davis, EZ, Stenio, Yami Gilchrist, Too Wavy, AJ, Sam, Nathan, Kelsey, Cameroon, Orlando, Nathan, Steve. 147 is the first update. We need to get to 202 at bare minimum. Keep on spamming those goes. Go, 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 go. 40 minutes until free agency. Jay Townsend, Joshua Whitaker, Emmanuel, basketball. Ooh.
I got some shout-outs on Mavs as well. We got Wasim, Mark, The Bragger, Ramen, Damias, Joseph, Omar's Burner, John Hager. We got Wasim, Princeton, Green Hornet, Low Key, That Texas Couple, Jason, Ray Johnson, Omar again. Keep spamming go. Let's get that chat rate up.
We got Nathan, Gaming Wizard, Just Me, Ice Cream, Chicken Productions, Chi-Town, Just Me, Big Pooh, Nathan, Travis, Zamir, Benny, Mark, Nathan, Just me, Chi-Town, Devon, Dustin, Michael, Stretch 5, Bam. Stretch 4, Bam, next to Kalowair. Oh, we got there. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Shout out to the real ones.
Yeah, I don't know. Good number on Heat, too. We got up to 55, I think. 55 chat rate. It's not bad. It's not bad for the young fellas. Did it for Duncan. Did it for D-Rob.
Shout out to the real ones. Appreciate y'all tuning in. We're under 40 minutes away until the start of 2024 free agency. We've been live on Chat Sports since 4 o'clock Eastern. Went live on Mavericks today and the Heat Report at 5 o'clock Eastern. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'd love to get to 378,000 subscribers by the end of today on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. Obviously, if you're watching on Heat or Mavs, hit subscribe over there as well, as we will have coverage on every move each of those.
Oh, that actually reminds me. Shout out to the 160 people watching on Heat right now, because we did. I gave you guys a task. I told you we need to get to 12K subscribers before free agency opens. We passed 12K an hour and a half ago, so I owe a beer bong. I got my Mick Ultra. So shout out to the 160 people watching on Heat. I'm going to take down this beer here to celebrate us getting to 12K in subscribers.
Spam Rolly in the chat.
Next goal is 13K. We got to do it for Bam Adebayo.
There you go. We got a super chat. Wasim from the Heat Report says, Rolly, I wouldn't forget you. We also got another one on Mavs, a $5 one from Mark. He says, sign Derek and get Klay off a sign and trade. Yeah, I think that's like the big hope. Like, I've gone back and forth on Klay. I'm in as long as you still get Derek Jones back, because you need his defense. But if you get Klay and lose Derek Jones and probably Josh Green as well via the trade, I'm not a huge Josh Green guy, but he is one of your better bench defenders. I just don't know if adding one offensive guy who's really just a catch-and-shoot guy at this point, who doesn't play defense, and losing 2 perimeter defenders helps you. I think your offense is a little bit better, but I think overall you're probably worse. So if you can get Derrick Jones back, I'm all for it. If not, I don't know if I'm making that move if I am the Mavericks, who did add Quentin Grimes, so I do think that makes Josh Green expendable. I think Grimes is just a better Josh Green, honestly. Better defender. Three-point shooting's similar, but he shoots higher volume. Obviously, they shipped out Tim Hardaway in 3 seconds to get him, so we'll see if Grimes can play at a good level this year. I really like how he played 2 years ago for the Knicks. And then some other trades that have happened, Rolly. Obviously, DeJounte Murray. That one kind of just like quietly happened, I feel like. It's like, oh, we'll see ya.
Well, it happened at a weird time, late Friday afternoon, was it?
That sounds right.
Yeah, I think it was. That's a good move, man. I like the move quite a bit for the Pels. I don't think they have to give up that much, man.
Yeah.
I'm not a Dyson Daniels guy, so getting rid of him doesn't move me. And the 2 first-round picks for DeJounte Murray, I think, is a good trade for the Pels. And especially if they end up moving off Brandon Ingram, you probably would get not a lot back, but at least some of your...
You get at least one first back,
you
I
get
think.
something back in terms of draft capital. So when it's all said and done, you're probably swapping Brandon Ingram, Dyson Daniels for DeJounte Murray, and maybe 1 first. We'll see if they get anything back. I don't know. So I like the move for New Orleans. I do.
They needed a better defensive, like a big defensive guard next to, especially if CJ is going to be there long term. Like, he just gets eaten up, and Murray can do that while also providing some offense. Klay Thompson watch has certainly been a big storyline the last 24 hours, as his exit from Golden State appears imminent unless there's some last-minute change of heart from the Warriors and Klay's perspective. Quite frankly, it kind of seems like he just feels disrespected and wants to move on at this point. So it looks like that's going to happen. Question is, where does he go? How much does he get? If it's a sign and trade, what does that look like? The Mavericks and Lakers appear to be the top 2 contenders. Clippers were mentioned as well. I don't really see that one. I guess if they lose Paul George, maybe they pivot to going to sign Klay Thompson, but I'm not sure I buy that one as much. We've talked about it earlier, Rolly. He's obviously kind of a shell of himself. He could still shoot the basketball, but everything else he used to do at a high level, he doesn't really do anymore.
Yeah, he's definitely taken a little bit of fall from grace, and I understand Golden State's position of not re-signing him. It's one of those tough things where it is brutal and a tough decision to make. Like, I actually want to bring it back to Miami. Like, they had to make the same decision back in 2016 with Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
Do you bring him back and give your franchise legend and not GOAT, but GOAT for Miami, not GOAT for Golden State? Give him a bag just because of everything he's done. Because, as thing is currently is constructed, he is not deserving of the contract he wants, in my opinion. And I understand a team like Golden State, who is so capped for strapped for cash, that they don't and can't afford that. So I understand letting him go. It's just unfortunate to see that marriage end up ending.
It really just goes to show, Rolly, in high-level sports, things rarely end the way you want them to. Like, not often do you have a Kobe stay with the Lakers his whole career. And even then, like, they sucked by the end of it, and he was a shell of himself. Like, not often do you go Joe Montana, win a Super Bowl, and walk away. Like, it's just not, like, it's unrealistic. Like, eventually, either a player or the team has to make a tough decision. And in this case, it kind of feels like both, because it sounds like Golden State would take him back at a certain number, just not a number Klay is looking for. So, looks like he's on the move, and feels like this one, I think out of all the big names on the market, Rolly, this one could be one of the earlier ones. I think Dallas or LA could have him within a couple of hours of free agency opening. That would not surprise me at all. So,
yeah, wouldn't surprise me either.
Cornelius with the super chat says, did you guys hear the report about Michael Jordan stats getting inflated in the 80s? If so, what are your thoughts? I feel like I saw like some deep Twitter rumor, but I didn't dive deep into it.
Yeah, I didn't dive into this either. I know the LeBron fans are out there trying to say that
he has more
fake depoys and fake defensive stats. I don't know. I didn't look into it that much. I know there was a similar conspiracy with Jaren Jackson Jr. to help him get depoy a couple seasons ago and getting his block numbers up, but I don't know. It's hard for me to really take those things into consideration. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to see more evidence,
yeah.
I guess. I mean, it's one thing that a Twitter thread kind of just emerges from no one connected to the league, but, you know, who knows? Maybe there's more on this.
Shout out to Jay Townsend with a $5 super chat in the Heat report. He need to pursue Zach LaVine. What do you think, Nick? Let Tyler go, and you can use LaVine's expiring contract later and go after Fox. So
Fox?
De'Aaron Fox, because there's some
deep
rumblings out there that he doesn't want to sign a long-term deal, and he wants to see the direction of the franchise.
Would you take him in Miami?
Oh, are you kidding? Yeah, that's Bam's second best friend. It's actually his third. I think it goes Tatum 1, D-Mitch 2, Fox 3. It sucks that Tatum's his best friend, but he is the godfather to Deuce Tatum. All right, different story for a different day. But answering this question, so I am intrigued by adding LaVine, especially if you get a first-round pick out of it. Like, here's the moral of the story. Everyone wants to bring up the contract. Everyone wants to bring up the games missed. Is he a shell of himself? When you think of this, like, it's tough. Would I rather have Tyler Hero or Zach LaVine? I'd rather have Tyler Hero. But if you're also giving me a first-round pick that I can then use in a later deal and just add to my draft assets, well, that changes the perception. The reason why I think it's unlikely, Jay, that Miami ever gets into the sweepstakes for Zach LaVine, or, I mean, just takes them, not really a sweepstakes, is because of how the trade would have to be done. Due to the contract situations, Miami would have to either match salary or send more salary back than LaVine's $40 million, and that would require two of Duncan Robinson, Hero, and Rozier. And at what point does it become too much? Like, you're not trading Terry and Tyler for him. You're not trading Terry. Like, are you trading Terry and Duncan? Are you trading Hero and Duncan? I've joked around, like, if that deal gets done, you would have to get 2 first-round picks back because Hero and Duncan for LaVine and 1 first? Like, no. Like, it'd have to be LaVine 2 first for Duncan and Tyler for me even to think about it. I'm just not doing that.
Just from a numerical standpoint, LaVine's remaining contract is cap it next year, $43 million. Year after that, $45.9. Player option for the following year, $48.9. Like, if he got back to what he was a couple of years ago, Rolly, that's a lot easier pill to swallow. But it's been kind of a year and a half or so since A, he's been consistently healthy, and B, played at a high level. I don't know. I think the Bulls probably end up sitting on him because they may have to attach 2 1s, and they're trying to rebuild. I don't think they want to do that.
Yeah,
so.
it's just not going to happen. It won't.
I think they're hoping he balls out early in the year and they could trade him at the deadline, even if they don't get a lot.
I think if the right team came available, like a Detroit, and says, "Yeah, we'll take him. We'll take Levine for $40 million. Maybe we'll give you a second-round pick or something like that." I don't know, maybe, but I don't know. Wasim with a 2 on the Heat report. Shout to Wasim. Rolly, is the Jimmy Butler trade talk just talk? Yes, Jimmy Butler. I think there was a chance that he got dealt. I gave it a very low chance, but I think there was a 1% chance. I think that is now dead after that report last week that Jimmy Butler will not sign a long-term extension with Miami this offseason or any team for that matter. He is going to play out this year, likely opt out of his contract next season and either re-sign with Miami on a max contract, a 2-year max, or leave Miami and sign a 2-year max with someone else. Either way, I don't think Jimmy is going anywhere this season. Now, the real question that Miami is going to have to face is, what if they stink? Like, a realistic question here. What if Miami runs it back and is like the 8th or 9th seed once again halfway through the year? And if they get the sense that Jimmy is going to leave and opt out in free agency, could Miami trade Butler at the deadline?
He could be a sneaky midseason trade if they're floating around 500 and he's kind of doing his, I'm not taking the regular season seriously.
Now, I don't think that's going to be the case because there's a lot of reports out there that Jimmy Butler is going to try to have a career year to really just hone in and cash in and prove people that he can still do it in the regular season. So we'll see. I don't think he's going to get traded, though.
No, not right now. Not right now. Wasim from the Mavericks today as the Wasim back and forth show continues. He says, is DeMar a better signing than Klay? It depends for fit. I actually don't think it is for Dallas because Dallas's main shortcoming in the NBA Finals was they could not make open threes. Klay Thompson, if nothing else, can help you do that. So now if DeMar wanted to take the mid-level and be your 6th man, I'd be all for it, but when teams are going to give him well over $20 million, I don't think he's going to take that for Dallas. So I actually do think Klay helps Dallas more than DeMar does just based on the style of basketball they play offensively. So I do think DeMar is probably a better overall player right now, but I think Klay is a better fit. All right, we need more likes on all of our channels. Mavericks Today only has 59 likes, almost 300 people watching, so appreciate everybody tuning in. Hit the like button if you're enjoying today's show. Our main Chat Sports YouTube channel has 590 likes. Need to get 700. I don't know what the Heat numbers are looking like.
Yeah, disappointing. We're at 45 likes. We have over 200 people watching. You just simply have to hit the thumbs up button here, folks, on all channels. Every 100 likes is a Beers Cheers, which we're 2 likes away from another one on Chat Sports. Let's get to 100 likes on the Heat Report. I say it every time we go live for a game. Got to get to 50 likes, got to get to 100 likes before we tip off. But just like this, we got to get to 100 likes before free agency begins. Heat fans, I'm going to throw this out. Like, if we get to 100 likes before we start free agency in 26 minutes, Donovan Mitchell will not sign an extension with the Cavs. I'm throwing it out into the world. Throwing out to the world.
I'll say this for our Mavs channel. Once we get to 150 likes, we have 73. I'll take a shot. 150 likes, I'll take a shot for our Mavericks audience. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Should we circle back to some Paul George talk here? What do you think?
Quickly, let's just address this $10 super chat we got on Heat, and then we'll do that.
Okay. Got a $10 super on Heat from
Shout out to Stickman Sam. I can't believe, I got to be honest, I don't think I'm familiar with Stickman Sam's game, but if you're a new watcher of the Heat Report, welcome in. I just don't remember you unless you've changed your name during our watch party or any of our other lives, so appreciate you coming in, appreciate you donating $10 to the channel. We'll spin the wheel for you as well here in just a second. Saying, can we please trade Tyler Hero? I do think there's a decent chance Hero gets dealt this offseason. We'll see. Obviously, if Donovan Mitchell shakes loose and Miami is pursuing him, Hero will be in that deal in all likelihood. But I am very open to trading Hero in a lateral move to get better pieces to fit around Jimmy and Bam, because it's very clear that Tyler is not the third option that Miami needs him to be. And with Terry Rozier in the backcourt already, you don't need 2 of those guys, in my opinion. So can you deal Hero to get better wings and athletic pieces to fit around Jimmy and Bam and let Terry be that third primary scorer and initiator, I would do it. So I'm not out there begging for a Tyler Hero trade, but I would condone one to help build this roster.
All right, as we spin the wheel, Shams is saying on the stadium right now as they have gone live that Paul George plans to speak with several teams. So
that ain't happened today.
It does sound like he's at least going to give multiple teams the opportunity to sell him. So Rolly's doing his 10 jumping jacks. Shout out for that. And that is the latest on Paul George there. And the three teams, Rolly, that were that have been heavily mentioned for George, of course, still the Clippers, the Philadelphia 76ers, and the Orlando Magic. Does another surprise team enter the chat, if you will? Doesn't seem likely, but that's where things sit right now with 23 minutes and change until free agency.
Yeah, and listen, it's the most intriguing conversation in the offseason with Paul George, right? If he ends up going to Philly to join Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid, are the 76ers title contenders? I would say yes, and as much as this sucks as us Heat fans, the Sixers would be quite good, man. They would be very, very good with Paul George being their third option, off-ball creator, on-ball creator when Maxey heads to the bench. My goodness. Let us know, are the 76ers title contenders with Paul George? It's also our new live poll on our chat sports, so get your votes down in the comment section as well as in our live poll. We'll give some shout-outs.
Funny Lee says yes. Morgan says yes. Dylan and Jules say no. I think if healthy, that trio has to be taken pretty seriously. And if Mark Stein's report is accurate that they're trying to get not only Paul George but also Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, that's a pretty strong core four. I mean, KCP has been a number 4-ish type of player for multiple title teams now. The Lakers 4 years ago, the Nuggets 2 seasons ago. I think he'd play a similar role in Philadelphia as that fourth option and a really good defender also. So that if Embiid is healthy come playoff time with those other guys around him, that's a team to be taken pretty seriously. I'd put them in the top 3 of the East along with Boston and the New York Knicks.
Yeah, I'd put them number 2, though. I said that earlier in our show. I think the Sixers with Paul George, Embiid, and Maxey are better than the Nova Knicks because I'm not the biggest Mikal Bridges guy. I think he's a good, fine player. I just don't think he's as good as people think he is. And OG, they got a really good wing duo. I'll give them that. But I would take the Sixers in that remark.
The problem with the Knicks, as good as that team is, other than Jalen Brunson, who do you trust in crunch time? Hey, go get us a bucket. And it can't just be Brunson. Julius is not that guy. I think we've been down that road.
I also think Julius Randle will get dealt. People in Knicks country believe that they could keep Julius and run a big lineup of Brunson, Mikal, OG, Randle, and whatever center. I think that would be a mistake, personally, to have Mikal Bridges be your 2. Yes, the size is cool and all like that, but I just don't think Mikal Bridges will be able to sustain playing at that 2-guard kind of role. And then you'd obviously have a good bench of DiVincenzo and Josh Hart, but, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
I do wonder, A, what Julius would fetch, and B, what are you getting back if you're the Knicks? Couple of bench guys? Couple of bench shooters?
You'd probably get a first or something. First and a decent one player.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. I just don't know who would be wanting to trade for Julius Randle, if I'm going to be honest.
If the Magic swing and miss on 3 guys, do they pivot to Julius on a buy low trade?
That fit doesn't work.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't know who that team becomes. Maybe the Clippers. If they lose Paul George and Klay signs elsewhere, they're we got to stay relevant as we go into a new arena in a tough Western Conference. Maybe. I don't know. Could the Knicks get back Terrence Mann? I doubt the Clips would want to do that, so be interesting. All right, let's talk trades. Obviously, Kevin Durant. There was chatter about 4 or 5 days ago, Rolly, that maybe the Rockets would want to take a swing at him in a trade. Recent days would lead one to believe that Phoenix is kind of in run-it-back mode, which I don't know what they think is going to change if you're just changing the coach. But I'll be curious to see if there is any action on from Phoenix's standpoint.
Yeah, maybe I don't think they'll trade anyone. I also think that year 2 would likely yield more success than year 1. I mean, they just were super injured this entire year. Book, Beal, and KD could just never be on the court at the same time together, and they never really developed a chemistry. Obviously, Beal really struggled down the stretch there, and in the postseason, he was really bad.
He was terrible.
I'm under the belief that when you have this many talented players, and if they get a little bit better in the interior, maybe they move off Yusuf Nurkic, they find a better backup center than Drew Eubanks as he opted out and is a free agent. So I think there's stuff there. Like, this team can compete, and I really believe that. It's just a matter of they got to gel. They just were not able to do that last year. I think that was the biggest issue. They just didn't know how to play together, and they were never able to figure that out. Like, people forget, like, and I don't want to compare them because they're not dissimilar. But, like, when the Heat formed their big three of Wade, Bosh, and Brown, like,
took time.
They struggled during that first regular season for the most part. Like, they were not that good in the first half of the regular season, and then they finally got to start playing together, and they started to turn it on. The Suns just never were able to get the chemistry locked in, and then they tried to mosh posh it together in the postseason, and that's why it didn't work. If they're able to stay healthy this year, I think the Suns are going to be competitive in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I think they'll win game. My problem is come playoff time, like, I just don't think they have any reliable bench players, and that concerns me for going multiple playoff series. Like, you're going to have to rely on Durant, Beal, and Book to consistently play 40-plus minutes, so that is a concern. What do we got here?
Breaking news, it is official. The Golden State Warriors are waiving Chris Paul. That contract was $30 million. It was expected that it would not be guaranteed because that's just way too much money. But Chris Paul will now be an unrestricted free agent after being waived by the Warriors. That's an intriguing player right there because even though I think he's washed, I think he's cooked, there's some teams that could use him as their backup point guard and could use him to help run their second unit. You think about the Los Angeles Lakers and getting him with LeBron, as it's always been rumored that the two of them wanted to play together.
Banana boat, baby.
And here's the thing. At this stage of Chris Paul's career, he is simply not good enough to earn himself a big contract, and he doesn't have that type of impact. Yes, he is still a really good distributor, playmaker, and able to run an offense, but he just can't get paid a lot of money. I would expect his next deal to be relatively cheap and really close to the vet min. So to me, I think there are teams out there that need to fill roster spots for cheap contracts that could go after Chris Paul, Lakers being one of them.
Yeah, Lakers feel like a potential obvious one here. The connection to LeBron. Chris Paul is a West Coast guy. The infamous David Stern not allowing the trade way back when. Does he finally play for the purple and gold? And look, Chris Paul is playing for one reason and one reason only at this point in his career. Can he get a championship ring? That is the only thing lacking on his resume. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. I think for 12 to 15 minutes per game, he could still be a quality backup point guard. I think the Lakers make a lot of sense. There was a lot of Clippers buzz, Rolly, but with Russ opting in, obviously $4 million is not that hard to move. Maybe they move him and bring CP3 back to LA. He can come off their bench, and maybe James Harden becomes the full-time point guard. That would be an option as well. I think the Spurs would like to have him. I think he'd be a good voice on that team, but is he wasting a year of knowing he has no chance of winning a ring? That seems unlikely to me. So I'm thinking about high-level contenders where he has a small role on the court and brings a lot of value to a locker room. I feel like the Lakers could be that team. Rely on Mavs. I wouldn't hate him as a backup point guard option in Dallas on the vet minimum. I don't know if he'll sign for the vet minimum or if he wants to come to Dallas, but there's been rumored connections there in the past. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see where he goes and who's interested.
I'll say this, and get your votes down where you think Chris Paul could possibly sign in free agency. Honestly, for my Heat fans out there, I'm intrigued. I don't know if I'm banging the table for it, but I'm certainly keeping my eyebrows raised. What has the Heat always needed? They've always needed a true point guard to help facilitate in Jimmy and Bam, and they went with that with Kyle Lowry. And listen, that's kind of my fear, is that it would be very similar to a Kyle Lowry type move for Miami in that point guard role. Now, I'll say this. Chris Paul is a way better playmaker than Lowry was.
Yeah.
Lowry was a better defender and shooter. CP would be way better throwing the lobs to Bam in the pick and roll and stuff like that. But Vetman, I got my eyes open. That's for sure. That's
Someone
for sure.
in the chat saying decent backup for Brunson in New York. I actually don't hate that fit. Like, if he's your backup point guard, I don't mind it.
I actually do hate it, and the reason why I do is because with Brunson being your one, a very undersized guard that can't defend,
You'd
do
like
you
your
want
backup
your
to be a
backup
defender.
guard to be
Yeah.
the same exact prototype?
That's
Probably not.
That's a decent point. Would he go back to Phoenix for cheap?
I saw.
They could use a big
I don't know
player
if
like
it's,
him.
I don't know if it's realistic or at all, but I did see like a tweet out there that was like,
They
could
could
he
use him.
come
That's
back
the
to-
thing.
yeah, I don't know.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what he does. I don't think he goes east. He doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to the East Coast. So I think he'll stay in the West. And it's just, I wouldn't even rule out he just goes back to the Warriors for the vet men if there's not a good market for him.
No, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he'll go back to the Warriors. Because I never liked that fit to begin with. I never understood that trade.
Yeah.
Like, I know they wanted to get rid of Jordan Poole, yeah, but that deal made absolutely no sense to me. I get Jordan Poole was not good there, but getting Chris Paul, what was that really going to do?
Flex says Spurs could use him. I agree. If you're Chris Paul, like, you're only playing for a title at this point, I think. So why would he go there? They're not ready yet. Let's see. Stay one more year with the Warriors. We'll see if options dry out, maybe, but it's not a great fit as we saw last year. Any Knicks news, guys? None as of yet, but if you are a Knicks fan, go check out our Knicks stream. If you search Knicks Now on YouTube, you'll find it. We have a Knicks-only channel that's live right now, so you can keep up with everything happening over there. Is Chris Paul playing for money? Well, even if he is, he ain't going to get it. Like, what's the most he gets? $5-6 million bucks? Like, I can't imagine he's a full mid-level guy for any
I
team.
wouldn't give him.
Unless Detroit is like, let's sell some jerseys.
I wouldn't. There is no chance I'm giving him more than $8 million.
I mean,
And that's
that
aggressive.
feels high. Yeah. If I'm him, I'm signing a vet minimum deal with the title contender where I'm the backup point guard. And there's probably 3 to 5 teams that are out there that could have him fill that role. CP to Minnesota, interesting. They don't have.
I don't
Who's
hate
their
it.
backup point? Alexander Walker.
Yeah, but they also did just draft Rob Dillingham and Terrence Shannon Jr. So
How about the Thunder? If you want Topic to develop for a year, go back to OKC.
I don't know. In this day and age, I don't know if he is really going to be that big of an impact type player. I'll be intrigued to see what Chris Paul's market is. I'm sure there's going to be a report somewhere about people having interest soon. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I would say the early favorite is Lakers vet minimum.
I would bet on if I had to bet, it would be the Lakers, just because
he's always wanted to play there.
He's always wanted to play with LeBron, and I think those two can finally reconnect.
Denver's an interesting call in the chat. They just traded Reggie Jackson. Don't hate it. Denver needs to beef up that bench a little bit.
I don't hate that, actually. Yeah, I don't.
That's an offense based on ball movement. I think he'd fit in there pretty well. Chris Paul at Boston. He will not go to Boston. That would actually shock me. And if you're Boston, you don't want him if you're trying to repeat because he's never won a title. So, all right, we're getting close, Rolly. 11 minutes. Subscribe to the channel.
Baby. It's about time.
Hit that sub button. Can we get to 377-700 right now on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel? We're 24 subs away. I'll take a shot if we get 24 more subs before free agency opens in 10 minutes. So help us out. Hit that subscribe button. Same thing if you're watching on our Mavericks channel or our Heat channel. We also have a couple of super chats on Mavs. I think at least 3. Not sure about Heat, but we'll get to those as well. 21 subs away, so sub-only chat has been activated. Spam me if you want a shout-out, and we'll get some shout-outs, then we'll catch up on some super chats here. So type me in the chat if you want a shout-out. Waiting for some – this guy keeps asking Knicks news. I tried to redirect him to our Knicks stream, but no Knicks news right now. Dylan Jones, we got Casey Prods, we got Justin, Joey, Haikulo, CBN, B-Ball Legend, Lime Cakes, Megan, My Holy King typing me. 6 subs away,
Come
5
on,
away.
Come on.
We got Grover, Megan Birch. John says, Daddy me. Whoa. Adam says me. Ballin says me. 3 subs away. Let's get to 377.
Come on, let's get there, baby.
QR
Whoa,
says me.
James Harden back to the Clippers.
Oh, baby.
It was
numbers?
It was 2 for 70.
35 a year. That sounds about right.
It was always going to happen.
He was always going back. Alex says me. Omar's Burner says me. There we go. We got there. Shout out to the real ones.
It was an obvious move. Not shocked one bit, but James Harden 9 minutes before free agency
that part of
underway.
it is a little interesting. It's like, why not wait?
Well, I don't think he really has that big of a market, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Is he getting more elsewhere? Probably not.
I'm trying to think of teams that would be able to offer him more money than that and would be a good fit. Funny enough, I'm going to keep on mentioning the Magic because they just need so much guard help, and any big-time guard is going to be a team that I'd be interested there.
That L3 is off, by the way. Don't go to it.
But either way, I like this deal. I think about this, Harrison. I know James Harden is older, but would you rather have James Harden or would you rather have Emmanuel Quickly? Either way, they're getting the same damn money.
Yeah, I think it depends where you are as a franchise. If you're not contending and you're going with the youth movement, I'd probably go Quickly. But if you're the Clippers and trying to stay relevant, I'd probably say James Harden. He's not what he was, but he's still good. He had that huge, I think it was Game 4 in Dallas where he turned back the clock and cooked in that game. He had 35, 40 points, so he's still capable of doing that. Not consistently, but sometimes. I do want to mention this as well. James Harden was one of 3 names that got leaked that LeBron was like, hey, if we can get him, I'll take less. So there's one off the board. I don't know if more names are going to get added to that list. But
the list was Jonas Valanciunas, James Harden, and Klay Thompson. You could also add Brook Lopez to that list, as that's someone as the Lakers have been reportedly interested in a trade for. But either way, Harden going back to the Clips. And if you were Los Angeles, you always had to make this re-signing regardless of the Paul George situation to me. Because after you made that trade to acquire James Harden at the beginning of last season, you just can't make a trade and then be willing to let that person walk for nothing just after 1 year of play. It was the same thing with OG Anunoby and the Knicks. Whenever you make a big deal like that during the season, you always bring them back. Even if it almost doesn't work out, you have to do it.
I do want to mention this as well. The idea that people had that he would be willing to take less money to be a third fiddle with the Lakers to please LeBron to make him take less money as well, you have not followed James Harden's career. He's not going to take less money. It's just not going to happen. So he's just not that guy. I'm not saying he's not a good player. I'm not saying at one point he wasn't a high-level winning player. If Chris Paul doesn't shred his hamstring, they might have won a championship. But I never bought it for 1 second in the last 24 hours. Well, if the Lakers can convince Harden to come here, take less than what the Clippers can offer, and LeBron takes less, he could be the third. It was never going to happen. He was not going to get more than this on the open market. So he stays with the Clippers. And I'm not even saying the Clippers overpaid. I'm just saying he was not going to take half that number with the Lakers, which is what it would have taken for LA to be able to sign him.
Mark Stein is saying that there will be no shortage of Chris Paul suitors, and there is a lot of interest from San Antonio.
Look, I think San Antonio, from their perspective, it makes a lot of sense. He's a guy that can help Victor Wembanyama mature as a young star in this league. Overlapping minutes with Wemby, I think they could play well together. But if you're Chris Paul and you sign there, you're kind of just conceding, hey, I'm not winning a title. Does he want to do that? Maybe he does. That would surprise me. But I do understand it from the Spurs standpoint of why they would be interested in Chris Paul, because they've got a young superstar trying to find his way in this league, and Chris Paul has been through it all in this sport. So I certainly think that fit just in the locker room alone would provide a lot of value. So We'll see. See if it happens.
Super chat menu as we are 5 minutes away from free agency. Every 100 likes is beer cheers. Hit that thumbs up icon. We're 5 likes away from a new beer cheers on our main chat sports channel. We are 10 likes away from 100 on the Heat Report. So let's get to 100 likes before we tip off free agency in 5 minutes. $5 super chat, we'll talk about your team. $10, we're spinning a wheel, which makes us have to do something. Maybe you all have to do something. A lot of fun over there. $20 for a shot. $100 is a beer bong or shotgun race.
I got to take a shot for 377
between me and Harrison. So, interesting. That James Harden 2-year deal is a 1+1 player option in year 2.
Cheers. Sean from our Mavericks channel, would the Mavs be contenders with Klay, DJ, then Spencer Dinwiddie? There's been some chatter of bringing him back potentially as well. I think so, but I also think the West is hard as hell. I mean, you were just in the finals, so if you bring back Jones, you've brought back your same core and added Quentin Grimes. Obviously, Klay would be a new addition, Dinwiddie as well. I think they would, but that doesn't mean it would just be like, yeah, they're the clear favorites in the West. But yeah, I absolutely think they'd be right there in the mix, just like they were last year. Sean also said Mavs greater than Heat. Go Mavs. Who's going to respond on the Heat Report? And then Jay with the 5 says Mavs going to go back to the finals with Klay, trade back for the best center of all time, JaVale McGee. They will not bring JaVale back for a third stint, considering they're still paying him after they stretch waived him, because that was an absolute disaster. So that's not going to happen. Vincent, who will my Bucks target?
First timer on Maine.
I don't know what the Bucks are doing at this point.
Yeah, so here's the tough thing on the Bucks, Vincent. They are $9 million over the first apron, and to the second apron, they have $1.3 million space. So
they seem like a trade team with the Lopez talk.
Exactly. I think what they're going to try to do is trade away some of their big-time contracts to go younger and get big-time contracts for like 1 or 2 guys to aggregate those salaries, but also fill out their roster. Teams that I would, or players that I would look at. Brook Lopez, $23 million. Could you trade him and get a couple guys back to equal that salary that could impact your roster better? Bobby Portis making $12 million. Pat Connaughton making $9.4 million. Like, those guys are trade candidates. I'd also throw Chris Middleton out there. 33 years old. He's had a lot of injuries. There was that report and rumors about them wanting to rebuild this roster around Dame and Jonas, not including Middleton in that report. So could Chris, making $31 million, get traded to get picks back, or whether it be to aggregate salaries and get a couple guys? Like, I'm not saying the Lakers would do this, and I don't think they would. But for example, could you trade Chris Middleton and his $31 million to the Lakers to get Rui Hachimura and Jared Vanderbilt combining for $29 million? Like, I don't think the Lakers would do that, but that's the type of deal I'm talking about, where you get more athletic on the perimeter and add more athletes and go a little bit younger around Giannis and Dame. Those are the type of moves that I think Milwaukee will go after, because they can't really sign anyone outside of betting in.
We're under 2 minutes away until free agency officially opens. Here's our Super Chat battle between our 2 team channels. We're live on Chat Sports, of course, but also Mavericks Today and the Heat Report. And I want to hear from you. Who is going to be the first free agent signing when free agency opens?
And I want to specify, to change teams.
Change teams, not a
re-signing. James Harden would not have counted, because, even if you re-sign with your own team, you were allowed to do that for the past week and a half. I want people to change teams. Get your votes down below as we have 1:20 to go.
Predict who's going to sign.
Let's
who's
go.
Who's going to be the first signing? Predict it for us.
A sip for 700 likes. 4 likes away from 100 on the Heat Report. Come on, hit that thumbs up icon, folks.
Type go. Free agency about to open.
Let's go. Who's fired up, baby? It's about dang time. It's about dang time.
We're here.
Minutes to go. Spam those goes. Spam those goes.
We got Joey, Quez, PG, JJ, Dylan, Firefighter, Jacob, Quack, Dylan, KCP, Jamo, Quez, Dylan, CB, Reggie. Get those goes in. Also on Mavericks Today, the Texas couple, Wasim, Aaron, Jason, Omar, Alex, Sam, King J, Noah. Rolly, if you got any Heat reports,
yeah, we got Willie, Michael, Oh My, Grayson, Loveless, IMAX, Jay Townsend, Samson, Raziel, Josh, Frederick, Keep on spamming those goes. Let's go, baby. Josh, Fat Boy, Tyler, Ram AK, Tenari. Let's get it, baby. Free agency is about to get underway.
3, 2, 1. 2024 NBA free agency is officially open. James Harden, just minutes before it opened, Rolly has re-signed on a 2-year, $70 million deal with the Los Angeles Clippers. Kind of felt like he was always heading back there. There was that report that maybe the Lakers can convince him to take less and come here. Didn't even get the chance as he has re-signed with the Clippers. Another re-signing, by the way, just coming in. Luke Kornet.
Luke Kornet back to the Celtics on a 1-year deal.
Why wait until free agency?
That is objectively hilarious.
Whoa,
interesting. Klay Thompson departing with the Warriors, and the sides will begin to work through a sign-and trade. Now, that was expected, as it would have to be a sign trade with Dallas and Lakers, but that kind of just really hammers home that's going to be one of those two.
Yeah, the report yesterday was that he does not want to go to the East, so that kind of eliminated Philadelphia and Orlando as potential destinations. I think it's the Mavericks or the Lakers. That's where he's going to end up.
Feels like a two-horse race, yeah.
Clippers are a distant third if Paul George lands elsewhere, but L.A., the connection there is him and LeBron are tight. His dad played for the Lakers. Doesn't have to move far. He's already living in Northern California. The Mavericks feel like if they can get a guy who can hit wide open threes consistently like Klay Thompson can, they feel like that's a good fit. So I think it's one of those two teams, and we'll see what a sign and trade package looks like and what he will make on a new contract, presumably. And I think it has to be a 3-year deal, by the way, any sign and trade. You got to give him at least 3 years. I think I read that. We'll see.
I cannot confirm
if that is the case. I believe it is, though. Luke Kornet.
Still not technically the first because this is a re-signing, so we still have not had someone change teams yet.
Have fun with that cut, Smitty.
Yeah, Luke Kornet back, which I'm a little shocked at, if I'm going to be honest. I feel like there could have been a team out there to give Luke Kornet a little bit of a bigger role because with Kristaps, I will say Porzingis not going to be ready for the beginning of the regular season in Boston, so Luke Kornet will be the backup center to start the year with Al Horford being the starter in all likelihood. But
I wonder if this is like under the biannual or something like that.
When fully healthy, Luke Kornet's their third guy and doesn't get a lot of PT, so I'm just a little bit shocked. I feel like there was a team out there willing to give him a backup center spot.
So this question still applies. Who will be the first player to sign with a new team? New team. Who will that be? A lot of re-signings have happened before free agency.
So no one signing Kornet at 602. Oh, Kevin Love back to Miami. Kevin Love is back to Miami, so we still have not gotten our first signing, but this is not shocking. A 2-year, $8 million plus deal to return to the Miami Heat. That's interesting.
There's your news of the day.
Didn't expect it to be 2-8, but Kevin Love is back. If you're excited for the move in our Heat chat, spam those 42s for K-Love.
There you go.
Spam your 42s for K-Love.
Kevin Love back to Miami, 2 years, $8 million. So he returns. What's his role? Just one of your backup bigs. 15 minutes a game.
Yeah, so I think he'll go back to his standard power forward role, I'd have to assume. He'll also help mentor Kel'el Ware, who the Heat just drafted. I like K-Love. He's a good leader. He's a good mentor for the Heat, in that locker room. He's kind of taken over that Udonis Haslem role, if you will. So Love returning back to Miami, it was always going to make sense. It always felt like that was going to happen. Now, the question I'm going to have, and we'll have to wait here, us Heat fans, is this another 1+1 player option? Because that's what it was as K-Love opted out of a $4 million deal for this upcoming year. What are the details of this? Is it saving Miami a little bit of money this upcoming season? That is the question that I want to know, and we'll have to get more contract details in here. I will be on the lookout. But either way, K-Love returning to Miami on a 2-year, $8+ million deal, very intriguing.
Nick Rohloff, here in a few moments, once we iron out a couple of things, he's going to go film a Heat-centric video. Are you going to do this live elsewhere, or are you just going to do a quick VOD?
No, I'll just do a VOD.
So Rolly's going to hop off here in a minute and go film a video about this. We're still going to be live here on the Heat Report. Rolly will be back here in a little bit. Am I going to go solo, or is Seep's going to hop in here? Okay, I'll be solo as we await for more moves to happen. Still no new signings yet to a new team. We're 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Did the NBA actually prevent tampering?
Well, we'll see.
Oh,
yeah. Man.
Right.
You're going to take me off? All right.
Alrighty, there he goes.
So for my 454 people watching the Heat Report, I am going to hop off here because we're on our main channel and as well, and I don't want to have them listen to 8-10 minutes of Kevin Love talk because they probably don't want to hear that. So I am going to hop off. I'm going to film an 8-10 minute video on Kevin Love signing with the Miami Heat. Holy shit, I think Klay just came in. Oh.
Klay Thompson plans to have discussions with the Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and 76ers. So
okay.
The reports were he wants to stay west, but he is going to talk to Philly. Mavs, Lakers, Clippers, and Sixers. So
yeah, so I'm going to be back in about 10, 12 minutes, so don't go anywhere, Heat fans. We will continue our live coverage of NBA free agency and everything Miami does. I'm just going to film a quick VOD to go put out on the channel so you guys can watch that as well later. So stay tuned with us. I'll be back in 10, 12 minutes, but I'm going to go film that video to put on the channel.
All right, there he goes. Nick Rohloff will be back 10, 15, 20 minutes. Who will be the first external signing? It's only been re-signings so far. We'll get to the Klay talk here in just a moment, but I'll get some shout-outs here. And I will say this, with Rolly hopping off and doing that Heat, Mavs fans, do you want Klay? Yes or no? Let me know in the chat. I'll get some shout-outs on that as well. Dylan says LeBron, that would be a re-signing unless he goes elsewhere. We already hit the Cornette news. James Wiseman to Chicago, that's an interesting idea. Tobias Harris, we'll see if he's a possibility. Hartenstein, Marvell says free agency is pointless, yet you're still here. Harrison, please shout out Dub Airs and Caleb. Dub Airs. Let's see. I want Lori and iHeart from my Thunder to make us NBA champs. I don't think they're going to get both of them, but could get one, especially Hartenstein. Let's see. Healed to the Magic. That's a pretty interesting call. Okay, Klay Thompson. Here's the latest. Woj just minutes ago, really about 90 seconds ago, says Klay will have discussions with the Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and 76ers in the opening hours of free agency, which starts now. Further cementing that he is going to leave Golden State. I think that's going to happen. If he signs with the Mavs, Lakers, or Clippers, which, by the way, that does not include the Magic either. They're out of the mix for Klay, it would sound like. For any of those three teams, it would likely require a signing trade, unless he's taking the full mid-level. The 76ers can sign him without it being a signing trade, and they could conceivably get Paul George and Klay Thompson, especially if they cut Paul Reed, who counts about $8 million. That would get them close to $70 million in cap space. They could give Paul George $45-50 mil, Klay Thompson 20+, and still have room for both. Klay obviously doesn't defend like he used to, but he's still a knockdown shooter. I know from a Maverick standpoint, they feel like if they put a consistent knockdown three-point shooter next to Luka and Kyrie, that would open up their offense even more. The reports from Dallas are that they also want to re-sign Derrick Jones Jr., so if they get Klay, they want to do both. So they would sign and trade for Klay, send out Josh Green and potentially Max Kleba or Dwight Powell or another piece to then sign Klay Thompson to probably a 3-year deal. So again, Mavs, Lakers, Clippers, and 76ers reportedly going to get meetings with Klay Thompson, who, I wonder how motivated is Klay going to be this year. I mean, he seems pretty pissed off at Golden State, so maybe he could turn back the clock a little bit in some of those areas he's become pretty deficient, but he can shoot. There's no doubt about it. He is still someone who can shoot at a high level, so we'll see who ends up landing him. But that is the latest there. Those four teams, one more time, Mavs, Lakers, Clippers, 76ers, set to meet with Klay Thompson tonight. So free agency officially underway, and I would imagine those meetings start very, very soon. All right, subscribe to the channel. Pretty slow start here. Still have not had an external signing with a new team as we get underway in NBA free agency. Can we get to 377,800 subscribers? We're 51 away on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. We got 2,300 people watching live. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. If you're watching on our Mavericks or Heat channel, if you're just joining us on the Heat Report, Roley is filming a Kevin Love segment as he has re-signed. He will be back live with us as well, so stay tuned for that. But trying to grow here at Chat Sports. If you don't mind subscribing, it's 100% free, and it helps us grow. So we greatly, greatly appreciate that. All right, as we're in a bit of a standstill here, kind of cycle through some of the re-signings that took place leading up to free agency. Pascal, Siakam, OG Anunoby, two of the bigger ones as they re-signed with the Pacers and Knicks respectively. Malik Monk back to Sacramento, 4 years, $78 million. Nick Claxton, 4 years, $100 million, back to the Nets. Manuel quickly got a bag from Toronto, 5 for $175. Bruce Brown staying there as well. That was a team option that Toronto opted into. A lot of chatter they could flip him in another deal, so we'll see. PJ Tucker opts in with the Clippers. Josh Richardson opts in with Miami. Lakers have a couple of opt-ins with D'Lo and Jackson Hayes. D'Angelo Russell, a potential trade chip if the Lakers are able to add a legitimate third piece. Some Jeremy Grant buzz there. Delano Banton back to Portland. Russell Westbrook opted in with the Clippers, 1 year, $4 million. Jayshawn Tate, 1 year, $7.6 with the Rockets. Royce O'Neal stays with the Suns on a 4 year, $44 million contract. Cam Reddish, 1 year, $2.5 with the Lakers. Torrey Craig, 1 year, $2.8 with the Bulls. Rashawn Holmes, second year of that deal, non-guaranteed. Still puzzled by that one. He was terrible last year. Mavs fans watching know that. Bol, 1 year, $2.9 to stay with Phoenix. DeAndre Jordan staying with Denver as well. Patrick Williams, 5 years, $90 million to stay in Chicago. Alex Len, 1 year, $3.3, staying with the Kings. Obi Toppin, 4 years, $60 million, gets a nice little payday there. Max Christie re-signing earlier today, 4 years, $32 million with the Lakers. James Harden, the big one, but still just a re-signing, 2 years, $70 million to stay with the Clippers. Luke Cornett re-signing with the Celtics, and then Kevin Love, which Nick Rohloff, a.k.a. Roley, doing that video right now, 2 years, $8 million. So Roley breaking down that signing on the Heat Report video on demand style. That'll go up on the channel over there. Then he'll be back live breaking down all things NBA free agency and Heat free agency related as well. All right, shout out your favorite team. Let us know. We'll get a lot of shout outs going here. Again, waiting for some more movement here. 12 minutes into free agency. Essentially nothing notable other than James Harden re-signing has taken place. Thomas says Pacers. Lime Cake says Spurs. Han Solo says Warriors. Josh Prince going with Detroit. Game Boy says Pistons. Shelly says Raptors. Willie says Heat. We got Chaparro saying Lakers. Jeff Bartlett going with the Bulls. Rick the Flame, OKC. Willie Heat. We got Livingston going with the Warriors. CBN going with Golden State. David Warriors. A lot of Mavs shout-outs on our Mavs channel as well. We got Noah, Omar, Dammy, Aaron M. Sticks says Lakers and Mavs. Josh says Mavericks. Victor says Dallas. So does Josh. Going back to our main chat. Lone says Spurs. Jay Rosh says Nuggets. Curious to see what they do. I think Chris Paul will be an interesting addition there. Joey says Timberwolves. Japiro says Lakers. Z says Mavericks. Z, go watch our Mavericks channel. Max saying Warriors. Yellow says Warriors. So keep shouting out your favorite team as we continue to break down everything happening, which right now doesn't appear to be a whole lot. Another report that came in right before free agency was, I don't know what you're saying here. Chris Paul getting waived by Golden State with his team option being non-guaranteed. Mark Stein says there will be a lot of suitors, and the Spurs are expected to be very interested here, per Mark Stein. And look, if you're Chris Paul, you really got to decide, what do you want? I mean, if you go to San Antonio, you know you're not winning a title. I think the Spurs could take a big jump this year, but they're not ready to win a title. They're not close enough yet. But good on-court fit with Wemby in the minutes they would play together. Good mentor for a young team. So I would certainly get the Spurs' interest. I'm not sure I'd get it from Chris Paul's standpoint unless he's just ready to concede that he's not going to win a title, because that's really the only thing lacking on his resume. I mean, he's going to the Hall of Fame. We all know that. But he's never won a championship. And if he signs with San Antonio, well, that's another year he's not winning a title. So, do you sign with the Lakers instead? Join your pal LeBron and try to ring chase there? Do you try to go to a team like do you go back to the Clippers? Do you go back to Phoenix? Do you go to a team like Dallas who could use a backup point guard behind Luka and Kyrie off the bench? Maybe a team like Philadelphia could make some sense. I don't know if he wants to go to the East Coast, but they're going to need some depth as well, especially if they load up on a couple of big contracts to pair with Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. So I'm fascinated what Chris Paul wants. I mean, he's still an excellent floor general. He can come off the bench, shoot a decent clip from three as well. Still averaged almost 7 assists per game last year, so he still can play at a functional level. But what does he want with his career at this point? I mean, that's really what he's got to decide, because if he's going to a high-level contender, probably a vet minimum deal. If he's going to a team like the Spurs, yeah, they might pay you a little more, but you got no chance of winning a title. So we'll see what he wants to do. We'll also see who the first new free agent signing is. We have not gotten a single external free agent signing, and we are 16 minutes into free agency. So, yeah, producer Jack says no one wants to get caught tampering. So maybe there's a written agreement among NBA GMs. Hey, we're letting 30 minutes go by before anyone signs. Yeah, come on. Leak Chat Sports that news next time. Who will sign first? Who's it going to be? Paul George? I don't think so. He's meeting with multiple teams. Bay says LeBron just confirmed 2-year signing. Well, nothing official on that. Probably will be a 2-year deal, though, when he does sign. DeMar DeRozan to the Lakers, question mark? He'd have to take a lot less than what his market's going to be. Or it would have to be some kind of sign-in trade. Got a super chat coming in on Maine. Curry back to the Mavs. Noah, I don't think Seth Curry is going to have a fourth stint in Dallas. I think that ship has sailed, finally. Jay says, look at super chat, please. Okay. That was on our Mavericks channel. He was saying that, so we'll catch up on that as well. Here is our super chat menu. If you guys want to donate, every 100 likes, we're beers, cheers in. $5, we'll talk about your favorite team. $10, we'll spin the roulette wheel. $20, shot time. $100, beer bong or shotgun a beer. So those are our items today. Jacob the Saint from Maine says, what can that Orlando do? Monk out, Klay out, D'Lo out, PG unlikely. It's a good question. I mean, do you pivot to like the next tier of player? Like, do you look into a Brandon Ingram trade? I don't think he's that valuable, but do you sign Tobias Harris to a 1-year deal to give you some offense and positional versatility? I don't think DeMar is a great fit, but do you consider signing him? Would he even go there? Do they wait and see if Donovan Mitchell's made available via trade? So, if you're Orlando, you got to stay patient. You have a good young core. You're coming off a good year. But, yeah, obviously they want to add around Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero. Jay with the 5 says, for Mavericks today, he says, would you trade Maxey, Hardy, and a 2025 first for Klay and Kuminga? Yeah, if you got both, but I don't think Golden State's giving you Kuminga for 1 first-round pick, Maxey Kleber, and Jaden Hardy. I just don't see it. And would you do it? And if Jones doesn't re-sign, would you think that means Omax is ready? I mean, if Jones doesn't re-sign, I think that means that a team just offered more than the mid-level, and there's nothing Dallas could do. I don't think it has anything to do with Omax. I hope he's ready. I have some hope he can be in the rotation next year, but I don't think you can operate, if you're the Mavericks, expecting him to be a high-level rotation guy. Like, I think you have to assume that anything he gives you in year 2 is bonus. Kind of like what Jones did last year. When they signed him, they did not expect him to play the role he did. So you never know, but there's certainly some development that's still needed there. Our Super Chat menu between Mavericks today and the Heat Report is a tight one, 23-20 in favor of the Mavs. Appreciate all donations, and helping us grow here. Do have a minor piece of news. The Jazz are waiving center Omer Yurtseven. So there's that. Here's our updated top free agents available. Again, LeBron and Maxey, they're not going anywhere. It's just a matter of when those re-signings happen. We know Maxey's getting the max, but Philly's going to use their cap space first to get external guys like potentially a Paul George who's third on that list, maybe a DeMar DeRozan or Klay Thompson as well. Are in the mix there. Reports around Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to Philly have been out there also. Isaiah Hartenstein, been a lot of buzz of him going to Oklahoma City. I just mentioned KCP. There's been some Dallas chatter, Philadelphia now, Orlando. That's another guy Orlando could target for whoever asked me that a minute ago. Kelly Oubre, Tyus Jones, Caleb Martin, it kind of thins out from there. You're talking about fringe starters, backup types, Miles Bridges, what is his market considering his off-the-court history? Tobias Harris, decent stats, but not really a player that leads to winning. Derrick Jones, obviously the Mavs would like to bring him back. Jonas Valanciunas been chatter with the Lakers. That could be a possibility. And then you got Gary Trent in there as well. For Mavs, for people watching on our Mavs channel, Bobby Marks has this note that the Mavericks have a $16.1 million trade exception created from the Tim Hardaway Jr. trade. The Lakers and Clippers would be $12.8 million non-tax mid-level. This is for Klay Thompson, unless they commit to a sign-and trade. So again, if the Lakers or Clippers want to get him, it has to be a sign-and trade. I guess the Mavericks can absorb him in a trade with that $16.1 million. So if Klay is willing to take 3 for $48, $16 a year, that could work. 76ers could have $14 million if Paul George signs a max with them. So that's interesting. That would get, to me, from a financial perspective, that gives the Mavs an advantage if they want to try to acquire him via a sign-and trade. Although I guess with the trade exception, some kind of transaction would have to take place, so you'd have to send something back. But we'll see what happens there. I mean, the Mavs seem pretty intent on trying to get Klay. The report was that they would rather have, if it came down to it, they'd rather have Klay than Derrick Jones. I don't know if I agree with that, but the goal is to have both. They want to sign and trade for Klay or somehow sign Klay or do a small trade with that exception to get him and then re-sign Jones under the 12.8, 12.9 mid-level exception. And then you kind of just run back the rest of your team, right? I mean, you got Quentin Grimes, you shipped out Tim Hardaway, and the rest of your team's back. So obviously you'd have to wait and see who would potentially go to Golden State in a sign-and trade for Klay Thompson. You would imagine Josh Green would be a strong candidate there, but you also got Quentin Grimes, who's kind of just a natural replacement for Josh Green. So that kind of works from a roster construction standpoint. So Klay Thompson meeting with 4 teams, the Mavs, Lakers, Clippers, and Sixers. Paul George taking meetings as well with teams. So it's going to be interesting. Maybe the reason we're starting slow here is teams are waiting to see where those two guys or players are waiting to see where those two guys end up. If you're DeMar DeRozan, do you sign now or do you wait for Paul George? You probably wait for Paul George to see what your market is. So keep those things in mind as we progress here. Almost 25 minutes into free agency. No external signing yet. This is wild. Appreciate everybody tuning in. This is our Super Chat menu as we'll get to a Chris Paul tweet here in a second as well. Next Super Chat gets a wheel spin, so it doesn't matter how much it is, doesn't matter what channel it comes from. It could be $1, it could be $10, it could be more, doesn't matter. Next Super Chat, we're spinning the wheel for you. $20, we'll take shots. $100, we'll do a beer bong or shotgun a beer. So any amount of a Super Chat, we will spin the roulette wheel for you guys. So we'll make that happen for you. All right, we got this as well, that the Bulls offered Zach LaVine to the Warriors for a package that included Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul. The Warriors declined and just released Chris Paul instead. I think that goes to show that teams around the NBA do not value Zach LaVine right now. They just don't. He was banged up last year. A couple of years ago, I thought he played at a really high level, averaged almost 30 points per game, and was very efficient in doing so, but Doesn't play defense, has some injury concerns now. His contract is brutal. He's due $43 million this year, $46 the next year, and has a player option for almost $49 the year after that, which he would likely opt into at this point. So it's tough, man. It's tough. Like, what do you do if you're the Bulls? Like, I think you just have to keep him, and you hope he plays well to start this season, and maybe you trade him at the trade deadline. Because the way he played last year when he was on the court wasn't that inspiring. So I don't think teams are very interested in Zach LaVine at this point in time. Teams aren't interested in signing anyone at this point in time. Nick Rohloff is about to be back, and when he gets back and settled, I'm going to hop off for a sec as things are a little slow. Noah Turner with the $1, so that's a wheel spin. The next super chat got a wheel spin, so we will do that. So let's spin the wheel here for Noah. Shout out to Noah. Shout out to Noah. All right. It is Beers Cheers. Cheers, Noah. Appreciate you watching as Nick Rohloff is about to return. He is ready to go. Rolly, if you want to talk to the live audience more about Kevin Love, you can do that.
Well, first of all, I want to shout out to all the Heat fans still out there. Like, I was expecting a little bit of dip in audience since I was gone for about 10 minutes.
They love me.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. I see a lot of where's Rolly. Rolly is back. Appreciate everyone for staying tuned. But obviously, Kevin Love re-signing a 2-year deal with Miami. The most interesting note of that, which you'll see on our VOD, which is going out in just a second, is that this is a 2-year deal straight up. Last season, Kevin Love re-signed with the Miami Heat on a 1+1, where it was a 1 year plus a player option, which Kevin Love obviously opted out of, which made him a free agent. But Kevin Love is a straight up 2-year deal. So Love is on this Heat roster for the next 2 seasons, which is a little bit of an intriguing note as well. But either way, Love is back. And in other news, Omer Yurtseven got waived by the Utah Jazz. All those Omer fans from in Miami, they were in the gutter. Yeah, how about this, though? Still nobody has changed teams. It's been 26 minutes, and no one has signed with a different team? What are we doing here? What are we doing? This is no fun. This is no fun. Oh. Seeps, is that true? The Warriors declined Wiggins and Paul for LaVine? Wow, LaVine's value is in the gutter. I don't know if I've ever seen a player go from an asset at least viewed in a positive light to this far in the other direction is crazy. I'll also say this for the 500 Heat fans still watching. Donovan Mitchell still has yet to sign his extension. Just going to point that out there. All right, let's talk some James Harden, though, because right before free agency did open, he signed 2 years on a $70 million deal to return to the Clippers. And this makes a lot of sense, right? Like, the Clippers need James Harden back, especially with the Paul George situation up in the air. And no matter what you think about James Harden, right, like, he is a really good point guard at this point in his career. Simply one of the best playmakers, averaging almost 10 assists a game in the last 4 seasons. He obviously missed it this past year, but he's been really good. And I thought he showed some nice things during the postseason. There's always going to be that question of James Harden, not a playoff player, is a playoff player, like whatever you want to say about him. I like what he's done in his career as of late to take that next step. And he can win you a ball game, man. Think about his last season with the 76ers. Like, he was the reason why that series with the Celtics in the second round went 7 games, because he went absolutely nuclear and a couple dropping 40-piece tenders. Like, he was really good. So I think there's still a pretty solid player out there, or in him, I should say, with James Harden. And I think this is a good decision from the Clips. They need to bring him back. They need to try to stay as competitive as possible with Kawhi Leonard. And it just makes too much sense if you're asking me. So he is returning to the Clips on a 2-year, $70 million deal worth $35 per season. Little update here with Isaiah Hartenstein. With cap space teams like Orlando focused on wings and Utah focused on current roster decisions, and Knicks working to unhard cap, the Thunder are in Oregon set to meet with Isaiah Hartenstein. So the Oklahoma City Thunder are meeting with Isaiah Hartenstein, and that is something that makes a lot of sense for them to get together. But speaking about the Clippers, Paul George is obviously the biggest domino to fall in free agency, as he is expected to take meetings with the Clips, Magic, and 76ers. Let me ask you, we've talked about the fit with Philly. Will the Clippers re-sign Paul George? That is a question that we have to ask. Type Y for yes or type N for no. It's also our new live poll on our stream. So let us know what you think on Paul George. Is he going to return to LA? Will the Clippers end up offering him the bag and get him the return to create that little trio of Harden, PG, and Kawhi Leonard once again? I'd be intrigued for sure. I'm stunned. I know you guys have been saying this behind the scenes, but no team switching yet. They might be dodging the tampering. They're not slick. You know, I really appreciate lawnmower balls in the chat of the Heat Report just constantly spamming different good players to Miami. We got Steph Curry to Miami. We got De'Aaron Fox to Miami. We got Brandon Ingram to Miami. And now we got Zach LaVine to Miami. Just like going right down the line. You know, I appreciate what you're doing down in the chat. I do that. All right, DJ Noel with a $5 super chat. Mavs need a forward. I'm thinking Butler or Lauri Markkanen could help the Mavs. If Cavs keep Mitchell, they should trade for Rudy. Bring that comes to back. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Jimmy Butler's not getting traded. Damn sure ain't going to the Dallas Mavericks. I don't think Lauri Markkanen is going to be traded either. Yeah, so DJ, appreciate the super chat, but I just do not forecast any of those players being dealt. Now, Rudy Gobert, that's interesting because the Timberwolves have one of the highest cap numbers in the NBA and need to shed some salary. Oh, Seeps, I'm sorry for not putting a headlight in there, but that looks good to me. All right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no Mavs. All right, you want a shout out on today's show? Retweet our pinned tweet. Jack Letter is going to send the tweet into the live chat. If you retweet that, oh, interesting. Kelly Iko says Nicholas Batum will not be returning to the 76ers. So interesting little role player out there available. Oh, interesting role player, I should say. Let's give some shout outs to people retweeting our pinned tweet though. Let's see. You want a shout out? I'm looking. Well, we got some real ones who have already retweeted it, like Matt Riche, VR3 Pendleton, upcoming actor, CB, Joey Peets. Shout out to all the real ones retweeting our pinned tweet. I'm still looking to see new ones. I'm still looking to see some new ones. Oh, we got a couple. Oh, we got a lot coming in. We got Jesse Stewart. We got I Am a Big L. We got Chris V. Who else is giving some retweets? We got Official the Blue Devil. Let's go. Let's go. Continue to show some love. We got Coy Nguyen. Nguyen? I think it's Nguyen. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. All right. Who is going to be the first player to sign? That question still can be asked, which is kind of wild. It's just flat out wild that we can still talk about which player is going to be the first to sign with a new team. It's crazy to say that. Here are some of the biggest moves to happen before free agency. Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, they all return to their team. So does Malik Monk and Nick Claxton. A little bit of shocker there from Malik Monk. Next page here, Emmanuel Quickly got a shocking 5-year, $175 million deal with $35 million per, which is kind of crazy to me that you would be that much money because I don't think IQ is worth $35 per season, but it is what it is. Bruce Brown, 1 year, $23 million team option picked up. PJ Tucker and Jay Rich all opt in to their contracts. D'Angelo Russell and Jackson Hayes opt in. Delano Banton got his option picked up. It was as a team option from Portland.
Real quick, fun fact about Delano Banton. We did this in our. I was just doing our research here, getting ready for free agency. The most random stat that you could possibly imagine.
Okay, I'm in.
Delano Banton started the season with Boston.
Okay.
Did nothing, as you probably would expect.
Yep.
Gets traded to Portland.
Yep.
In 30 games with Portland, 16.7 points per game and almost 5 rebounds and almost 4 assists.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was a jack. I think there was a game up there that Delano Banton went like 0-15 from 3.
That's just incredible.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I think it happened.
What's more impressive, that or Malachi Flynn's 50-point game? Malachi Flynn is now a free agent.
Malachi Flynn, he stinks. He's so bad. That is the fakest 50-point game of all time, by the way.
I mean, it's 50 points. 50 points is 50 points.
I'll tell you what. Disgusting. Disgusting work. All right, other news. Royce O'Neal, 4-year, $44 million deal with the Suns. That's an intriguing one because I think that sets the market for other free agents that are out there, like Caleb Martin, Derek Jones Jr., especially when you see Obi Toppin get a 4 for $60, which is $15 million per. Like, having that little baseline be set for free agents in that role-playing role, right? Like, Royce O'Neal at $11 million, Obi Toppin at $15. So where do those other role players fit in? Because if I'm talking Derek Jones Jr. and Caleb Martin, like, they're probably closer to Obi Toppin's $15 million than they are Royce O'Neal's $11 million. So that's the thing that we're going to have to keep out for because it seems like that high-level role player market is anywhere between $11 million and $15 million per season. Couple interesting ones here. A bad contract in Rashawn Holmes. Like, he stinks. I know that second year is not guaranteed, but him getting $13 million this season is just a ridiculous number. It's just one of those things where the Wizards need to spend money. So they got to get there. And then how about this just horrific decision by the Chicago Bulls to give Patrick Williams a 5-year, $90 million deal? Like, it's just simply not a good contract. P-Dub, as they dub him in the Chicagoland, like, just simply isn't worth $90 million. He isn't. I don't like his game. I don't. 5 for 90 is just too much money. Patrick Williams, he can't create for himself. He's just a product of his environment. I know Chicago fans are going to say, no DeRozan, no Zach LaVine. P-Dub's going to have an expanded role. My ass. This guy stinks. He can defend a little bit, sure. He just isn't that good. He just isn't that good. Probably two of the biggest moves today. Max Christie going back to the Lakers on a 4-year, $32 million deal. And then James Harden, 2 for $70. J Hard, I expected him to re-sign with the Clippers. I did, and it didn't surprise me at the money he received from Los Angeles. But I'll be honest, I think it was a good move because they need to do it. They do. And especially with the possibility of losing Paul George, you couldn't lose Harden and PG. So they end up re-signing Harden on a $35 million deal. So, yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Other two news that happened. The only two signings that happened after free agency technically opened. Luke Cornett, Kevin Love. Nothing crazy there, if we're going to be honest. Nothing crazy. I see I made a lot of people mad about the Patrick Williams comments. A lot of people mad. I'll be honest. Like, Raging says stop saying that it's casual. Can you tell me why he deserves $18 million per season? I made my statement. I want you to rebuttal it. Because I'm up here putting my face and my name onto that take. You're Raging Oracle or not. So can you tell me why he deserves $18 million in the comment section? And don't just say he's a 3-and-D forward at 22 years old, because that's not a reason. Give me a real reason down below if you're really about that life. If you're really about that life. Other news / rumors. We kind of mentioned it on air. I don't know why Shams brought up Orlando, Utah, and the crew, but I think we got a signing. No? Oh, okay. I just saw Coop's message, and then I just saw on cue, and I just assumed someone signed. Okay. Still nothing yet. So the Thunder are meeting with Isaiah Hartenstein in Eugene, Oregon. So we'll see there. It makes a lot of sense that those two would come together here because Hartenstein does a lot of things that Oklahoma City needs. Thunder just need more size along Chet Holmgren. And Chet was great in his first season of playing, but he needs to put on weight. And I don't know if he could handle being the workload of a true center against other centers like a Gafford, like that are big-bodied, super physical, having, all right? So I like bringing in Hartenstein if you can, moving Chet to the 4 because he can space the floor, and you got two big men there. You move Jalen Williams to the 3, SGA at the 1, and then you fill in Caruso or Lou Dort at the 2, and the other one's the 6th man, and I think it's a really good number here. Let's get to 1,000 likes, folks. We are 134 likes away from getting to a stack. Let's go. I'm taking a sip of my beer every 100 likes, so let's get to a stack, and I'll take 2 sips of my beer. Oh, Sam Brown's offering up a shot. I'm going to lace it with peanut butter. They said I can't say that because he's allergic to peanut butter. So can you not have peanut butter whiskey? Does that count? Okay, interesting. I didn't know how they made the peanut butter, so. Oh, did you? Oh, that'd be tough. All right, it's a beer choose. We got it. We're under 100 away. Let's go. I have $5 super chat on the Heat Report. Let's go, Jay Townsend. Let's go, Jay. All right, hold on. Raging Oracle is trying to tell me about that life. He didn't get the memo. He's just spamming the contract details of Patrick Williams. That's not explaining to me why he deserves $18 million a season. It's not explaining it. I just need more. I just need more. I mean, you're giving me the contract details. Cool. Like, I'd like to know why he deserves $18 million. I feel like what my goal here has worked. I've gotten people riled up in the chat, and I've gotten these two people riled up out here, and I have successfully gotten it done. Oh, no shit. Wow. We got some news, folks. We got some rumors. Jake Fisher, Russell Westbrook opted into his $4 million contract, but the Clippers are now working to trade him. So I don't know why Russ just didn't opt out, unless he thought he wasn't going to get $4 million plus. But either way, Russell Westbrook is technically, I guess, available for trade. Excuse me. Interesting to see who would pick up the phone to try to trade him. Also, I don't know what he would cost in a trade. Like, ooh. Heat fans, thought for you. Heat fans, I have a thought for you. Josh Richardson opted in, makes $3 million. Would you trade Josh Richardson and Orlando Robinson for Russell Westbrook? Would you do it? Where would you do it? Would you trade Jay Rich and Orlando Robinson for Russell Westbrook? Loveless says yes. Omai says yes. Aiden says no. Andy says yes. Oma Chromosome says yes. MX says no. Francisco, yes. Tyman, yes. I see a lot of yeses, couple no's, but majority of yeses. Where will Russell Westbrook play next season? Let me know. That is tough. That's a tongue twister. Not going to lie. Yeah. Where will Russell Westbrook play next season? Give me your predictions down below. I'm seeing more no's. I'm going to change this to the live poll. I'm curious. I'm seeing a lot of OKCs. I'm seeing some Pistons. I'm seeing the Suns in our chat. Would you trade Jay Rich or Orlando Robinson for Russell Westbrook? It's our live poll. Go vote in it on our Heat channel for the 450 people watching. Let me know. Let me know. All right, we got Michael's Budget saying Suns. Bron says the Harlem Globetrotters. Clayton says in his backyard. Alexander says Utah. Rick says China. XD says Warriors. Sam says the Suns. Russell Westbrook KD reunion? Hello. Sandwich says Dallas. Firefighter says Cavs. Logan says Thunder. That'd be fun. Honestly, that'd be fun. I don't know if it works, but it'd be fun. Another $5 super chat from DJ Noah. We also did get a 5 on Heat, just saying. Okay. Bulls should do a sign and trade with DeRozan. 3-team deal with the Lakers and Hornets. Bulls get LaMelo Ball. Is that supposed to be Anthony Davis? L. Ball and Davis and M. Bridges? Lakers get DeRozan and Nick Richards? Yeah, what do the Hornets get? And how are the Bulls netting Anthony Davis, LiAngelo Ball, and Miles Bridges for Nick DeRozan? This is that DJ. I just not gonna happen, kid. Jay Townsend with a $5 super chat. Nick, I think the Heat should take another shot at bringing Kelly Oubre to Miami. He'd be a great fit. I think he would be a great fit, Jay. Problem is, because of how well he played this past season for the 76ers, he is going to get at least probably 10, 13 mil. So he is absolutely going to be too expensive for Miami. So unfortunately, Jay, Kelly Oubre is not going to happen to the Heat. Super Chat battle is in full display, though. The Heat Report and Mavericks today are going at it. The Heat Report lead by $1. Let's extend our lead. We're up 25-24. Let's get a lead. Let's get a lead. $5. We get you on screen for any Super Chat. $5 we talk about your team. $10 we spin the wheel. $20 is a shot. For the Heat fans and for the Heat fans only, $50 Super Chat's a beer bong for me. Just for the Heat Report. Just for the Heat Report. Nope. Just for the Heat Report. Still $100 on Maine. Just going to give it a slightly counted discount for my Heat fans. Slightly. 50%. It's big. Yeah, you're right. Unbiased. Don't play favorites. We don't. We'll just half off for the Heat fans. Oh, Shams confirmed it, by the way, on Russ. So that is happening. Fisher's back, by the way. He hit his rock bottom with "It's fucking where," guys. So sorry, y'all. But after that, he's been kind of hot. He's been hot. He's hot. He's hot. That's all I know.
All right, I'm back. By the way, I don't know who Sean Cunningham is, but he's a Sacramento-based reporter. He says the Kings are looking into Brandon Ingram. There you go. Do you like that fit?
I actually do. Yeah, it's a good fit for them.
Sean Cunningham.
They do need wing scoring because when you think about where they need to improve, they need defensive help. Now, BI doesn't do that, but if you're going to look for an offensive guy, it makes sense on the wings because you can play Keegan at the 2 potentially.
Secondary playmaker for Fox.
Yeah, Keegan at the 2 because I don't think you're trading Keegan. Now, maybe Keegan could be a 4 or you just move BI to the 4, Sabonis at the 5. I don't know. We'll see. That's an intriguing fit. That's for sure.
Yeah, Mavs fans, I'm back. Appreciate you hanging with us. Pretty quiet so far. The main Mavs news is Klay Thompson is visiting with Dallas, both LA teams, and the Sixers. So that's kind of it right now. No chatter on Derek Jones just yet. Okay, we're going to play our favorite game. Shout out your favorite team, and we'll talk about the first. Sham saying the Nuggets could be interested in trading for Russ. That's a death sentence.
Well, they do need a backup point guard after Reggie Jackson.
I'd rather just sign CP3 if I was them, but we'll see. All right, shout out your favorite team. Rolly, you get some shout outs, and then in like 20 seconds, I'll look at the chat, and the first one I see, I'll
hold on, let me read this real quick. If you, because this.
Wait, you want to flip rolls there?
This is some Heat news here.
Jacob says Cavs. WZG says Heat. Han Solo says Warriors. XD Gamer says Magic. Green Caesar Spurs. Carly Sixers. Oscar Lakers. Caden says Cavs. Joey says Timberwolves. Green Caesar says Spurs. Got a super chat coming in on Chat Sports. Get to that in a second. Lore says Warriors. We got a lot of Mavs, of course, coming in on our Mavs channel. Noah, Samuel, E. Braggart. Marcus says, why no interest from the Mavs for BI? Because you already have two ball-dominant guys in Luka and Kyrie, and BI is not that effective off ball, so I don't like that fit.
All right, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm back now. I just had to read some salary cap news for Miami after that.
Anything worth passing along to
yeah,
the Heat
just
report?
a little update on where they are after the signing of Kevin Love in terms of like tax money and stuff like that. So the Heat now have 11 players under their roster, and they're $1.1 million under the first apron, $12 million under the second apron. So they have to still sign 3 people. At bare minimum, they have to sign 3 people. And those can't take more than $12 million unless you want to go in the second apron. So they could technically, as we talk about the potential return of Haywood Highsmith, like you could sign Haywood on a deal that is $7 mil against the cap, and then 2 vet mins and stay under the second apron, technically. But I would not be too optimistic on that.
By the way, I just tweeted this out. No free agent signings 9 minutes in. Talk about overcompensating for tampering.
Yeah. Is it that, or is it this that the new apron stuff is just so tough? Like,
Might play a role, but not a single. There's not even like a vet min guy. Like nothing.
but like,
Zero.
but here's my thing: is like, why would any player sign on the vet min? This
Why would they
early?
any other year? It happens every year.
Well, why wouldn't they just wait? If you're gonna be a vet min guy regardless, you might as well wait.
For a 0 external signings, almost an hour in, that feels like a league wide.
No, I'm not saying it's ridiculous, but
Yeah, this is brutal.
all right, let's do this game one more time. Shout out your favorite team. Oh, we haven't picked the team originally. All right, spam your team, and we'll do in about 30 seconds.
All right, keep
Spam your
spamming.
teams. We also did get a 20 on the Heat chat, too.
Rick the Flame says OKC. Joey says Timberwolves. Jacob says Cavs. Science Logic says Bulls. M Max says Brooklyn. All right, Rolly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a team.
I saw the Cavs.
All right, Donovan Mitchell watch.
Cavs is the first team that I saw, and that's really it. Like, they took Jalen Tyson in the first round of the NBA draft. I like that pick at 20. I think that's a good one. But like, that's the biggest thing is, what are they doing with Donovan Mitchell? Is he signing long term? Is he not? Because if he doesn't sign in a long term deal, like, then what are we doing? Because if he doesn't if he doesn't sign that long term deal, are the are the Cavs just going to be looking to go elsewhere? Are they building around Garland and Mobley? Like, I don't know. Like, when you talk about the Cavs, you have to talk about Donovan Mitchell and to see what he does. But like I will say, if he doesn't opt in and choose to go long term, and he just gets traded, like, you're going to get a pretty nice package and be able to build your team for the future at least. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely a player to watch there in Donovan Mitchell as we still await for the – by the way, I'm saying this right here, right now. If we get an external signing exactly at 7 o'clock Eastern time, it is the most obvious fake we're letting an hour go by thing of all time. If we get a Woj, Shams, whoever tweet exactly at 7 Eastern, it's the most calculated thing I've ever seen. No one's fooling me, buddy.
Jay, we're going to get your super chat on screen in a second. Don't you worry, Jay.
Yeah, keep shouting out your favorite team. We'll pick a team in a second, but let's catch up on these super chats in the meantime. Catch up on these super chats. I said we're going to come back. Keep shouting out your team. I'll get one in a second. Let's get them. Then we'll pick a team.
Shout out to Jay Townsend for the $20 super chat on the Heat. This is for the Heat, Nick. Go Heat. Jay, you're a legend. You put us up by now $21 in our super chat battle against Mavericks today. I also owe a shot. Yeah, if you want to cast.
Do you have a shot glass?
No, Sam, can you grab me a shot glass if you have a second?
Shout out Jay.
I'll take that shot in a second, Jay.
Rick the Flame says Oklahoma City. He was shouting out his favorite team. We got to talk about the Thunder because that's a super chat. $5, we'll talk about your favorite team. Oscar says, let's go. Jonas says, Mavs trade Green first and a pal to Atlanta for DeAndre Hunter. I wouldn't be opposed, but I think they're potentially using Josh Green in a trade for sign a trade for Klay Thompson. All right, Thunder, Rolly. Had a busy draft, drafted 3 guys in the top 40. Don't really have any notable free agents. The big chatter and the recent reports that they're meeting with Isaiah Hartenstein up in Eugene, Oregon. I think if they sign him to a big contract, that's probably all their big moves they would do. They might add a vet or 2, vet minimum guy off the bench, but I think they want to get some physicality at that 5 spot and let Chet be more of a roamer at that 4 position.
Yeah. Couldn't say it better myself. Seems like Isaiah Hartenstein is their number 1 guy they want in free agency. Makes a lot of sense for them to go do that, and I think it will get done in the next 24 hours.
No surprise, the Clippers are looking to trade P.J. Tucker. This is where Detroit comes in. If the Clippers will attach a couple of picks, a couple seconds, I bet they would take them on.
Ooh, new hypothetical for Heat fans. Would you trade Duncan Robinson for Russell Westbrook and P.J. Tucker? You would save $4 million as well. So you save $4 million and get P.J. and Russ. Would you do it?
Do you have enough shooting? You're already probably lacking shooting a little bit. Would you do that? I'll ask you.
I don't know. I'm just asking Heat fans.
I know. I'm just curious if you would. Terry from Mavs. Nico will make the right moves. Derek Jones, 13 to 15 is too rich. Well, again, if it's beyond 12.8, the mid-level, they're not going to do it. They can't really. Nico will work some of his magic for sure. I think a plan B to Derek Jones if he gets beyond the mid-level could be Najee Marshall. That's been reported. He's a potential option there. Beyond that, I'm not sure. We'll see. There was some KCP sign and trade talk, but I don't think you could pull that off and Klay Thompson. Like if Klay goes elsewhere, maybe they pivot to KCP. So we'll wait and see on that front. The Heat report up 45 to 29 in our Super Chat battle. Is this where I steal $5 from the Heat, kind of like you did the other day?
No, because you guys didn't get a Heat fan on Mavericks today.
Hey, you're just taking his word for it. You don't know.
Well, he then came over in Super Chat to the Heat report, so I think it was pretty confirmed he's a Heat fan.
That was good evidence.
I'll add another $1, Jack, because my guy Joe Lawton came in with a $1 Super Chat. Shout out to Joe.
Shout out to Joe.
My guy Joe, baby.
MFFL's $20, $20 Super Chat would put the Mavs back on top, so that's where we sit. 3 minutes.
Oh, Jay Townsend's coming in hot today, baby.
I thought you were going to say a signing with some real news.
No, this is more exciting. Would I rather see a signing, or would I rather see Jay Townsend come with another 20? Definitely Jay Townsend coming with a 20. One more time for the Heat, Nick. Don't want to get you drunk. Just talk about my Heat.
You can get him drunk, Jay. I'm giving you permission.
You can.
I will buy his Uber home.
I will allow it. But anyway, Jay, it's hard to talk about our Heat anymore. Like, it is a waiting game. Like, could the Heat go out there and strike for, God damn it.
You spill?
No, just other things. Could they go out there and get a Haywood Highsmith? Sure, but like, I don't know. Do they wait on that? It feels like Highsmith is the first domino to fall for Miami. Bringing him back or not?
Remember Caleb Martin?
No, Caleb's already gone. That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
Haywood Highsmith is the only one where it's like, well, is he going to return? Is he not going to return? There was that buzz from Michael Scotto that there was like 8 teams interested in Highsmith, and they could get a non-taxpayer mid-level, which means he could get $13 million, basically. And I'm like, well, shit, if he signed for $13 million, there's absolutely no chance that he returns to Miami. So it's tough, man. It's tough. Thank you, Jay.
Cheers. All right, you look at some of the top free agents here, which, by the way, 2 minutes away from 7 o'clock Eastern. My prediction, before 7:05, we will get an external signing, but it will be after 7 o'clock. Because this is a clear, calculated hour to not do external signings. LeBron and Maxey, they're not going anywhere. Those are just formalities. Paul George meeting with a few teams today. The Sixers, the Clippers, and not the Lakers. Who was the third team? Is it the Magic? Magic are the third team. No chatter on DeMar yet. I think he's kind of we're going to wait and see what Paul George does first. Klay Thompson meeting with the Mavs, Clippers, Lakers, and Sixers. That's the latest on him. Isaiah Hartenstein currently meeting with the Thunder. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, the reports leading into free agency were that the Mavs could be interested in a sign and trade. Today, the reports are that the Sixers could try to combo him with Paul George in Philadelphia. I think the Magic could be in play there as well. Kelly Oubre, Tyus Jones, Caleb Martin, Roy, as you kind of get into that next tier level of free agent.
Yeah, and we'll see what Caleb ends up getting. Haven't really seen a lot of people or a lot of reports or rumors on what teams could be interested in Caleb Martin, but he's expected to get close to 12, 13 mil a season. Just curious to see which team it ends up giving. Tobias Harris, interesting note here, Harrison. I just saw a little report from Keith Pompey, who covers the Sixers, that the Jazz, the Spurs, the Pistons, and there was one more team I'm forgetting, could be interested in his services. So wonder if Tobias Harris ends up going back to Detroit or ends up going to a team like San Antonio, which would be interesting. It'd be kind of gross, but interesting. Oh, it's the Mavericks. Thank you. Oh, shit, the Mavs.
And Tobias?
Yeah, that's what Keith Pompey said.
I guess I wouldn't hate it for the mid-level, but who would you rather have in a vacuum, Derrick Jones or Tobias Harris?
Oh, Tobias is a better basketball player.
He is, but I think Jones is a better defender.
You're asking for in a vacuum, it's Tobias Harris.
If the money's equal, I'd probably agree.
Sure, DJJ was good for y'all last year, but I watched Derrick Jones Jr. get dared to shoot the basketball.
He was terrible in the finals.
As much as Tobias Harris has got his struggles in the postseason, you're not going to dare him to shoot the ball.
Yeah, no.
Derrick Jones Jr. got dared.
I hear you. Yeah, Jones lost some confidence. That is one thing I'm worried about Jones just in general is this is really the only year of his career where he's kind of had a complete, consistent season. Is he going to build upon this or could he regress? I mean, I think playing next to Luka helps him because he gets better looks on those catch and shoots. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I wonder what Buddy Hield gets. I mean, his stock had to have fallen a lot after his play with Philadelphia.
His stock went down for sure.
Is he probably a mid-level guy? 10 to 13?
I think it could be less than 10.
Does he have to sign a 1 year kind of
he doesn't defend. It might be a Kelly Oubre type thing from last year where he signed super cheap on a 1 year deal, like you mentioned,
tries to rebuild
and has to try to rebuild the stock.
Yeah, could happen. Could happen. I wonder if a team like Detroit would give him 2 for $40, and he's like, screw it, I'll take the money.
Christ, $20 for Buddy Hield? What are we doing?
$20 would be very cheap.
Cool.
All right, we're less than 200 subs away from our next milestone. We still got 1,700 live, even though literally nothing has happened. Oh, who called it? They waited an hour. This is the most calculated thing.
Wait, no. Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, fake news Sammy over there.
Yeah.
Resigning.
The Celtics have been the most active team in free agency.
Neemias
Queta, yeah.
Neemias Queta. There you go. Oh, man. All right, hit that sub button. Oh, we got a $50 super chat on the Heat or on Mavericks today to take a lead over the Heat report.
He should have to leave. He should have to leave.
Why?
You said the Heat report.
Oh, sorry.
I got excited.
Hey, what do you want me to say? Oh, man. I'd get excited for Rolly. He wouldn't get excited for me, but I would get excited. All right, let's get to 378 tonight. We're 182 away. Come show love on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Let's get to Alex Mitz. He says, Mavs on top. I'll tell you what, Alex, I got about half of this left. I'll chug the rest of it. Shout out to Alex.
Are you guys on top now?
We got $79 in super
chats. All right, we're at 72. We're battling.
We're battling here. 79-72.
Stickman Sam.
Cheers to Alex.
Shout out to Stickman Sam. Cody Zeller. Oh, God, don't get me started about Cody Zeller. His 5-minute stretches in the NBA Finals is the reason why we lost those series. I mean, we lost in 5 games, but, I'm telling you, his plus-minus and his, 10-minute stretches were, minus 15. They were so bad.
That was, the one game the Mavs lost to the Timberwolves when Lively was out. They lost that game in 3.5 minutes of Dwight Powell having to play. It's unbelievable. They literally did.
I actually saw someone put up a poll of who has been the worst center to back up Bam Adebayo between Cody Zeller, Dwayne Dedmon, Thomas Bryant. Most of the people voted for Dwayne Dedmon, but I voted for Cody Zeller.
You think Bryant was better than Zeller?
Thomas Bryant was he just didn't play enough to be better or worse.
He was just irrelevant.
Oh, a signing!
Andre
Drummond to the Sixers!
Before 7:05.
And there it is.
Before 7:05.
The first signing is Andre Drummond on a 2-year, $10 million deal.
I actually love that
to
fit.
the Philadelphia 76ers.
I actually love that fit.
So, Adembana, not backup center to Joel Embiid.
Yeah, Drummond's going to be their backup. If they pull off a Paul George KCP, that's a pretty good core.
Now, I don't think Drummond takes them out of KCP, but I don't think that it's going to be
that might be the biannual 2 for 10.
Yeah, I don't know. Are they pulling all of those dudes? I don't know.
If it counts against the biannual, it doesn't do anything to them, and they could still cut Paul Reed. That frees up $8 million. It's doable still.
No, a lot of Heat fans wanted Drummond for the low at a time, but
I've always liked Drummond. He attacks the offensive glass. He's not a great defensive player, but he's not a disaster. Finishes well around the rim. I like that fit. They need a playable backup center behind Joel Embiid, and Drummond provides that.
What is this garbage? Who reported this?
Oh!
A $50 super chat on the Heat Report, baby! Let's go!
We got a 10 on Mavs, so we're going back and forth, but the Heat are out in front.
Let's go! Jay Townsend, again the MVP of today's show. That's a beer bong. Let's go. Go Heat. We're better than the Mavs. Come on, Heat fans. Who else is going to help out Jay Townsend? He can't do it all by himself. We've gotten Stickman. We've gotten Joe Lawton to help him out.
Oh, no! Alex again! A 50 on Mavericks today. He says, what's another 50? This one is for the boys. Let's go, Mavs. Let's go, Mavs. Let's go, Mavs. Let's go, Mavs. Shout out to Alex.
Poverty franchise out in Dallas.
Yeah, we all remember 2011.
We all remember 3 championships to 1.
Shout out to Alex. Omar's burner with the 10. He says, F the Heat Report. Let's go, Mavs. Also perfect during this downtime to push my Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers agenda. Omar, I'm rooting for you, buddy. Terry Maples, a 2 from the Mavs channel as well. Would you rather get Tobias or Klay? I still think Klay. Tobias has just been a disaster in the postseason. I wouldn't mind Tobias, but I'll take Klay for his catch and shoot ability. DJ Neal, I don't know if this is Maine or the Heat. Noel, excuse me. He says, I'm a Cavs fan. Hope the Cavs sign Luke Kennard. I think, is he still in Memphis?
No, they declined his team.
They declined,
option.
okay. Trade for Rudy Gobert. Huh. If you want Gobert, have at it. Reunite Rudy and Mitchell. That will not happen. Cavs should go after Chet as a backup. What are you talking? Guys, Chet is a high-level starter and is not going anywhere.
For when you were
I think
gone,
you're a troll.
Oh, he wasn't trolling.
All right, DJ.
DJ had the worst 3-team trade idea. Sorry, DJ. I just got to say this. He thought that the Bulls could get LaMelo Ball, Anthony Davis, and Miles Bridges for DeMar DeRozan. So that was something.
Oh!
Jay Townsend, a $100 super chat. I am not worthy of Jay. I am not worthy.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man.
I'm going to have to go back and look at the largest super chats on the Heat Report. I know Sam Loctera got up to like a 250 one time, but there's not many people that have sent in a $100 super chat to us here before. Shout out to Jay Townsend. I need to get another beer.
If we respond with the 100, not only will I do a beer bong, but I'll do 2 shots as well.
Oh, I need another beer. I
All
also
right.
need to get Jay Townsend on our Hall of Fame Heat Ball. So I did not come prepared. I was not ready.
You really haven't been prepared for that.
Well, I just don't know what to expect from the Heat fans. And Jay Townsend is coming with bangs, dude. This guy fucks. I've seen Jay Townsend come around before and give some donations, but never like this. Jay's a different breed today, man.
All right, before we get back to all the signings, I do want to touch this Drummond thing a little bit more. A couple people have been asking about it in the chat. 2 years, $10 million, Rolly, the first external signing of free agency, and one of the better backup centers in the NBA. I think kind of a no-brainer kind of fit for Philly. They get like I said, one of the best backups. He can roll a little bit. Great rebounder, both offensive and defensively. One of the best rebounders really in NBA history. We know Joel Embiid's injury history. You need a guy that can step in and start if needed. I love this fit. I think this is a really good move from Philadelphia.
Yeah, and if you remember on the team card that we showed, right, we always talked about how the Sixers need to get a backup big to Joel Embiid because Paul Reed, who there was some optimism about, proved that he is not that guy this past season. They drafted a Dembana during the NBA draft in the second round, and now they address that need fully with Andre Drummond. Paul Reed will either be traded or cut without a doubt, it feels like. We'll see who he ends up going to, but either way, that's big time right there, baby. That is big time.
All right. Shout out to the real ones who've been hanging out. When you guys get a sec, I got to hop off and make a call real quick. I'll be right back, though. But grade the signing of Andre Drummond, A, B, C, D, or F. Rolly will get some shout-outs. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I just got to hop off real quick.
Interesting here. Update. This is such a random update. Kelly Iko saying Reggie Bullock is not returning to the Rockets. Like, I was really concerned about if he would or not. But Carly saying A, Sam B, Game Boy B, Noli A, Danny C, SHB, Amrik B, Malachi B, Matt B. I don't hate, like, B's sound fine. That's what Joe says. That's what Grendel says. What's up, Joey DeLuca? What's up, man? Oh, my chromosome says B. Zachary says C. Brian B, Z plus from Z. Z with a C plus. Moise with a D, Enrico B, Omar B plus. Let me knock out a beer bong here for my guy Jay Townsend, and I'll have to get that basketball here to give a shout out or get him on the Hall of Fame ball. By the way, we should probably raffle that off soon. We'll probably do that on the Heat Report during Summer League watch parties soon, because we are going to do Summer League watch parties because we're real ones and we're legends. We're real ones and we're legends, folks. Jay Townsend, what else can you ask for, man? He's the man amongst boys, and he's putting the Heat Report on top. There's nothing else you can ask for. Alfonso says no Heat signings yet. Kevin Love signed a 2-year deal to come back to the team. 2-year deal. Shout out to him. Shout out to Jay Townsend. Beer bong for you. Ugh. 3 beers down the hatch, and we've already had a couple shots, too. Oh, brother. Need my water. Need my water. Where's my water at? All right. Raging, yeah, I'm going to need an Uber today. That's for sure. Danny A-, Joey A-, Yup A, Freddie B, Jonah B+. Jason Love says Spida got extended. Don't do that. Don't do that. That has not happened yet. Can't do that yet. You simply can't say that just yet. Jesus Christ. He has not yet got extended. He's not yet got extended. All right. We're going to run through some of what has already happened here in terms of free agency. Pascal, OG, Malik, Nick, Claxton all re-signing. All right. These are so old that we don't really need to talk about these. We've talked about Emmanuel quickly enough today, so we don't have to focus on that. I will say with Bruce Brown's team option of $23 million that got picked up, I think that he will end up being traded. That kind of feels like a lock. We'll see if he ends up getting dealt or not in this offseason, but on an expiring deal with a team like Toronto that isn't really ready to compete, I don't think there would be any reason for them to hold on to that expiring contract. So Bruce Brown will be on a different squad this upcoming season, whether it be in free agency, this offseason, or during the middle of the year. PJ Tucker opted in, but he is likely to get traded. Seems like the Clippers are working on a trade with him, $11.5 million. Intriguing number there. Moving on here with the next group of 4, Russell Westbrook also likely going to be dealt. Denver Nuggets showcasing the most intrigue in Russell Westbrook. At least that's what it showed in some reports. We'll see where he ends up going. But I was surprised when he opted in, and I guess it makes sense now that they're working on a trade. Russell Westbrook, wonder where he'll end up. We've talked about Royce O'Neal quite a bit. I'm actually kind of stunned that Cam Reddish opted into his $2.5 million player option. I don't know why he would have done that. He didn't have a role last year, and I don't think he'll have a role this year, so I don't really understand why Cam Reddish opted in. I thought he could have got a vet min deal or something similar to that $2.5 million to get a different place and have a different. No. Oh. No, this is just some news. It's not a signing. Oh, I just saw the first one. Or the second one. That's wild. Kevin Porter Jr. just signed with the Clippers. Thought this dude was out of the league. Oh, God. This free agency sucks. How long do we go until we just say this is terrible? Kevin Porter Jr. is back in the league. Wild. All right, moving on to the next group here. We've talked about Patrick Williams enough. I'm not going to do it again. Yeah, we're going to go. How about Obi Toppin getting 4 for $60? That's kind of wild. 15 mil per for Obi Toppin. I was kind of unsure of what he was going to get. I thought there was a legit possibility where he was going to get like, I don't know, 8 mil per year. Like, he did pretty well for Indiana last year, but does he move the needle? Is he worth 15 mil per? I'm not sure, Jim. But either way, Obi, he had a good year, shot 40% from 3. Good for him. Some of the deals today, Luke Cornett back to the Celtics, same with Neemias Queta, Kevin Love, 2-year, 8 mil. And then the first signing that a player switched teams. Andre Drummond on a 2-year, $10 million deal heads to the Philadelphia 76ers. How about that? That's a stunner. And then the most recent deal, Kevin Porter Jr., who is out of the league. He previously reached a plea agreement of a third-degree reckless assault misdemeanor in January. He is in the process of completing a court-ordered program, and once completed his plea, will move to not guilty with no criminal record. That is from Shams Charania. But a 2-year deal of KPJ back in the league with a player option in year 2. He is back, and he is with the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah, Kevin Porter getting a second chance after some pretty heavy allegations there. You just pointed out what the legal update is. Where was he playing? Greece?
Yeah.
There you go. Certainly talented, but the Rockets moved on from him pretty quickly. Did we hit this 100 on Mavs, by the way? Alex Mitz, I stepped out, so I think Mavs has taken the lead yet again here as we go back and forth. Checkmate, baby. So I got to do a beer bong now.
Oh, I actually did think we got a 20. I don't think we touched on Heat 2 as well.
What are you up to?
We're at 242.
Oh, it's 242 to 241. Y'all are up $1. Mavs is? Mavs is 241 on my screen. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we're up by $1 in our Super Chat battle. Shout out to Alex.
This has been a battle.
Yeah, I didn't expect this one.
It's been a battle. Alex, I owe you this beer bong, and I think I said I'd do 2 shots as well. Can I get that? Yeah. Tequila.
Well, I'll take a shot here for my guy Stickman Sam. Don't forget Heat 2 rungs. That is true. That is a factual statement.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
Men lie, women lie. You know what doesn't lie? Numbers. 3 is more than 1.
That is correct. That is a factual statement.
Shot for Sam. You're also going to get on the Hall of Fame ball.
2 shots for me. 1. As I spill it. Not very
Can I hit a
gracefully.
quick bathroom break here, Jack?
Yeah, you can. You can get Rolly out. Rolly's going to go.
We're up by 1 in the Super Chat battle. For the 470 Heat fans, I'm going to be right back.
Cheers.
I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick, take a little breather, grab the Hall of Fame bowl as well to get some inductions. So I'll be right back, Heat fans.
All right. There he goes. Rolly's going to be right back. Let's break our chat rate record today. What we're going to do here is spam go. Producer Jack's going to get some shout-outs while I do this beer bong. But we're trying to set a record today. 323 comments in 1 minute is the record. So spam go if you're looking to top that. And Jack's going to get some shout-outs when he's ready to go.
All right, here we go. Everyone start spamming go. Let's get as many as possible. Amric, Moises, Carly, Raging, Han Solo, Autumn. Oh, a lot of them. My Holy, DKS, Melissa, David, Christopher, Miles, 30, Bobby, Keel, Joey. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Spam go, Miles, Moises,
Whew.
Deontay.
I got to be honest. I did not have, appreciate you guys spamming go. I'll get a few more shout-outs in a sec. I did not have Kevin Porter as one of the headliners an hour and a half into this thing. Insecurity says go, Bobby, Mr. Stegosaurus, Charles, Davide, Shivansh. Yup, I did that. Carly, Bobby, Noob, Fast Food. Keep spamming go. We got Kevin, Brandon, Eric, MW on the Mavs channel, Simon, Eric, B-Pool, Brandon, Eric Jones, Purple. Keep spamming go. Keep spamming go. Appreciate everybody for participating. Oren Smith, Melissa, Logan, Carly, T. Jordan. Keep spamming go. All right. Where do things sit? Paul George, if you're just joining us, he's meeting with 4 teams. I don't know if it's going to be all 4 tonight, but or 3 teams, excuse me. The Clippers, team he's currently with, or was with before hitting free agency. The Magic and the Philadelphia 76ers, who reportedly had gained momentum on signing him per Chris Haynes earlier today. Now, certainly nothing done there, but 420, shout out to those who celebrate. Chris Haynes had that note. Mark Stein also had the note that the Sixers would like to do a Paul George, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope combination as well. They just signed Andre Drummond. Note there is that Drummond, they're going to wait to officially ink him before they're going to fill cap space first. So that should not impact their chances of pursuing Paul George or KCP in any way. George, one of the best two-way players in the NBA over the last decade plus, really, and he's looking for a max deal, looking for a chance to win a championship, which obviously he has not done at this point in his career. So we'll see where he ends up signing, but that's where things sit with him right now. We got a super chat coming in on our Mavericks channel, $2. That should put the Mavs channel out in front from Justin. He says, let's go. Mavs signed Derrick Jones Jr. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Uh-oh, did the Heat respond? We got a big response, Rolly, on the Heat report. Big. How much? Turn your mic off and tell me how much it is in my ear. Okay. Oh, boy. Big response on the Heat report. Oh, boy. Big response on the Heat report. We're going to wait for Rolly to to respond to that. He's finishing up out there. But by the way, Andre Drummond tweeted, "I'm in the mood for a Philly cheesesteak." That's kind of funny.
Let's go Heat. Let's go Heat.
There he goes. We're 158 subs away from 378,000. Hit that sub button. Let's go. Free coverage during NBA free agency. We're live on our Mavs channel and Heat channel as well. Subscribe over there if you haven't already. Show some love. Show some love. Trying to get to 378 on our main channel before the night ends. Rolly's going to come back momentarily and show love to a big super chat. Show love to a big super chat. Oh, man. Do we have news? Jeff Siegel? All right, let's get this first. Oh! Klay Thompson, the MVP, the GOAT. I don't know what you want to call him, but all I know is he is the man. Another $100 super chat on the Heat Report. We're having a day. 341 on the day is unbelievable. All thanks to Jay Townsend. Jay, we might have to work something out for you, man. We're gonna get something for you. It's been a battle.
Also, Jay just coming in hot with like 300 on his own today. We're gonna get Jay something.
We'll hook Jay
We're
up.
getting Jay something.
We'll hook Jay
You
up.
see, yeah, okay. The case, yeah.
Can someone whisper in my ear? Send me the tweet. Just okay. All right.
I mean, he's the only person to say it. It's been like 2 or 3 minutes since.
Well, let's just say it's a rumor. There's a rumor that Orlando might be signing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. We haven't gotten a Shams, a Woj, a Stein, a Chris Haynes, one of the bigger guys to confirm it, but there is a report that the Magic could be signing KCP. Do we have numbers?
It's just it would be a
3-year deal.
Shout out to Jay Townsend. Jay, do you hold on before I take that people wrong?
Oh
boy! Holy shit! Emmanuel Urbina, a $200 super chat. Holy shit!
They're going nuclear on the Heat
report.
report.
Oh my God! Like, are we gonna set a record?
What's the record on Heat?
The record on the Heat report for super chats in a live stream is no, it was Smitty who was with me.
KCP 3 for 66, 22 a year.
Okay.
That's not horrible if you're jumping in front. If you're Orlando, there was reports it could be 25 a year. But shout out Emmanuel.
I mean, I owe 2 beer bongs. I'm just getting plastered. Let's party. Here. You're here.
The Heat have taken I don't want to say insurmountable lead, but a healthy lead at this point. 3 for 66. Let's talk KCP as Rolly mentally and physically recovers over there.
Yeah, I got another one coming too.
In the end, we were it was close to the first external deal. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope as he cashes in, probably for the last time on a big contract, 3 for 66 with the Magic. Look, Orlando needed defense and shooting. KCP provides that. It's probably an overpay, but when you're Orlando, that's probably what you got to do. And that's what they've done. So now, what's a starting 5 here for Orlando? Who's running point?
I think they're going to have to make a decision there because they've got a lot of different guards.
Suggs,
they
maybe.
Got Suggs, they got
You're going to play through Banchero and Wagner a lot, obviously.
So the question is, do they start what's the development of Anthony Black too? Their pick in the top 10.
They still have what's his name too, the UNC kid, right? Or is he gone?
Cole Anthony, yeah, he's definitely not starting.
He's not going to start though.
But the starting lineup, they're also rumored to be looking for a trade partner or teams checked in on Wendell Carter. But either way, their 3 is KCP, Franz, Paolo, Wendell at the 5 right now.
What if they just went for broke and tried to trade for Brandon Ingram? He's like your
Just
point.
don't like that fit. Like, that's a terrible fit. I don't know how you could do that unless you're playing Franz at the 1. He's a good playmaker.
Well, I think Ingram would control the ball for the most part, right?
that's a disaster. You can't do that. All right, another beer bong down the hatch. Oh Christ!
What?
I'm struggling here, but like the GOAT or slash like the LeBron slash D Wade of the Heat report just showed up to the chat. Jesus Batista just entered the building.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus. Fuck.
Jesus, you should come hang out on Mavericks today since I got your name right.
Absolutely not. Jesus. Yo, what's up? Jesus, we're our guy Jay Townsend, and then we're
like or dislike the signing of KCP. L for like, D for dislike. Let us know.
Jesus, you were with us when we set our record for super chats on one live show on the Heat Report in that game against the Chicago Bulls, or was it the 76ers? It was one of the two playing games where we got $650. We are at 540, Jesus. We are dangerously close to setting a record, thanks to Jay Townsend, and also thanks to
that Mets game finally finished.
yeah, after 4-hour rain delay.
Third-year player option for KCP, which at
Another
that
one
point
down
he'll
the
be
hatch.
33, 34 years old, so he would probably opt in, I would guess. I mean, I get it. If you're a Magic fan, you'd probably rather have, which, by the way, this takes them out of the Klay sweepstakes, I would assume.
Were
Oh, wait, no,
ever
they've
in
been at
play?
It would take them out of the Paul George sweepstakes.
See, no, that one. No, I don't think it does.
They
Like,
I don't think they have enough money.
oh, they do.
How much?
They had a lot of cap space.
So let's say his cap hit was $20 million for year one, KCP. How much did they have going into this signing?
I'll double check, but they can do that.
It'd be kind of funny if the Magic pulled off what Stein said the Sixers were exploring, the Paul George KCP combo. That would be fascinating.
Yeah, they coming into the day, they were $82 million before the first apron.
Yeah, they got plenty. Man, I think you got to offer Paul George the max.
Now,
and
see,
hope
that
he
is a
comes.
good fit because now you have a Paul George KCP backcourt with the front court of Franz and Paolo. That is a good fit.
Who's your primary ball handler in that lineup?
It's
Paul
PG.
George? Yeah, I would think so.
He's done it for the Clippers.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
This came in earlier. Obviously, he's not on a new team yet, but Klay Thompson is going to depart the Warriors. They're going to work on sign and trade scenarios. He's also interested in Philadelphia, reportedly. So keep an eye on that. Dallas and who are the other teams? The Clippers, Lakers were mentioned as well. So those are the four teams right there. Some financial notes from Bobby Marks and the Mavericks. $16.1 million trade exception created from the Tim Hardaway Jr. trade. So he could fit into that potentially. Lakers and Clippers have the non-taxpayer mid-level, and so unless they sign and trade, 12.8 is the most they could offer him. And then the 76ers, if they sign Paul George to a max, would have $14 million available. So he could essentially come to Dallas for 16.1 unless they sign and trade and offer him more. Lakers and Clippers 12.8 unless again they sign and trade and offer him more. Or 76ers for 14 if Paul George signs for the max. So those are kind of his options right now as he kind of works his way on day one of NBA free agency. So there you go. That's the latest on Klay Thompson.
Getting some inductions into the Hall of Fame here. Emmanuel, I don't know if you could see it. Appreciate you. I took down a beer bong as well. I forgot where I wrote J. I wrote J twice.
Rolly's spinning over there.
I forget where I put J. There's a lot of names on here. It's hard to keep track.
Carabo says overpay for KCP. Again, I don't disagree, but when you have $80 million in cap and you're a smaller market team like Orlando, you kind of just
J-Town, baby.
kind of what you have to do, man.
J-Town, baby.
Kind of what you have to do.
Oh,
All right.
shit. Our $50 on Heat.
Man, it's rolling over there. Retweet our pinned tweet to spread awareness of this stream, as even though things have been slow, we are here for a while. Give us a follow at Chat Sports and retweet our pinned tweet. Link will go in the live chat if you want to show us some love. So be sure to do that. We appreciate it. Helps get more NBA fans in here. Not seeing anything new in the last
At least we got
couple
that
of
at
minutes.
least. I'll pull it up.
We're always going to get some shout-outs. On Mavs, someone says, bring Tobias Harris and sign Boban. I wouldn't mind if Boban's the new Markieff Morris, just the 15th man that is Luka drinking buddies with.
We got what a fudge, Sean Carter. See if we got anybody else.
Retweet for a shout-out.
See if we got anyone else. Sean Carter, what a fudge, Coy, official, Chris V, LJ, Jesse Stewart, Matt, Thea, actor, Felix Martinez says go Power Rangers. Scotty, Luka Doncic Stan account, RY2K, Scotty Too Hottie. Scotty Too Hottie. Scotty Too Hottie.
We need a new report, man. We need we need something. Who's going to be the next player that signs with the team? What do you guys think?
Scotty Mamba, shout out to you for the retweet.
Who's going to be the next player?
Ooh,
1,000 likes. Cheers. Taking another sip, even though I'm not on screen. Appreciate it.
Sam, could you potentially fill up my water, please?
These are the top free agents available. Not much changes here. I mean, James Harden re-signed earlier with the Clippers, but it seems like we're on Paul George and Klay Thompson watch as they explore their options. Isaiah Hartenstein is meeting with the Thunder as we speak. I think I saw a report when I was off screen, by the way, that the Knicks were looking to get under the first apron, potentially. So maybe they're still trying to re-sign Hartenstein. We'll see there. You got next tier of guys, Kelly Oubre, Tyus Jones, Caleb Martin. You get to the Tobias Harrises and the Derek Jones of the world. Obviously, the Mavs interested in re-signing him. Jonas Valanciunas, there's been chatter potentially that he could go to the Lakers. Gary Trent, Buddy Hield, a couple of guys that are out there as well. Then it gets pretty thin. I mean, the Malik Beasleys, the Jalen Smiths of the world, Sadiq Bey. You know, you're kind of getting down the list a little bit here.
I'm actually shocked that Mo Wagner is a free agent. He had an $8 million team option, thanks, Sam. And they declined it. Mo was pretty solid backup big for them last year.
And his brother's on the team.
Yeah, exactly. And his brother's on the team.
And they have a shit ton of cap space.
It's not like it's like a Thanassa situation where he's only on the team because he's a brother. No, he's actually pretty
He's
solid.
been solid.
Like, so that was a little bit of a shocker to me. But who's going to be the next free agent to sign? Let us know who is the next domino to fall. I don't even know who I'd predict. Like, it's going to be some guy that we
smaller
need to
guy.
talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, because it seems like the big dominoes aren't falling until Paul George and Klay Thompson land. And I don't know if either of those are happening tonight. Maybe Klay happens today.
I would guess KCP is the biggest name to sign today.
That's tough. That is tough.
All I know is I got another beer bong. For Jesus.
I mean, Jesus. I mean, this is Jesus Cristo. That's my response.
Jesus with another fitty.
Rolly's got to get it together, man. This is a tough look. By the way, people in the Mavs chat saying Nick Batum, I am absolutely in. I would love Nick Batum to come off the Mavs bench. Who do you guys think will be the next player to sign? Kyle Lowry. Lowry to the Knicks could be funny. The Nova Knicks.
I get to hate Kyle Lowry. Heat fans, would you hate Kyle Lowry more on the Sixers or Knicks? I honestly think it's the Knicks. I hated Kyle Lowry when he was on the Sixers, but I think it would be more in the.
Let's see. Bulls sign Jordan and Pippen. If only, right, Gil? Every team is waiting on PG. Feels that way, and if that's the case, probably going to be a slow night because I think it's less. I'll say 30% chance Paul George is on a new team by tonight. I think he's at least going to take a night to sleep on it. Jesus.
$50 super chat. Jesus.
He says it's Jesus in English. Rolly, you got it right all along. So what is Jesus? Is that...
See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
because in Spanish, it's Jesus. So what is Jesus?
I'm telling you, I vividly remember during a watch party this season, he told me it was Jesus.
So what is Jesus then? I'm asking.
I don't know. That's what he said the other day. You were there for it.
I know. I'm asking him again. Jesus. What's Jesus? The other day he said it was Jesus. But he said in English that's right all along. So is Jesus just nothing? So he just trolled us for a full round of the draft?
No, he's still saying Jesus in the chat.
So what is
I'm
Jesus?
lost. Oh, I know. Another beer. Shout out to the legend, Jesus Batista. Let's go.
Okay. I can't keep up, Jesus, but I respect it.
It's tough, man. 591. 592. 592, actually.
592 to 243, so it's become a big gap between Heat and Mavs.
Shout out to my guy Chase in the building. He said, Roll, you switching to the Mavs chat this year? He said, no. We're just simulcasting. Harrison's the Mavs host. I'm obviously the Heat host, and we're out doing work on Maine.
We can't be in two places at once.
So we're like, might as well.
Trying to satisfy the audience.
Might as well. Because I feel like I'd leave y'all hanging as Heat fans if we didn't do anything live coverage for the Heat during free agency, and it obviously was a good decision because we've had damn near 400, 500 people watching live for the entire time, and we're having the stream of our lives out here. So I'm glad you guys could come through, hang out, and party with us.
By the way, I don't know if we mentioned this earlier. I know we mentioned that the Clippers are shopping Russell Westbrook after he opted in. Did we mention, though, that maybe this means Chris Paul will go back to the Clippers after all? Like they flip Russ and
didn't talk about that.
Re-sign Chris Paul for vet minimum biannual, something like that. He's just James Harden's backup. The only weird thing is, like,
didn't
him and Harden did not get along at the end of their Houston tenure. I don't know. Westbrook apparently, by the way, in a separate report, is interested in playing in Denver.
Yeah.
And they might trade for him.
I think that makes sense because they said no to Reggie Jackson, and they're looking to find their new backup point guard in all likelihood.
Yeah.
So,
would you rather, if you were Denver, sign Russell Westbrook or Chris Paul? I think I'd go Chris Paul.
I actually think I would take Russ.
Okay.
I think I would take Russ if he's going to be there mentally and ready to go. Like, you don't need a Chris Paul type of player when you have Nikola Jokic. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Russ is obviously a good playmaker, but I'll take the downhill, the dog. Like, he's not the best defender, but he competes, right? And he can rebound. He's got good size to him. He's athletic still. Not as athletic as he used to be, but he still is. So
less injury prone too.
I'll take the athletic bulldog guard over the smaller, facilitating, injury prone guard. I will. So I'll go. I would take Russ. He's also younger too.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think it's a 1-year deal regardless. So I don't think that part of it matters as much.
Well, would you rather go in for a 39-year-old guard, or was it he's 34?
Well, yeah,
35?
Sure, in a vacuum, yes. But if you told me both were healthy, I would take Chris Paul. But obviously, it doesn't work that way. Okay, this was a report earlier from a local Sacramento guy that the Kings are apparently interested in Brandon Ingram. That would be an interesting fit next to De'Aaron Fox. They'd kind of be going all in on offense, Rolly, because BI doesn't help their defense. But you'd have De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Brandon Ingram, and Domantas Sabonis. They might score 125 points a game.
Yeah, it's an intriguing fit. Are you trusting Sabonis to stay at the 5? I don't know. Like, if I am trusting Sabonis,
they're not going to stop anybody with that lineup.
And that's the issue. They need more defense. They don't need offense. So, I don't know. He's one of the if you're talking specifically for Brandon Ingram, I like the fit in Sacramento for him personally. But as a team like the Kings are trying to get to the next level in the NBA hierarchy,
Yeah, I don't think that helps.
I don't think that really moves them into a good direction.
Yeah, I feel like they're like in that play-in mix right now, and I think a BI trade, they're still in that play-in.
Yeah,
mix.
I still think they're going to be 7 or
7 to
6
10.
seed.
Yeah, like I don't think that changes much. Like I don't know, like DeJounte Murray would have been better for them. Like get more of a defensive guard that can still score.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we'll see how it works in New Orleans. I like the swing that the Pels are doing there with DeJounte, but I think DeJounte is a better point guard. He played a little off ball with Trae Young.
Yeah,
but
that didn't work.
He's better with the ball in his hands. So would you want to do that again in Sacramento with Fox and
Probably not. I just meant from a defensive standpoint, someone who can actually play defense, because no one in that starting five.
I'm not going to be honest. If I was Sacramento, I would have rather done the KCP contract than the Malik Monk contract.
I agree.
If I was Sacramento. So
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure why they didn't try to explore that.
Yeah. All right, like this video. Help us out, and if you don't want to get jinxed, you want your team in the playoffs, hit that like button. So go ahead and help us out. Got 218 likes on our Mavs channel, over 1,000 on our mainstream. What do we got on Heat?
Likes?
Yep.
226.
226 to 218, so the team channels are close in the likes. So, Too Cool says KCP went to Orlando. Yep, that happened about 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago. And that's kind of been the headliner today, unless you want to count, I guess, James Harden back to the Clippers.
I mean, when we're talking pure free agency, it's really just KCP. Like,
Drummond to the
Drummond's
Sixers.
cool, but
It's a minor move.
it's a backup center move. Like, that's
not a
not
needle mover.
changing my thoughts of who the best teams in the East are, right?
No.
Like, or in the NBA, it's just like KCP does a little bit. Like, does it move the Magic into the top teams to win a title? No, but it gets them closer.
What were they, the 5 seed?
Yeah, but
It was kind of a fluky.
fraudulent 4-5 seed with a lot of injuries.
They're
Miami
somewhere.
and Philly.
If they do nothing else notable, where do you think they are? 5 through 8 in the East?
they'll be 5 through 8.
Because you obviously got Boston and New York. Let's say they're the top 2.
Even if Philly misses on Paul George and he goes back to Los Angeles and KCP goes to as is on the Magic, I still think a fully healthy Sixers team is a top 4 team in the East.
Well, let's explore that a little bit. Since we're in a kind of a standstill, let's say the Sixers miss on Paul George. What do they pivot to?
I think they go to DeRozan.
Okay.
That's what I would think they would do.
Yeah.
Because they need a wing scorer still.
Yeah, and they got to spend that money. Yeah, I think you're right. And if they get one of those two guys, even if it is DeRozan, I think they're at least the top 4 in the East.
I don't know if I would support it like crazy, but maybe they go to DeRozan, Klay Thompson combination. If Paul George makes up his mind tonight or early tomorrow,
DeRozan for 30, Klay for 20, something like that.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, you would have so if you get both, let's say they got both of them. Do they both start? You go Maxey at the 1, DeMar at the 2, Klay at the 3, or it really doesn't matter. 2, 3.
It'd be the other way around. But
either way. And then whoever at the 4 and Embiid at the 5. I don't know who'd play 4 for him.
They'd probably
Maybe
bring back
Batum's.
Kelly Oubre.
Yeah, maybe Oubre comes back.
Batum apparently is not returning.
That's right.
Philly,
He's not coming back.
So I'd probably lean Kelly Oubre as their 4, unless they go more traditional big man. But I doubt that. So.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. If they miss on Paul George, I would guess you're right. DeMar's the next pivot. And he'd probably go there because they can offer him more than any other team could at that point.
Or they just pivot and go trade for Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, that's also an option.
So.
Would you rather go DeRozan or trade for BI?
I'd trade for BI.
Yeah.
Because I think this is as low as his value will ever be.
Pelicans don't really have leverage either because everybody knows they want to trade him now.
And he's got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah.
So you can trade to it and extend him. And, I don't think it's going to cost that much. And I also like BI because he could space the floor a little bit better than DeMar can.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
DeRozan's a better closer and a better fourth quarter scorer, but I think I'll take the talent of BI at this point over DeRozan.
Yeah, and playing around Maxey and Embiid could potentially help BI too, just from a efficiency standpoint. All right, shout out your favorite team. We'll get some shout outs in the comments, and here in 30, 45 seconds, we'll pick one to talk about. So shout out your favorite team in the chat. We're almost 2 hours into free agency as things have gotten slow. I don't even know. Do we consider doing like a tracker cut up to this point to the KCP signing?
Track 4 signings?
Well, I think you would do the re-signings. There's just not shit going on, man. I don't think we do two like winners and losers at this
No
point.
chance.
No
Stevie,
chance.
unless something else.
I think at this point, if we do anything tonight, just whatever tracker. I guess we could just wait till the end of the night and do a tracker cut. Dennis Schroeder for sixth man for the Mavs. Schroeder will never be a Mav because him and Dirk don't like each other, and as long as Dirk has any voice at all in that organization, it won't happen. The Tim trade exception, yep, $16.1 million. All right, I haven't looked at the main chat in a while. 3, 2, 1, Timberwolves.
This actually is a fun team we have to talk about.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about the T-Wolves. I kind of loosely threw out there earlier. I wonder if Chris Paul is a backup point guard there. I know they have Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I wonder if that would be a potential fit.
Well, the reason why this is an intriguing team is because they are so far over the cap where they just need to shed money. Like, they have the most money allotted for this upcoming season, and I don't think it's feasible to continue this where they're at. Like, I don't know what the percentages is, but I think there's a good chance that one of Cat and Rudy Gobert gets traded. Like,
yeah, you've been on that. You said that during the draft as well. I'm a little skeptical. They made the conference finals. I just wonder if they want to run it back another year and see if Ant can take that next step and see if they can make this work. But to your point, like, how big of a tax bill does Minnesota ownership want to pay? And they've kind of been in between ownership too. Like, is that A-Rod group buying the team? That's still up in the air. So
they have $278 million allotted to their cap this year.
Yeah, it's a huge number.
Just absolutely ridiculous. I also don't know how this makes sense because, what is this? Evan Turner cap hold. What the hell? Confusing. Evan Turner, 27 mil. What? I don't know. Either way, like, they are way over the cap, and I think it's possible that one of those two guys get dealt. But they need secondary playmaking and shooting. They already got it through the draft, though, and Rob Dillingham and Terrence Shannon Jr. They had an excellent draft. So
yeah, if at least one of those guys can contribute for them this year, that's a huge win.
So I actually do like what they did through the draft, and I'm liking where they're at. They just need to maybe shed a little bit more salary.
Yeah, and even if they do run it back with the two bigs this year, like, if it doesn't work, then after this next year, they're going to have to pick either Cat or Gobert.
Yeah.
So we'll see which one they would be more likely to pick. All right, we'll play the game one more time. Keep shouting out your favorite team. We'll pick a new one here in a few moments.
I told you, Adam Silver ruined the NBA. No one wants to listen.
By the way, Bobby Marks is saying the Magic have $30 million in projected cap space.
Probably that's after the KCP.
Yeah, I know, but didn't you? I thought you said they had 80 something before KCP.
Before the luxury tax. Or before
I
the
see
first
what you're
apron.
saying. Gotcha. So if they were to get Paul George, they'd have to shed money elsewhere.
They don't have to. They could be an apron team.
Well, but they don't have his bird rights, right? They wouldn't have his bird rights, so.
What?
So what's the point of the $30 million then?
When I look at the Orlando Magic cap table on Spotrac.
No, I hear you. He just tweeted out a photo. He says they have $30 million. So, all right, I'm gonna pick a team in a few seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I see Golden State. Well, the Warriors are going to lose Klay Thompson. They waived Chris Paul. And now we don't really know what their future is. Like, what are their plans to replace Klay? I don't really know. But Rolly mentioned backup ball handling. That's especially true without Chris Paul. Functional size. I don't know what the Warriors are doing at this point. It seems like Bob Myers left, and they don't really know what they want to do.
They're going to have to trade Andrew Wiggins. They're trying to. Allegedly, there was an offer of Zach LaVine to Golden State for Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins, and the Warriors declined that. So they didn't even want to take on
They don't
Zach
want
LaVine's
LaVine. LaVine's value.
Also, I will say this, though.
good.
That doesn't really save them that much money because Wiggins and CP3 would have combined for, I think they combined for about $57 million
LaVine's
or
43.
did. And LaVine's 43. They need to shed a lot more than just 13 mil to get under the second apron. So that never made sense. And from a pure money standpoint, from a player standpoint, you would think they would have done that. But because of money, they simply still need to shed more salary, which is why they're still trying to trade Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, what is his value? I mean, his last 2 years have been so funky.
Well, Wiggins is similar to Zach LaVine in the way he's a negative asset.
Yeah,
you might have to
attach
a
something.
pick to get rid of him.
Yeah.
So
I mean, maybe Detroit just takes him at some point and
I'd feel bad for Wiggins.
takes a first. Well, yeah. Such is life in the NBA. Jacob the Saint with the super chat says, if Paul George goes to the Magic, Klay and DeRozan to Philly, who's your top 5 in the East, and are they title contenders? I'll say this, if the Magic get Paul George, I'd have them 4th or 5th. Like, I would have them – you could argue they'd be ahead of I would have them behind Boston and New York and probably still Philly, but after that, you could make a strong argument they're 4th right there. I'd put them ahead of Cleveland at that point.
I'll go out on the limb and I'll put them 2.
You'd put the Magic 2.
I'd put them above the Knicks. Because Paul George, KCP backcourt, it works. I might be one of the biggest supporters of Paolo Banchero. And
I love Banchero.
If Franz Wagner is able to develop a more consistent 3-ball this year, which I expect, I think that duo with their defensive prowess, because people forget the Magic were a top 5 defensive team.
Yeah, Suggs is a stud.
They were a top 5 defensive team in the league, and then you would add Paul George and KCP.
Yeah,
so you're not losing any defense. You're only gaining offense.
Yeah.
I mean, this team would be unbelievable. And they went 7 games with the Cavs, and I'm not that bullish on the Cavs, but it was their first time playing in the postseason with a lot of young players.
The only reason they lost that series is because no one could make a shot outside of Banchero.
A lot of young guys.
Yeah.
You add Paul George and KCP, who have had a lot of experience, 2-time champion in KCP. Paul George, a long-time playoff career. Like, I'm telling you right now, I'm all in.
I'd go 3.
I would be all in.
I'd put
them
them 3rd. I think they would jump the Sixers in that scenario, although I think adding Klay and DeRozan to Philly would still be somewhat formidable for Philadelphia, but obviously not as good as what the rumored PG and KCP combo would have been. I think I'd go Boston 1, New York 2, Orlando 3, Philly 4, and then TBD on the rest of the East. What does Miami do anything notable? Does who am I missing in the East that was at the bottom of the playoff picture this year?
Indiana's going to try to run it back.
Indiana,
So.
I mean, they obviously made the conference finals. Kind of felt like the Hawks conference finals run a few years ago. They just benefited from teams being injured. I guess Milwaukee would be 5 for me in that scenario. But I don't really like what they're doing.
Milwaukee's in a bad state, man. They're in a bad state.
Yeah, they have a coach no one trusts. I think I'd go Boston 1, New York 2, Orlando 3, and Philadelphia 4. That'd be my top 4, and I guess I'd go Milwaukee 5, but I wouldn't feel great about it. Help us be the most watched stream on YouTube. Like the video if you haven't. Share the video. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Subscribe if you haven't. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2. I think Rolly's going to lead that coverage, and then
I'll
be commenting in the chat.
I think I'll be live tomorrow. I know I am. I'll be live with, I think, Jack. Is it just me and you? Us 3? So it'll just be me here hanging out tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have more action.
Yeah,
tell you what,
this
I
has
don't
become tough.
I don't see there being a lot of action. Yeah,
That'd be nice.
I'll say this though in terms of action, like if maybe Paul George makes a decision tomorrow, but if Paul George doesn't make a decision, I don't know if we're gonna have that much fun tomorrow.
Yeah. How about this? We'll make this a question for the audience too. Who is on a new team sooner, Paul George or Klay Thompson? Paul George or Klay Thompson? Which gets resolved first?
I would probably say Klay.
I kind of think so too, because I think most people are waiting for Paul, but Klay's market / impact on a team, I don't think directly correlates with Paul unless they're communicating about potentially teaming up together.
I think
That would be the one exception.
I think Klay signs in the next 18 hours. I don't know if I could say the same for Paul George.
New poll in the chat.
Who is on a new team first, Klay Thompson or Paul George? Albert says Paul George. Timothy says George. Gregory Klay. Paul Klay PG from Timothy Panthers Gathan Reaper.
Because
Interesting.
I think the difference too, Rolly, like if you're Paul George, you know high money is going to be there regardless. Like if you're Klay and you're just like dragging this out, like you might get stuck in a situation where you just have to take the mid-level. So like if he finds an $18, $20 million per deal on the table, whether it's a sign and trade or signing with Philly or whatever, Orlando, like you might just have to take it, like and just go. So Paul George is getting 40 plus regardless. So it's kind of what I think. Fireboy says Klay. So does Ethan, Megan. T-Dog says Paul George. Jacob says Klay to the Mavs. We'll see. I think it's Mavs or Lakers for Klay. Mavs or Lakers for Klay.
And then for PG, there's still 3 teams out there. I think the Magic are still in play. Maybe, honestly,
Magic, Sixers, and Clippers.
I could go out on the limb here, and this is just pure speculation, that the Magic made it a point to get KCP done first.
To help pitch Paul George.
When they have that meeting with Paul George, listen, you and KCP in the backcourt, he fits really well alongside you. You're in a more ball-handling role, working with Paolo and company. Like, I think that might be more of a help to the sales pitch to get
the
Paul
pitch,
George.
if you're Orlando, too, to Paul George is, hey, we're kind of running. You're going to be the primary ball handler. Like, Philadelphia can't say that. Like, it's going to be Maxey.
I mean, Paul George would be 3rd in shot attempts on the Clippers or on the Sixers without a doubt. I think he'd probably be 2 on the Magic. So,
yeah. And he would have the ball in his hands more.
that Anthony Irwin guy, I know that was 3 hours ago he said this, said that the Lakers are a pretty distant second to Dallas in the Klay Thompson race.
That was the chatter a couple days ago, and then yesterday people thought the Lakers closed the gap, and then today again it was multiple people saying Dallas is the favorite. So, I mean, I'll say this too: if Klay doesn't go to the Lakers, how quickly does LeBron just say, "All right, screw it, I'm taking the max"?
I think he's going to take the max regardless.
I think I never bought he's going to take way less. He might take a little less if they got Klay or if they get
Klay, they're going to figure out what's the most money LeBron can take, and then he'll just take that.
Yeah.
He's not taking min.
No.
What I will say is I am stunned that they haven't just, in terms of the Sixers, fully extending or just re-signing, I should say, Maxey. Like Maxey's eligible for a 5-year, $200+ million contract, and he's a restricted free agent. Like he's not going anywhere. But it's like I'm just surprised they just haven't just said.
Well, they have to use the cap space first. That's why. Someone broke that down earlier. Like Drummond's not even going to sign either until they fill out all this cap because I think he's going to be a biannual guy. Like they got to use the cap on external guys since they have the bird rights to Maxey, so then they'll just be a heavy tax team. So like they want to get Paul George or Klay or whoever, and then they'll just sign Maxey after that. He knows what he's getting, so he's just waiting. Well.
Make sure you are subscribed. Listen, we're still live here. We're not fraudulent like ESPN, who did 90 minutes of coverage on free agency and signed off. We're still here. We've been live for 4 hours. ESPN couldn't even stay live for 2. It's just simply isn't comparable anymore. Sad day when our networks of ESPN fall off like Adam Silver in the NBA. It's just sad. Which is why you subscribe, is because we're not fraudulent. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be live again tomorrow and maybe even Wednesday as well. So hit that sub button. Let's get closer and closer to 378K, but it starts with getting 14 right now and getting to 377,900. So hit that sub button.
13 away from 3779. 13 away. Oh, man. We could take some questions, even for non-super chatters. Hashtag NBA. We know not everybody can donate. Hashtag NBA. If you're on Mavs or Heat, use hashtag NBA as well. That way we don't have to make tech. This is techno talk, but just hashtag NBA makes it easier for our producer. 11 subs away. Help us out. But if you guys have a question, Rolly and I can take some. Hashtag NBA or you super chat. 10 subs away. God, I need a freaking Woj or Shams. You know what's going to happen? At like midnight, Klay's going to pick a team.
Yeah, it's definitely happening. My friend retweeted a Woj tweet from 2012 that said, the Knicks have emerged as frontrunners to land Steve Nash in a sign-in trade.
Sources tell The Vertical. Did it say that?
Sources tell Y Sports.
Yahoo Sports. So that was before it was even The Vertical. Wow.
Oh my.
2 subs away.
We're 2 subs away, and I'm going to have another beer bong.
Have fun. Jesus?
No, it's the MVP of the show. One away! One away! One away! One away! One away! One away! One away!
I was just about to say, this is sadder than the state of free agency right now.
Jay Townsend with a $50 super chat. This free agency this year is quite boring. I would concur. I hope that Pat Riley is napping this year. Pat Riley is sound asleep. He's got the eye masks over his head, dark room.
He's always napping.
He is absolutely slumping, which, if I'm going to be honest, Jay, I kind of wish I was Pat Riley right now.
Nap sounds good.
I'd love to be laying in bed in a dark room and just taking a nap. Not a worry in the world. So, Jay, you're getting into the Hall of Fame once again. I'm going to write your name across 2 of these lines because I just got to make up room at this point. J-Town, baby. J-Town, spread it across the world, and another beer bong's come my way. Shout out to Jay Townsend, man. Just unbelievable support today. Really appreciate it. And I'm just going to go out on the limb and say this, is that I think we're going to top our record at the Heat Report in terms of super chats on one show. It was 650 during our play-in stream against the Chicago Bulls or Sixers. I don't remember which one specifically. We are at 642, so a $20 super chat. I don't even want it to be Jay. Jay has done so much for the channel today. But is someone else out there able to get us to a record here at the Heat Report with a $20 super chat? Be pretty cool. Be pretty cool. I'll take a shot if we get there too.
I'm gonna say the silent part. This sucks.
Another beer bong for Jay Townsend. Let's frickin' go.
I mean, this is.
We have been live for just over 2 hours now. Or
That is
free
incorrect.
agency's
Just
been
over
live
4
for
hours.
free agency. Sorry, has been going on for just over 2 hours. There have been 6 signings.
6 signings in 2 hours. What is this, day 4 of NFL free agency?
Yeah, that's. How long do you think these? How long do you think these meetings last? Like Paul George.
What classifies as a meeting these days? Like a 10-minute phone call?
Zoom?
A Zoom?
Dinner
like,
and drinks?
No, I don't think
That's pretty much
I don't
dead.
think dinner and drinks happen like that anymore. Unless it's like a big-time player. Like maybe Paul George is getting wined and dined.
I mean, he
but,
said
like,
he was meeting with teams in LA, but maybe that's just where he's at, and he's just zooming people.
That's what I'm saying.
I
Like,
don't know.
Are GMs really flying across the country to meet with these people in person? Like, what is happening?
Weren't the Thunder aren't the Thunder up in Oregon with Hartenstein? Didn't that get reported?
At least some of their brasses.
Someone's up there. Brandon Ingram, rumors, reports that
Kings.
the Kings could be interested. I'll tell you what, that'd be a fascinating offensive team, but they already are that. So we said it earlier, I'll say it again. I don't think it really changes the complexion of their ceiling as a team. They might score more points, but they're probably going to give up more points. So it'd be fun, be a good league pass team, but I don't think BI is a top 2 on a title contender. I think he's a number 3.
No, I'd agree. He's a 3. And the issue, though, is, like, with the money, and I get it, they're still going to continue to go up, but, like, when you think about money, like, he's going to want 45, 50 mil, and, like, he simply can't get paid that in this new CBA as a third option. So,
Yeah.
and the only way he can get paid that and win a championship as a third option is if you just happen to get lucky and draft an absolute stallion in the draft, and he becomes one of your top 2 guys when he's playing on that rookie contract.
Dude, this feels like MLB free agency, where like no one even knows it started.
Bro, yeah.
27 minutes since TweetDeck has
I'll
fired off a
say
new
this,
tweet.
like, maybe the new CBA changed that because a lot of people re-signed before free agency opened, but, like, I am still stunned there hasn't been a lot of movement.
Yeah, there's not even like the only like trade rumor has been this basically Westbrook.
The Westbrook, PJ Tucker.
There was that Levine talk, but that's already come and gone.
Yeah.
It's a tough look.
NBA's in a rough spot right now, I'll tell you that.
Adam Silver strikes again.
Terrible. Terrible. That's all I have to say.
Who do you guys think signs next? Predict it for us.
I miss the days when 15 million signings happened in the first 2 minutes of free agency.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's nice when you get a few days of good movement, but day one being this slow is tough. It is tough. I think too with this new CBA rule, trades are just a bigger deal than free agency now.
Oh, well,
That's already kind of
yeah.
been the case, but like even more so.
like, you have to build through trades instead of free agency because, like, this is how it's going to work now. But and that's kind of where the CBA and the purpose of it comes into play, because the point of the CBA was to spread out superstars and help small market teams. So, like, almost every team has 1 or 2 stars or something like that. And that's kind of what you're going to see here is that teams are just going to, like Orlando, like, they're going to get good time players now because other teams can't afford them. Like, that's kind of where we're going.
RW for Ross, CP for Chris Paul. Who would you rather have? I think it depends on team. We have news, I'm being told. Paul George's agent, Aaron Mintz, and the Clippers president have had a conversation a short time ago that resulted in no new movement on a deal and an acknowledgement by both that George is unlikely to return to the Clippers. So in other words, the Clippers aren't willing to give him a max.
Orlando
and Philly, unless there's a trade. Or, well, could he still get signed and traded technically?
He can sign and dealt. And there's very few teams that can do it, but yeah.
I'd say that's actually pretty significant news. Woj says the Sixers are strong front runners. That is news. Woj says the Sixers are strong front runners for Paul George. So,
set to meet with George in California tonight. When's that meeting happening?
I mean, it's only 5:13 on the West Coast, so like that could be a while. If you're the Sixers, do you pivot to a Paul George, Klay Thompson combo?
I don't think you need the combo though. Like,
yeah, I don't think you need to.
Like, the idea of KCP and Paul George is cool, but like it's not necessary to
Klay
get.
Thompson.
What did I?
You said KCP.
That's what I wanted to say.
Oh.
Because I said the idea of KCP and Paul George was cool, but like
yeah.
it's not necessary
No, it's not.
Get a 2 guard and Paul George. Like, I actually think it would be better fit to get Paul George alongside Maxey and that be your backcourt, and then fill out your 3 and 4 and your 2 wings better around Embiid.
Re-sign Kelly Oubre could be one of those.
Yeah, like that's kind of how I view it.
Yeah, if the Clippers, I think they're out at this point.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's
would
over.
agree with that. I think it's a Magic or it's
Orlando or Philly, and it feels like it's Philly.
I still would love to see Orlando get in the mix over there, man.
Interesting. So Paul George, I don't want to say likely, but unlikely to go to the Clippers. And
Interesting
the Sixers
note here
are
by
front runners.
Woj too. It's like saying that without George, the Clippers are able to use their $12.9 million or mid-level and 4.7 biannual. So now the Clippers are going to be a team that is able to get some of these like high-level role players.
Yeah, I mean, do they try and poach a Derek Jones Jr. or a Caleb Martin or a Kelly Oubre could be a mid-level guy for them?
Those are some options. I still think the Clips are going to go after DeRozan now. We'll see if they do. Maybe they don't, but
How do they pursue that? Sign and trade?
I think it would be a sign and trade. Yeah.
Ship out, like, who do you ship out? Terrence Mann?
Probably. I'd have to look at their cap
Zubats,
table.
maybe? He could be a guy you ship out.
I don't think they have another center ready to go, though. That's their issue.
Yeah.
Let's check their cap table.
Yeah. Yeah, the Clippers, I mean, Woj tweeting this out, Paul George ain't going back. Like, that's done. So, now, team needs figure out PG-13. Well, that seems figured out. He's not going to be back. So,
Yeah, without PG,
I think it's trades and middle-level contracts. I mean, DeMar DeRozan's a L.A. guy, grew up in Compton. I mean, could you work out a Terrence Mann plus PJ Tucker, send him back to the Bulls, and throw Chicago a first-round pick to absorb that contract and to let you take DeRozan?
So right now, as things currently stand, they are $22 million under the first apron and $33 million under the second. So they would definitely be able to do a sign and trade.
What does Terrence Mann make per year?
11.
And then
So what
PJ Tucker's 11.
What it would likely be if they wanted to really go in on that is a sign and trade if you use a $30 million deal for DeRozan. It depends on how much the deal is. It would be a combination of Norman Powell and PJ Tucker.
Norm Powell, PJ Tucker for DeRozan?
Because it's $19 million for Norman Powell, $11 million for PJ Tucker.
If you're the Bulls, you think they'd have to attach a pick to that? I don't know if I want Norm Powell if I'm Chicago.
No, if anyone, maybe the Clips would have to attach.
That's what I'm saying.
second.
I think the Clips would have to attach the pick to take on that Tucker deal and Norm Powell.
It's also possibly. I don't think you have to complete. I could be wrong, and maybe I am. I don't think you have to exactly match salary.
It has to
in
be
a
within
sign and trade.
10%. So, like, if it's $30 million one way, it would have to be 33 or 27 the other way. It's got to be within 10%. So, unless one of the team taking on more money has cap space, but to Woj's point, they don't. So, yeah.
Well,
The conclusion is that Paul George is leaving LA, barring something unforeseen. So,
the most important news of the day, though,
is Jay Townsend.
is Jay Townsend did it again, and the record is broken. We are not worthy, Jay Townsend. My goodness. Jay, first of all, let me read the super chat. $20. Nick, I want you to break the record. We did it. Miami, this is for you. Lowell, wake up, Pat Riley, and sign some free agents. That's going to make us relevant again. So, Jay, I actually have a little point on this, and I was going to probably save this for my video tomorrow on the channel, which I'll say now. Share it to the 380 real ones still watching. After that signing of Kevin Love, the Heat and Thomas Bryant and Caleb Martin opting out, the Heat are currently under the first apron at $1 million. Now, the Heat will be an apron team unless they cut crazy salary. That they just will be. But being under the first apron right now allows a little bit more flexibility for Miami in a trade. Now, it's pure speculation, but if Miami did want to go out there and upgrade the team via a trade, they are able to do a lot more things in regards of how they can aggregate, use trade exceptions, because they are no longer a first apron team, technically, right now. So I would imagine that the reason why the Heat won't sign another person relatively soon and might take their time is that they don't want to get back into the first apron just in case a team and a player shakes free, whether it be a Trae Young, whether it be a Donovan Mitchell, whether it be a Brandon Ingram, a Kyle Kuzma, whatever you want to say. Being underneath the first apron right now gives the Heat a lot more flexibility in a potential trade, and that could be very nice for Miami.
Already ahead of me?
That could be very nice.
I messaged Seeps. I go, you should explore DeMar to Clippers sign and trade video.
Can I get the shot glass, please? Zio's shot.
The shot. You mean the bottle of liquor?
Yeah, just the shot, yeah.
Why not? We've gotten enough big super chat. Talk about your
shot for Jay. Oh, Jay, I want to ask you a question. Jay, do you follow me on Twitter/Instagram? I'll be looking in the chat. You don't have to super chat your answer. Let me know if you follow me on Twitter or Instagram.
Beers, cheers. Cheers, everyone. I know it's been slow, but thanks for hanging with us.
I'm out again. $5 from Stickman Sam.
Tell you what, Stickman's just a glue guy.
Yeah, he's a glue. You know, the funny thing about Stickman Sam, I said this earlier, I've never seen him super chat before until today. So I don't think this is someone new, which I appreciate. Love it.
He's been a glue guy today.
And he said, let me add to that record real
quick.
Let's
Cade
go.
Cunningham, 5 years, $226 million max extension.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, obvious. I mean, he's been fantastic in Detroit. Just has.
Tom Lale with the 5 on Mavericks. Y'all been balling out, too. Heat kind of ran away here, but 250 on Mavs. You guys are real ones. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. Shocker. Twitter is collapsing again.
Jay says you follow me on both. All right, Jay.
Hit up Rolly. He's going to hook
Rolly.
you up.
I'm hooking you up, brother. We're gonna hook you up.
Cade Cunningham, 5-year rookie max.
When someone goes nuts like Jay Townsend did on today's show, I got to show some love back. We appreciate it. So hit me up. We're going to work on getting something. So DM me and we'll get in the communication.
If you love the NBA, like the video. We're 15 likes away from 1,100 on our main Chat Sports stream. We're 12 away from 250 on Mavericks today. So let's get to 250 over there. And then whatever the next milestone is for Heat, let's make that happen as well.
So say this. I don't want to ask for more super chats. I just want to point out, though, we are at a very bad number.
Is it 666?
That would be the number.
That is awkward. What was the record, 650?
Yep.
Nice. Cade Cunningham, kind of a no-brainer, Rolly. Obviously, Detroit's been a mess, but when you have a good, young, talented player, you keep them. That's what they're doing. So they lock him in, and now the chatter around Detroit has been adding draft assets, draft picks. So I do wonder if they're a team that would take on a P.J. Tucker contract, would take on a Zach LaVine contract, just, to add more draft capital. So we'll see how they move forward from here. But obviously, Cade Cunningham's their franchise player right now. Whether or not he can be at number one on a contending team remains to be seen, but he's clearly their best player right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, say you like the deal, you don't like the deal. When he's that good, you're paying him whatever the max is, and he's worth the max. He just has been that good. So, if I was a Pistons fan, I'm not moved. I would be actually ecstatic that you locked up your best player, Cade Cunningham, the next 5 seasons. And it's not even the next 5 years. This is an extension that's not even going to kick in for I think another 2. How long is initial
He's
rookie contracts? 4 years?
so it'll kick in after this upcoming
Yeah, I was going to say
year.
he's got 1 more year left because he was drafted in 2021. He's completed 3 seasons. So we'll see how he does.
I like Cade Cunningham. It's hard to measure how good he can be on a contending team because they've just been so bad since he's been there. So, but again, I mean, this is a no-brainer move for obviously him to take the generational money and the Pistons to lock in their best young player. So, pretty easy decision across the board.
Now, if you're Detroit here, like he improved his 3-point shot this past season, which was good to see.
Yeah, that was
but
important.
you still need to surround him with more shooting. And I don't know who's out there right now to really help them
in the short term.
Short term, you got to look long term, which is why that Ron Holland pick is so curious to me. Like, I like the upside of Ron Holland. He could end up being the number 1 player in this class if he figures out his shooting. But he does not project as someone to be that good in terms of shooting the basketball.
They want to be a more fast-paced
defender.
team, maybe?
They just have so many good defenders already on the wing where, well, so many is a strong word, but you have Klay Thompson. You're going to have Holland. It's an interesting duo.
Woj says it's not even unlikely anymore. Clippers and Paul George are mutually moving on. So it's done.
Nice. All right, I got to hit the bathroom again.
You guys have made Rolly fill up the bladder multiple times. Round of applause to the folks on the Heat Report.
And then when we get back, there's a couple more super chats as well, just lightly that I'll have to address. And it actually is a good transition anyway, so don't do a free agency tracker yet.
Okay. There goes Rolly. He'll be back. How do you guys feel about this Cade deal? L for like, D for dislike? L for like, D for dislike? 100 likes. Cheers. Megan says like, Jacob, Game Boy, like, Swish, Jacob, Bro Cave, L for this free agency. Yeah, it's been tough, man. There's no doubt about it. At least we're getting some Paul George movement. We know he's not going back to the Clippers. So, there's that. Glad Detroit's keeping Cade. B-Bagger likes it. Danny likes it. Max likes it. L for like, D for dislike. Goat Mode says go Bears. What's up, Goat Mode? What's good? Would you consider the Magic up and coming? Absolutely. They have really good young talent. Paolo Banchero, Franz Wagner. I like Jalen Suggs. Hopefully he develops a little more offensively, but within ESPN. Oh, never mind. I thought Woj had it. Oh, okay. Mark says no deal yet, so I don't know. I mean, they're not going to know. Oh, the Clippers have released a statement on parting ways with Paul George. He says, Paul has informed us that he is signing with his next contract with another team. Paul's a tremendous talent and elite two-way player. We feel fortunate for 5 years with him, yada, 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 yada. We traded a lot to pair Paul and Kawhi. Clippers have released a statement of letting Paul George go, so that's done. What else we got here? We negotiated for months with Paul and his representatives on a contract that would make sense for both sides, and we were left far apart. The gap was significant. We understand and respect Paul's decision to look elsewhere for his next contract. We explored an opt-in and trade scenario, but it would have left us in a very similar position under the new CBA with very little asset value to justify the restrictions. We'll miss Paul at the same time. We're excited about new opportunities. Kawhi is an all-NBA player. Blah, blah, blah. T-Lu's the best coach in the league. Yada, yada. Yeah, I mean, I think Paul George is sitting there saying, you max extend Kawhi Leonard, who's never available, and you won't do the same for me. Why would I stay? So, a new report coming in from The Athletic saying that Paul George, who? Oh, Eric Gordon. Classic Morey guy. Paul George could choose Philly tonight, apparently.
Intriguing report there. I mean, guy isn't the most credible guy, I'll be honest. And
I'm not familiar with his work.
he's got like 19K followers, so it's like he got a little bit of following there, but nothing crazy. But Eric Gordon is a Philadelphia 76er. That is the more important note as of now, at least.
Yeah.
Probably a vet min, I would assume.
I'll tell you what, if they get Paul George, I like the other two signings. Eric Gordon can be a bench scorer, shooter type, and of course, Andre Drummond is the backup center. They're going for it. Sixers are going for it.
That they are.
Another Daryl Morey guy. So, Chase Sr., he's going to have I don't think he's going home anytime soon. He's going to have to play this
out.
out.
A long day. He is
have
going
fun,
to have
Chase.
a long day. I actually identified Eric Gordon as a cheap target for Miami, to be honest. Coming off the bench, could he done a little scoring?
He can shoot. He can handle the rock a little bit.
Evidently not going to be the case.
As he is going to Philadelphia. Still could shoot. 38% three-point guy. Still averaged 11 points per game last year. Who did he play for? Phoenix? Yeah, Phoenix last year.
Sneaky good. Like, sneaky.
He's still solid.
Like, sneaky. Like, why is he, like, still shooting 11 or 38% from three and averaging 11 points? Like, what are we doing here? But either way, like, he's going to be a nice bench piece for them. Now, but I am intrigued, like, as their roster begins to fill out, if they do end up closing the deal on Paul George, which is to be expected.
Seems like that's going to happen.
Their backup guards are going to be Eric Gordon and Jared McCain, their first-round pick.
Yeah.
Do you like that? They don't have a true backup point guard there. Are they going to sign another point guard to be the lead ball handler? Like, I like McCain, but I project him, and I had him as top 10 on my big board.
Chris Paul.
Like I projected Jared McCain as someone who could be like a point guard in the future, but not a point guard right away.
Oh, Chris Paul to the Spurs. He is going to San Antonio.
That's a big move. Everything's coming in now. I needed a win. I should have won and bought a Celsius. I don't know if it's the alcohol.
We were pretty close. We were pretty close to looping this thing, and now we're.
I don't know.
Now we go.
I don't know what they're doing out there, but I think a more valuable use of their services might be to go get some Celsius.
I'll take a Celsius. Can we send Cullen to go get some?
This is a big deal though. I like this for San Antonio.
I love it for the Spurs. I don't really get it from Chris Paul's standpoint, unless he's cool not chasing the title.
I think he just wants to
be a mentor.
I think he sees that as something.
They've probably promised him a decent amount of playing time too.
It's the most guaranteed playing time. I think working with Popovich is something that he could want to do old in his career.
Help mentor Wemby.
Play with Wembanyama. And maybe they pitched him on Chris Paul. Like, he's like, Wemby, Tobias Harris.
Maybe they're going to give him decent money, too.
Devin Vassell. We can make the playoffs.
I don't mind Tobias there on a one-year deal.
Like, I don't know. We'll see. What is that? Ruin my day.
What?
Oh, he has his own Celsius, this piece of shit.
Yeah, Sam, that was like Rolly's holy shit during the draft. That was an unacceptable response. But Chris Paul, I mean, he could still run an offense, Rolly. I mean, you don't want him playing heavy minutes, but I don't know, 15.
Yeah, that's a piece of shit.
15 to 20 minutes per game for the Spurs.
Let's find out if you're a real teammate or not.
The answer is no.
Is it splitsies?
Whoa.
No, I'm playing.
Whoa.
It's yours.
Yeah, I like this move for the Spurs, man. I do. I think
mentor Stephon Castle, good point. Willie.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That's a good point.
I wonder if they start Castle at the point and Chris Paul's like this. I
actually would go the other way. I think they're going to start CP
at least to begin the year.
Yeah, Castle will be coming off the bench.
Maybe by mid-season, Castle starts.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point, Willie.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Spurs are a fun team. I don't think they're ready to win, but I could see them winning like 33, 34 games.
Yeah.
Could jump 10 wins maybe. Would they win 22 this year?
Ooh, bad.
They're not going to make the playoffs. The
They
West
are
is too
a bad
deep.
team.
But I think they could win 30 plus. I will say this: the Jeremy Sohan point forward experiment is over. Just get back to him playing in the front court.
Yeah, it's about damn time.
That was a disaster.
About
Who
damn time.
will be the next free agent to sign? We got a couple.
Are we getting things hot? Are things heating up?
Paul George exiting. Shams also saying Sixers are leading suitors. Yeah, I mean, unless an unforeseen team emerges, like it's Sixers and Orlando, and it seems like the Sixers are going to be the team for Paul George. All right, we'll get some shout-outs here. Who's going to be the next free agent to sign? Who's going to be the next free agent to sign? Pam says Ben Simmons on the move. No one wants him. How many years does he have left on his deal?
Simmons? I think it's either one
Is
or
he
two.
finally on the last year of his deal?
It's either one or two.
Let's see. I'm pulling up Spotra.
Goat Mode says Tyus Jones. That's a sneaky name. I don't think it'll happen, but it's a sneaky name.
Last year of his deal, $40 million.
Actually, that becomes a very enticing contract, to be honest.
If you're Detroit, do you just take him and see what happens?
Maybe not now, but at the deadline, honestly, I think Brooklyn might keep him because I know there was a report that they could look to trade him, but like
He could be a great tank commander.
why wouldn't you keep him and have the $40 million come off your own books, like, and you can spend it on free agency next year? Like, I actually think the
Yeah.
Nets would be better off keeping him. Throughout
Well,
the
especially
year.
if they're tanking, which they are.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like they're not a tax team. so they
Nathan
don't get
says
shut in.
DeMar to the Warriors. That would be interesting.
I don't know how they would pull that off financially, but
It would have to be a sign and trade.
yeah.
I mean, they would. And, well, you could do a 1-for-1. You could do a Wiggins to the Bulls and pay him what Wiggins is making.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
If the Bulls would take Wiggins.
Ray Arthur says Heat do something. I kind of mentioned this. I think that the Heat are going to be pretty patient. As I mentioned, they're a team under the first apron.
They're going to
right
wait
now.
for that trade market to
Yeah,
develop.
they're gonna wait for the trade market to develop so they can save. And then if they feel like they're not going to make a trade, then that's when they sign 2 or 3 guys and they're going to go back above the first apron.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Miami, and obviously you're the host, but just from an outsider's perspective, I'm waiting for the trade market to develop. Does D-Mitch sign the max? Does he not? Does Brandon Ingram become a possible target? How do you feel about BI as a potential Heatle?
I don't.
It's not a bad number 3.
I don't love it, but
Yeah.
I would rather go for the shot of Brandon Ingram and it doesn't work out
just run it
than
back.
just run it back.
So I think we know if they run it back, like
Yeah, I openly admit. Some people are going to say, so you'd make a move just to make a move? Yes.
when
because
Jimmy's
we know,
35.
we know
yes.
the current core cannot win a title together. Why would we run it back?
Yeah, exactly.
So even though it might go hilariously wrong, like I'm willing to take the shot at Brandon Ingram.
Yeah. You don't want to be the team that never takes a swing. Like
Exactly.
It's kind of like the Thunder. Like eventually they need to move some of these picks.
Yeah.
Thomas, this isn't breaking. This happened
Yeah.
a while ago, but it is kind of funny. And look, I think it's dumb the Cavs fired Bickerstaff, but I don't know, like you just hired a guy last year who got fired from another team that made the playoffs in Monty Williams, and you're doing the same thing. Like
Yeah.
I think it's funny how these like middle tier teams they do this. They fire their coach and they fire just to hire a guy who got fired. Like it's the same thing.
Pass around the coaches, man.
Isaac Harbin.
Yeah, shout out to Isaac for the $1 super chat on the Heat report. That got us out of that bad number. And then Robert Smith with a $2 super chat, which is our perfect segue into can you go over the signings so far? Yeah, we're going to go over the signings, and that got us to a very nice $669.96.
Why don't you recycle
Bang.
through the signings and I hop off for a few minutes and I'll be back. Rolly's gonna go through the signings. I'll be back.
All right. Well, these happened a while ago, but Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Malik Monk, and Nick Claxton all re-signed with their teams prior to free agency opening. Emmanuel Quickly got a 5-year, $175 million bag, which was kind of crazy a couple days ago, but that's what he got. Bruce Brown, team option, was picked up. PJ Tucker opted into his player option. So did Josh Richardson. D'Angelo Russell and Jackson Hayes both opted in to their deals with the Lakers. Delano Banton opted, or I think it was a team option. They picked it up for $2 million, which he actually played decent for them down the stretch last season. Russell Westbrook, 1 year, $4 million. He opted in, but there's reports that he is going to be traded, and the Nuggets seem to be a team that is interested. Jayshawn Tate, 1 year, 7.6 with the Rockets. Royce O'Neal, 4 for 44 with the Suns, which is an intriguing one because that probably is the baseline for like that role player kind of level. Like Obi Toppin got 15 per year over 4 years. Royce O'Neal got 11 over 4 years. So I'd expect to see like Derrick Jones Jr., Caleb Martin, and those type of players get in between 11 and 15 mil over 3 to 4 seasons as well. Nothing else really notable there. DeAndre Jordan back to the Nuggets, Bol to the Suns, Rashawn Holmes 2-year deal, and Patrick Williams 5 for 90, intriguing contract there. And then this is where everything started today. Alex Len back to the Kings to back up Domantas Sabonis. Toppin, we mentioned him already, back to the Pacers. Max Christie signed a 4-year, $32 million deal, which was a little odd to me because I'm not the biggest on him. Harden, 2 for 70 with the Clips, as the Clippers are also going to be moving on from Paul George. Intriguing there. See if they find a wing to fit next to Kawhi and James Harden. Luke Cornett and Neemias Queta return to the Celtics. Backup bigs there. Kevin Love returns to the Heat on a 2-year, $8 million deal. And then Andre Drummond really started the movement here. First free agent to ship and jump different teams. Andre Drummond, 2 for 10, the backup for Joel Embiid. The Clippers weirdly signed Kevin Porter Jr. Allegedly, after he goes through this program, he is going to be found not guilty, I suppose. That's how Shams worded it. He's back in the league. I don't love that, if we're going to be honest, but he is. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is getting a 3-year deal, $66 million. It's a 2+1, though, player option for the final season. But like that move from Orlando, man, I do. Cade Cunningham got a massive 5-year extension. Eric Gordon signed a vet-min deal. Likely, I know it's TBA. I'd be willing to bet it's on the vet-min to go to Philly. And then the most recent signing and biggest one of them all, Chris Paul going to the Spurs, got waived by the Warriors early today. And then he is going to be the mentor, lead guard, facilitator for Victor Wembanyama, mentor Stephon Castle, run the pick and roll with Wemby. Chris Haynes had a report that said CP3 had a great talk with Spurs coach Greg Popovich and was sold on the culture and opportunity to help elevate the game of Victor Wembanyama. CP is eager and motivated to showcase he's still an elite guard in this league. Well, elite guard, that is a little bit of aggressive, but sure, he will be able to mentor Wembanyama, Stephon Castle, and Devin Vassell for sure. That is the tweet. For CP? Wow, that is a deal. Got the details on this Chris Paul signing. 1 year, $11 million for Chris Paul. Kind of a wild move, I'm not going to lie. Kind of a wild move to give him 1 year, $11 million. I know it's only 1 year, but this motherfucker getting $11 million is crazy. Can we be honest here? Oh, shit! News! And this is a random-ass signing. This is as random as it gets. Jonas Valanciunas, 3 years, $30 million to the Washington Wizards. What? The Washington Wizards? Are we serious? Valanciunas to the Wizards on $10 million a year? Now, full transparency, I actually like this move for Washington quite a bit. I do. I don't understand why Jonas would go there for $10 million, but in terms of Washington, they needed a center. You draft Alex Sarr, you put Valanciunas at the 5, you put Sarr at the 4, the number 2 overall pick, and then that's where you make the decision on Kyle Kuzma. Are you playing Kuzma at the 3, or are you trading him away? This might signal a trade, in my opinion, because I don't think Kuzma is a 3. He played a little bit in his early days with the the Lakers, but I think he is someone that could be dealt because he's more well fit as a 4 in my book. We'll see. He's got very good size, 6'9". He can play the 3, though. I just think he's better defensively as a 4. But Valanciunas, 3 years, $30 million with Washington, could make Kuzma available via trade. And now you're looking at a core in Washington that features Valanciunas, Alex Sarr, Bob Carrington, Keyshawn George, who they drafted. Intriguing in Washington. Intriguing. And that's a good point that we brought up as well with Valanciunas and the Lakers. Like, if that report is true that the Lakers were having LeBron James conversations and he would have a cheaper contract to bring in a more impactful guy, and it's not Valanciunas. It's not, who's the other one that already signed? Not James Harden, thank you, Sam. And the other ones that are out there of Klay Thompson. So if you miss out on Klay, like, he's going to get the baggy in massive fashion. But either way, Jonas Valanciunas to the Wizards. Not going to change anything really in the landscape of the NBA, but it could have a ripple effect as Kyle Kuzma could be pushed out the door potentially. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure, but we'll see. But that's like my thing is, like, why would Valanciunas do that? Like, I get it. If no other team was offering $10 million plus and that many years, like, sure, but maybe I'm just wired differently, folks. Maybe I am. But to me, I always want to compete. And if I know for a fact I can't win in Washington and I'm just going to be miserable losing all the time, like, I don't care. Sure, you could say, well, dude's making $30 million, $10 million per year. You would do that. And I was like, I don't know if I would. Like, I would rather get paid $5 million and enjoy my life and compete and be a competitor, because that's why you play this damn sport, than get paid $10 million per season and do nothing. But that's just me. That's just me. Just me. All right, let's beat our chat rate record. We had over 2,000 people watching on Chat Sports, 365 people watch on the Heat Report. Don't have the Maverick stream pulled up, but I'm sure you guys are still hanging in strong. So spam your goes. We got to beat 420. We've had a 420 mention and a 69 mention. What is this, Tom Downey running the ship? Spam your goes down below. I'm giving shout-outs. Time in the Buckeye. T-Dog, Megan, More Hype, Jeff, Roy, Wax, Megan, Zay, Aaron, T-Bonesy, Nathan, Roy, Megan, Yeehaw, Zay, Pokey, Analyzer, Sweaty Boy, Andrew, Brad, Basketball, Tycoon, Roy, Nathan, Brad's, SCK, Yeehaw, John, Brad, Nathan, Nathaniel, Different People, Kira, One Amazing, Nathan, Carly Moore is back, Andrew Nemhart, just kidding, no Nemhart. Robert Smith said just start following you on Twitter. Thanks, Beast. I haven't been on Twitter in a little bit on my own account. Caesar, Bag, ML, Big O, Jarl, Mal, Devon, MP, Samuel, Joey, Gage, Carly, J. Rosh. Keep on spamming goes. We need to beat 420. Grizzly Bear. What a name. Gage, JV, Andrew Newhart. That was the name that I read that I thought was Nemhart. Zay, James, Brad, Caden, Moore, T-Dogsy, NBA 2K14, Altered Sports. 308 is our first update. I just need one more push. One more push like we're giving birth. One more. Come on. Let's get to 421. Don't give up yet. Don't give up just yet. We need one more update. Come on. T-Dog, Roy, J. Rosh, David, Megan, Underrated, Big O, it's your boy, Jamal, Seth, Ron Baker, the Glock Ness, Josh, Samuel, Tycoon, Zay, One Amazing, Mr. Big Po, John Hendricks, Fireboy, Random, Y, One Amazing, Jaden Ivey, Grover Williams, Wexy, what? Carly Moore, Fireboy, Brad, 420 exactly, you gotta be shitting me. Yeah, one more push. We got to get one more chat rate better. Come on. Brandon Bass, Analyzer, Ricky, Jaden Ivey. It is Jaden Ivey. The Glockness, 305 guy. Ray Arthur, Jamal, Tino, Jack. It's your boy, Dylan, John Rick, Chris, Bear, Joey. Did we get there? I don't know if I could give any more shout-outs. Let's see. Did we do it, guys? I hope so. I do a lot of things to first Celsius in my hand right now. When I go home tonight, I'm going to crash out quickly, and I can't wait for me to miss a signing. 481! We did it. We did it. We did it. Let's go. Let's go, guys. That was team effort. High fives all around. High fives all around. Good job on the Heat report, too, getting 160 up there. Good job, fellas. High fives. Let's do it. We came in hot. We got it done. Got a couple minor super chats, if we could just show those real quick on Heat. I don't know if we got any on Maine. We might have, but just one. I feel like I saw one. You've already gone through this one, I think. Yeah, here we go. Baku Pant. I think this was the first timer as well. Backup Ant. Are you sure it's not Baku Pant? I feel like Baku Pant's kind of cool. I don't know. I'm bad at pronouncing names. What's the biggest salary we can offer to free agent? Well, so it depends on if you're offering your own free agent or someone else, because when it comes to Miami, if it's like your own guy, you have bird rights, and if you have bird rights, you can offer a little bit more into the tax. But other than that, right now, the Heat really can only offer vetman deals because any signing would put them into the first apron of the tax, and you can't really go into the first or second apron of the tax on outside free agents. So right now, it's really only vet minimums, unfortunately. But if you're talking like Haywood Highsmith, you can offer him like an $8 million per season because it's your own guy, and going into the tax doesn't matter when you have bird rights. So just so you know, that part. Jay Townsend, the MVP of today's show, gets a question in here. Is there any way Miami could trade for Kyle Kuzma? I have been very outspoken about my want of Kyle Kuzma. I think he would be a perfect power forward for Miami. He's 6'9". He's got a great height to him. He's athletic. He can score. He can handle. I think he would be an improved defender in the Miami Heat system. And I don't think it would cost you that much. Like, I think it would just cost you Duncan Robinson and maybe a first-round pick. Why would it cost you only Duncan Robinson and maybe a little bit more like Duncan and like Jay Rich or something like that to match salary? Because Kyle Kuzma's contract is only like $23 million this season. It's 23, 21, and then 19. It's a descending 3-year contract. And I think Kuzma will be a great fit. He gives you positional versatility and size. He gives you floor spacing, another scorer. And maybe it's not Duncan Robinson. Maybe it's a Tyler Hero. Maybe it's a Tyler Hero in a second, or a Tyler Hero in a first, or a Terry Rozier in a first, Tyler Hero in a second. Like, either way, like, I think one of those moves would make you better. It's a lateral move where you're not going out to getting an all-star, an all-NBA guy, but you're getting someone that helps you more and fits your team better. Because and I'm fine trading Tyler or Terry for Kyle Kuzma if I'm going to be completely honest, because what fits better? Tyler and Terry in the backcourt, or one of those two being the lead ball handler, and then Kuzma, Bam, and Jimmy in the front court? I think it's the latter. That's me personally. Maybe you guys disagree. You should let me know. But from a Heat's lens, I think Kuzma makes a lot of sense. He's cheap. He's got a great contract. Like I said, $23 million this year, $21 million the year after, $19 million the final year of his contract. You get 3 years of team control on one of the best contracts in the NBA. To me, this is a no-brainer. And if you are not getting Donovan Mitchell, he is my second trade option. I'll be honest. If you rank trade options, I did this video, by the way, on the Heat report. So if you want to go back and watch it, you can. But I power rank the best trade options for Miami. Mitchell's number one. He will always be number one. D-Mitch, please get him if possible. I put Kuzma 2. I put Trae Young 3. No, I think I put Lauri Markkanen 3. Trae Young 4. and then Brandon Ingram 5. So I still believe that pecking order. That pecking order has not changed. Even with the drafting of Kel'el Ware and adding some size, still doing that. Massive Matt with a $2 super chat in the Heat Report. We're becoming pathetic in free agency. Just can't offer that much. Just can't. We're going to have to upgrade a team through the trade market. I know it's lame and boring to say that a team like Miami, who has got aspirations to win, can't really sign free agents. That's how it is. It's either the trade market or a vet mints. That's really all it is. Jameer CP is on Maine. Should Orlando Magic sign a big-name player? Jameer, I have been on the Paul George to the Magic train so much, and I know everyone's reporting that the 76ers are the favorites. I believe that it should be the Magic. And maybe Paul George would rather go to Philly. But if I'm Orlando, I'm saying, listen, no state income tax, not as expensive to live in Orlando as it is in Philly. You get to mentor Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. You get paired up with KCP in the backcourt, which is just a terrific duo defensively and offensively in terms of shooting. Paul George is your main ball handler. It makes too much sense for him to go to Orlando, and I think the Magic would be a top 3-4 team in the Eastern Conference. Hell, I might even put them 2 if they sign Paul George to pair up with KCP, Franz Wagner, and Paolo. I think the Magic should go all in. I think they should. I will say this. We're also $3 away from $100 in Super Chats on our main chat sports channel. We got to get to triple dig. Got to do it. Got to get the triple dig. Got to get the triple dig. All right, and now we're $1 away because Abraham with a $2 Super Chat. This is a Heat fan. Abraham, we're live on the Heat Report, our Heat channel. If you do not know, I am the host of the Heat Report. Shout out myself, Nick Rohloff. If you are a Heat fan, which it makes me feel like you are because you're saying Pat Riley, wake up and get somebody, subscribe to the Heat Report by Chat Sports and join us over there because we have a lot more fun. Also, a first-time Super Chat from Abraham. Shout out to you. Yeah, like I mentioned, I would love for Pat Riley to wake up and sign someone. I'm shocked they made a move today. I know it was just re-signing Kevin Love, but I got to be honest, I was stunned they even did anything today. I predicted they were going to do absolutely nothing. But at least they did that. Also a $2 Super Chat on the Heat Report by Andy Amigo, first-timer. No text, so you don't. It's okay if you don't want to show it real now, but appreciate you, Andy Amigo, $2 Super Chat. 23 away from 700. Never been done on the channel. We're already past our barriers today. Could we get to a nice even 700? We'll see. Not gonna ask or beg. We've gotten more than enough today, but every cent does help us grow this channel. 12K subscribers and setting a new record today. What else can we do today? Literally, we've got 12K subscribers today, and we set a record for most Super Chats on a live show. Man, what a good day on the Heat Report. Even though the Heat haven't done anything really that impactful, it's been a good day for us here at the Heat Report. No, Andy, I just said, no, you didn't do anything wrong in your Super Chat. I just said no text. Like in your Super Chat, you didn't write out a little note. So it's like, if you wrote a note, we could show it on screen so everyone sees it. You just didn't write, like if you put like a note, like let's go Heat, I saw you comment that after, then we could have showed that. But we appreciate $2, Andy. All right, what are we doing here? Recapping? Is this like, we're just talking? Okay, no cut here. Oh, I'll tell you what, when he comes back, I'm taking a breather. All right, James Harden kicked it off today with a 2-year, $70 million contract, returning to the Clippers. Man, we're struggling today. Well, I like this move for Los Angeles. Like losing Paul George, you couldn't lose James Harden as well, and it makes a lot of sense to bring him back. So it's going to be interesting to see how they build the rest of that roster around James Harden and Kawhi Leonard. That's really it. That's really it. Kevin Love, the Love Doctor, returning back to Miami, 2-year, $8 million deal. The intriguing thing about this for Heat fans out there is that it is different than last year's 2-year deal. Because if you flash back 1 year ago today, the Heat re-signed Kevin Love after getting him in the buyout market on a 2-year deal. The one thing about that deal was that it was a 1+1. So 1 year guaranteed. The other was a player option. Kevin Love obviously opted out of that player option. But this 2-year deal with the Miami Heat is full 2 years. No team option, no player option, standard 2-year, $8 million or 2-year, $8 million deal for Kevin Love. Andre Drummond, the first person to ship and change teams, 2-year, $10 million deal with the Sixers. And I believe this is going to be like their biannual, I'd assume. Now, I'll say this. As much as I love Kevin Love returning to Miami for 2 for $8, it's kind of tough to justify Andre Drummond being 2 for 10. Because, like, I like Love. He's able to space the floor. But Drummond's probably a better center because he can rebound better and he defends better. And he's one of the better six-men or people off the bench last year for the Bulls. So, intriguing there. I'll say that. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, the biggest news of the day outside of Paul George potentially and all that news and rumors, but the actual official stuff. KCP, 3-year, $66 million deal. It's a 2+1, so first 2 are guaranteed. Last year is a player option. Really like this move for Orlando as they look to add more help in the backcourt for Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. They strike first and maybe use that as a pitch to try to get Paul George to sign with them instead of Philadelphia. Eric Gordon signing with the 76ers. Details TBA. Is that to be announced, by the way? Okay, just curious. If you can't tell, I'm a very scatterbrained person at times. Like, I just randomly thought that, had to ask a question, even though we're in the middle of talking about Eric Gordon. He had a good year last year, though, for the Suns. Yeah, just hit the 5-hour mark. I mean, 5 hours live, and we have not had that much to talk about, folks. 11 points per game last season. Shot 38% from 3. Good ball player. I like his fit with the 76ers as the lead guy off the bench as the guard department with Jared McCain. Sure. Chris Paul, 1 year, $11 million deal. After getting waived by the Warriors, he signs with the Spurs to be the mentor to Victor Wembanyama, help run the offense. And you know what? Maybe the Spurs can fight and claw for a playing spot next year. I think it's possible. Wouldn't shock me if they were battling. Jonas Valanciunas, 3 for $30 million deal. Incredible that he signed with the Wizards. I just didn't think Washington, they wanted a center. They needed a center after trading Daniel Gafford, that's for sure. But I didn't think they would have gone this direction. I don't think Valanciunas would have went this direction. But he ultimately gets his $10 million per, and he's gonna be a Wizard with Alex Sarr in the front court. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right. Someone just did a flight tracker of the Thunder brass flying back from their meeting with Hartenstein and Eugene. Clearly not a signing yet. It's not been announced. So did that meeting not go that well? Did the meeting not go so well? That's what I want to know. I tell you what, these streams would be much easier to do if I was able to be sitting down. No, it's not like it's fine. I'm going to battle through. It's for the longevity. Standing for 5 hours while nothing's even happening is just brutal. It's just brutal. What are we doing here? Like this. Oh, I have a fun game we could play after. We did get a $5 super chat on Heat, and I think we got another super chat on Maine, too. But name a random NBA player. Name a random NBA player, and I want you to name a random player, and then I am going to try to guess their college. I love playing this game. I love playing this. Isaac Okoro, Auburn. Bronny James, USC. Ryan Kelly, Duke. That's a good random player, though. Ryan Kelly's a good random player. Jahlil Okafor, Duke. Jordan Walsh, Arkansas. Caleb Houston, I believe Auburn. I actually might be wrong about that. I don't know if Okay, thank the Lord. Ryan Anderson, I think Virginia. Donovan Mitchell, Louisville. I don't know why I spaced. Tyrese Maxey, Kentucky. Tony Snell, I believe UNLV. Might be a rebel. Might be a rebel. Allen Iverson, not random, but Georgetown. Jericho Sims, Texas. Eric Pascal, Villanova. Jordan Mickey, Tennessee. Dwayne Wade, Marquette. TJ McConnell, Arizona. Cody Zeller, Indiana. Scotty Barnes. Why am I spacing on Scotty? No. I know. Why'd you say it? I was going to get there. Florida State. Rex Chapman, Kentucky. Christian Brown, Kansas. Charles Barkley, Auburn. Nico Mannion, Arizona. Julian Phillips, Tennessee. Max Strus, DePaul. Herbert Jones, Alabama. Wow, you guys are humming with these players. This is electric. Yogi Ferrell, Indiana. Ray Allen, Georgetown. Oh, UConn. Jesus, that was bad. UConn. Who the fuck is Jared Rhoden? I think I do. I'm picturing the face. Big East school. He didn't go to St. John's, did he? No, yeah, I didn't think so. Seton Hall, that's good by you, Sam. That's good. Good. Admiral Schofield, Tennessee. Oh, what am I doing? Oh. Yeah, dude, we got some good names coming in, dude. Andrew Funk. We got Andrew Funk as a random NBA player. Yeah. No. Taylor Funk, I think is. Taylor Funk went to Utah State. St. Joe's as well. Where did Andrew Funk go? We got some sweaty names in here. I love this. Deuce McBride, West Virginia. I'm avoiding Andrew Funk because I can't remember where he went. Can I say St. Joe's? Did they play together one year? I think they played together one year. I'm an A10 guy. Jonathan Isaac, Florida State. Cody Martin, Nevada. Carson Edwards, Purdue. Raekwon Gray? Who is that? Scream Cincinnati, though. Scream Cincinnati. Rudy Gay, Connecticut. Rudy Gay's a Husky. Colin Gillespie, Villanova. Naz Reid, LSU. Johnny Flynn, what a name! The Syracuse Orangemen. That's an electric name. Jeremy Lamb, another Husky. We're getting a lot of Connecticut's here today. AJ Lawson, UNC. Oh, no, that's Ty Lawson. AJ Law, I think is the other Lawson. Yeah. Brandon Roy came out of high school, didn't he? Yeah, so that's not a college. Good random player, though. Pat Connaughton, Notre Dame. Alex Fudge is a Florida Gator. I only know that because I'm pretty sure he was a UDFA for Miami last year, and I had to talk about him. Yeah. Jarrett Culver, Texas Tech. Michael Redd, old school. I don't know where he went to school. All right, we are going to bring in Patrick Seatman.
Oh, what's going on, everybody? I heard a lot of slander over the Patrick Williams extension earlier, and I think we have to get on here and defend his honor before we dive into anything else. But good to be here. Pretty slow day of day one of free agency, but still some exciting news. But this Paul George thing is going to break at midnight.
Yeah, that's going to happen at – are you talking Eastern time or CT?
I'll probably go CT. I think it's gonna be
CT.
12.
Oh, we didn't even do a call. We got 378,000.
Hey.
Let's go.
Let's go, fellas.
I feel like the chat really enjoyed the name a random NBA player game, and we're going to name colleges.
Oh, yeah.
There were some sweaty names in there. Dude.
Kyle Guy, Virginia.
Dude, Johnny Flynn, that's a name right there. I haven't heard in a while.
Hughes. Ooh, Shumpert? You know where Shumpert went? I have no idea.
Iman? I feel like he's like a MAC school for some reason. Like I want to, even though Cleveland State's not in a MAC school, I feel like I want to say Cleveland State.
Wow, he went to Georgia Tech.
Iman did?
Yeah.
That's
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did not know he was at Georgia Tech.
There we go.
Yellow jacket. Mr. 1000 knew that. Let's ride. Ty Man the Buckeyes saying Skull Seeps in the Heat chat.
Let's go, Ty
That's
Man.
electric. That's electric.
Michael
All right.
Finley.
I'm hopping off here in a second. I'm probably going to end the Heat stream. Am I off just for a little bit, or is this off? How close are we to the cuts, you think? 20 minutes?
20
Oh,
minutes.
then we'll stay live. I'll stay live on Heat. I'll probably only hop off. I'll hop off for like 10 minutes.
10. But
A little 10-minute break. Yeah. So what's gonna happen? Can we show those? There's one more super chat on Heat that I gotta, and then I'm gonna hop off.
Cristiano Felicio, Bulls legend in the chat from Oz. That's great.
No, I'll stay live just in case something happens because I'm gonna be back. Yeah, shout out to Andy Amigo. We finally got it on screen here. First time super chat, and then we also got a first time super chat from Pedro Alonso, $5, saying, "What's up?" Appreciate you, Pedro. An electric first time super chat. And then Jameer with a first timer. Hornets, LaMelo Ball needs help. Brandon Miller is on the way. We will be soon saying that Brandon Miller is the best player in that team. My hot take. Thank you, Jameer. You got us over $100 super chats on main. All right, there's dwindling audience on Heat. 250 people watching. We've been going down. We're going to stay live just in case Miami somehow does something. I'm going to be back on the channel in about 10 minutes, but Patrick Seatman's going to hold it down for the rest of you for the next 10 or 12. So if you guys want to hang out still, cool. If not, you got to do you. But we're going to hand it over to Seats now.
Yeah, we're going to start off by going over some of the top free agent targets still available. Obviously, biggest name being on here, LeBron James, but we all expect him to head back to Los Angeles. And I'm a little shocked Tyrese Maxey hasn't signed his deal yet. Set up for a 5-year max. Paul George, assuming he's going to end up in Philly or Orlando, but it's looking like he would go to Philly. And then DeMar DeRozan, I think it's more likely than not that he is involved in some sort of deal heading to the Los Angeles Clippers, as they are still going to try to compete in the Western Conference. I think DeRozan would be a solid player. You know, I think he's an underrated playmaker at this point in his career. And then you got a guy like Klay Thompson, who, you know, I think people, you know, view him as a cooked product, and, you know, definitely is not the player he used to be, but I still think he could be incredibly effective, you know, for a team trying to look at a piece to get them over the top. But what about Isaiah Hartenstein? I mean, haven't heard any news on him as of lately. He was meeting with the Oklahoma City Thunder front office in Oregon, and they actually just went back on a plane to Oklahoma City. So that could be a deal that could break within the next couple of hours. Kelly Oubre, he's going to be an interesting piece. I wonder if the Paul George, you know, Sixers rumors are true. How does that impact him? But Tyus Jones, love Tyus Jones as a backup point guard, has one of the best assist-to-turnover ratios in actually NBA history. Caleb Martin, solid role player, really went off in the Eastern Conference Finals a couple of years ago. Miles Bridges, for some reason, Sixers fans, you know, would love to have him, but it seems like they're going to go the Paul George route. But former Sixer Tobias Harris, I could so see Toby signing a deal with the Detroit Pistons just to help them to get to that one cap number that they have to for signing or for meeting for the salary cap. So I could see him heading to Detroit. Derrick Jones Jr., I'm going to call he goes back to the Dallas Mavericks, as we saw, you know, the best ball of his career be played there in Dallas. Gary Trent Jr., very underrated player, great scorer at all three levels. Curious to see where he goes. But what about a guy like Buddy Hield? You know, good shooter. Same with Malik Beasley still on the board. Then you kick at the guys like Jalen Smith, who I love. Jalen Smith has stretch five ability, can protect the rim, can really, you know, do it all at the center position. And especially if you look at the modern day game right now, like Jalen Smith would be a great choice for a contending team. Gordon Hayward went to the Thunder, didn't work out there. He talked about it following the season that he felt like he wasn't really utilized correctly in Oklahoma City, and also Sam Presti did own that they could have done a better job there. But Saddiq Bey is a name I love and a player I love. 3-and-D guy, has probably the most random 50-piece in NBA history. He could be an intriguing option for contending teams. Keep your eyes out on maybe like a team like the Dallas Mavericks if they just want more 3-and-D guys around Luka Doncic. But then what about Isaac Okoro? Okoro, in the playoff series 2 years ago against the Knicks, he was really exposed for not having a good offensive game, but he did pick it up this past season, so he could be another intriguing option. So there's still a ton of good free agents out there, and we're just still waiting for a lot of these dominoes to fall. But if you guys are having a good time on today's show, as it hasn't been the flurry that we expected heading into free agency, but there were still some big-time moves that were made. But if you guys are having a good time, if you guys can hit that thumbs-up icon, as we're actually only one like away from 1,200. Who's going to be the 1,200th like? If you guys could show some support, just helps us get this stream out to more and more NBA fans. So we would really appreciate it if you guys could hit that like button. If you guys have, give me a me in the chat, and I'll give you guys a shout out. As Time and the Buckeyes already holding it down in there. AUS saying I was. Amy in the chat saying hi. Shout out to all of the real ones. As Ty Man holding it down like he always does here at Chat Sports. Appreciate you tuning in. Nathan is saying me. Card saying me. Lakers Nation saying, what's up, buddy? Let's hope we get Klay, bro, or Rob is cooking something spicy. Yeah, I think Klay Thompson, obviously with his dad, Michael, playing with the Los Angeles Lakers, I think that would be a great fit for him. As we know, shooters around LeBron James, they always thrive. And even though Klay is not the same player he was, creating shots for himself or, obviously not the same defender, I think he could thrive next to LeBron as just being that spot-up shooter. But Noli in the chat saying me. Appreciate you liking the show. Callie as well. Megan, Ty Man, Peyton, all of you guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. But let's take a little look here at the NBA title odds. So as it stands right now, this is how it's shaking out according to the bookmakers out west. They do have the Boston Celtics as the overwhelming favorite at plus 300. Then the Thunder are in second at plus 700. Then you got the Mavs plus 750, Nuggets at plus 800, and then the New York Knicks at plus 900 after the Bridges deal. Obviously, the Celtics being heavy title favorites is because of what they did last year. Very good basketball team, but also a big reason for that is just the Eastern Conference. It's not the it's not as hard as it is going through the West in comparison to the East. But I love the Thunder heading into the next season, especially if they could get a guy like Isaiah Hartenstein. Some physicality at that front court. I think that would be a great pickup, for OKC. And if they could somehow get that done here shortly, I could see those title odds skyrocketing. Then the Mavericks at 3. I don't necessarily love the fit of Klay Thompson in Dallas. I do think it would help, but I don't know if that's a move that gets them, over the top necessarily. But we did get reports that the Denver Nuggets were interested in trading for Russell Westbrook. They're going to have to make some moves because they have already lost 2 key pieces from that championship team a couple years ago. Bruce Brown, KCP, key role players that get it done on both sides of the floor. They both left Denver over the last 2 off seasons, so they're going to have to make a move. And obviously, with Jokic getting paid the money he is and now Jamal Murray getting extended, they're going to have to make some smart moves on the margins, continuously compete in an absolute loaded Western Conference. New York Knicks, absolutely love what they've done over the past couple of years. And if you just go back in time, taking their timeline from when they did sign Jalen Brunson to to today's date, they have just made countless correct moves. Big reason why they are 5th in title odds. But you guys let me know who win the NBA title next season. I don't necessarily have a prediction yet. We're probably going to wait until obviously these moves are finished. But if I had to call it right now, I hate calling for the Celtics repeat, but I think that would probably be my choice as it stands right now. They're a great, great basketball team. But you guys let me know who won the NBA title. Let me know what you guys think down below. As Tebo was saying, the Orlando Magic will win a title in 5 years. Yeah, the biggest piece for the Magic is obviously you want to get better players around Banchero, but I think their biggest question is, can Banchero take that leap where he's a top 7, top 6 player in the world, where he is a true number 1 option on a championship team? I think he will develop into that, but obviously that question is still out there. Ty Man's going with the Cavs. We got some Pistons coming in the chat. The River Priest going the Blazers. Yeah, there's no chance the Pistons or Blazers win it all next season. Megan's going the Suns. Suns are definitely an interesting spot. I like their draft of getting Ryan Dunn, the defensive, stud out of, Virginia. But I don't know. I just don't love the fit of Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal. I think this Big Three era has died in the NBA. It's more about having, like, a solid top two and then a complete roster, around these guys. Joey saying the Timberwolves. What's up, Joey? How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. You're always on the Vikings chat. Holding it down there. I've loved the Timberwolves pickup of Rob Dillingham. I think that's just going to add a whole nother dynamic to their bench where, could you imagine if you're opposing team guard and you got to deal with Anthony Edwards, the freak athlete he is, the physical style of guard, and then you got Rob Dillingham coming in off the bench, the creative Lou Will-esque type of guard. Like, other guards in the Western Conference got to be looking at that group, just having nightmares about them at night. But Jacob's going with the Mavs. Nathan's going with the Seattle Supersonics. Yeah, that would be I would actually like to see another team or have a team go back to Seattle. I think it'd be good for the league. And then, yeah, Megan's rolling with the Suns. But we do have a super chat menu if you guys do want to support the program here at Chat Sports. Really helps us, go a long way here and just hiring new people and also just keeping the lights on here at the studios. But we said it, every 100 likes we get, as we are 55 away from our next Beers Cheers, $5. We'll talk about your team. Whatever you guys want to talk about regarding your favorite ball club. $10, we'll spin the wheel. $20, we're taking shots. And then $100, I'll be willing to whip out a shot fund, put a beer in this pretty cool contraption, and then, it goes down the hatch. But this is the way you guys can support the show by super chatting. But Woj did have this report a little bit ago, about just under an hour ago, saying more than just unlikely, the Clippers and Paul George are moving on from each other. And, it's going to be curious to see what direction the Clippers go, because you still got Kawhi Leonard. You just brought back James Harden on a 2-year, $70 million deal. So clearly they have some sort of, plan to compete in the Western Conference next season. But with how the roster's shaking out right now, they are not going to be able to compete with the group they have. Could it be a guy like DeMar DeRozan? Maybe they try and swing Brandon Ingram, or maybe a guy like Lauri Markkanen. Maybe they try to swing big, but they have a new stadium open up next year with Steve Ballmer. They are going to be aggressive. I promise you, the Clippers will have another move here soon. It just depends on, who's their top guy. But I could definitely see DeRozan, obviously an LA guy, heading back there to the Clippers. But this is also coming in from Law Murray saying, per source, there's a real chance that Paul George will make his final decision tonight. The expectation at some point is he would choose the Philadelphia 76ers. There are no other teams in the running at the moment. And I'll tell you what, if they are able to land Paul George, and I think it's 99.9% likely that is the case, the real biggest concern for the Sixers would be health. Like, you would have a perfect trio. I think all their games would complement each other very well. You have the scoring guard in Tyrese Maxey, as we saw last season. He can handle that, massive workload. Then you would have Paul George on the perimeter, a great 3-and-D guy. He's great off ball. He's great on ball. And then you would have the powerhouse of, Joel Embiid being that hopefully a top 5 player in the world if he is able to stay healthy. But listen, Paul George, he's just been consistent over the past couple of years. Obviously, injury concerns and the age are the two biggest red flags surrounding him. But in 74 games this past season, he was pretty damn good. 22.6 points per game, 3.5 assists, 47% from the field, and shot the ball, lights out from beyond the arc at 41.3%. And, Paul George did have his, postseason struggles versus the Dallas Mavericks. He had a couple big moments, but, I think that's always been one of those things with Paul George is like, does his game elevate in the playoffs or does it stay the same? Well, if he would go to Philly, he's going to be the third option. He's not going to have all that pressure and that workload, around him to carry that team offensively and defensively. So, I think PG, his fit in Philly will be, seamless. I think it would end up working out for Philadelphia. And, maybe it would be an overpay for Philly to give him a 4-year max considering he is 34 years old. But, hey, Joel Embiid's already 31. And with the injury history he's had, like, you could make a good guess that his prime is probably over the next 3 years. And then, those big fellas, we have seen them fall off a cliff pretty quickly. So I think Paul George, I think it makes a whole lot of sense for him. And then obviously just Philadelphia trying to take advantage of of Joel Embiid's, next couple of seasons. But let's talk about Klay Thompson here. Klay Thompson to me, I think he's gone, I think he's been overly criticized over the past, couple of months here. Obviously his playing tournament performance, like it was terrible, 0 for 10. We all know the stat line. It just wasn't good. It wasn't the same Klay Thompson we know, but I still think he could be very, very effective. Like him, his ability, he's still a top 5 shooter in the world right now, no doubt about it. He shot the lights out of the ball the second half of the season. I think there's just this misconception around Paul George that, yes, he is not the same player he was. He is not the elite, one of the best 3-and-D guys we had in the NBA, but he is still one of the best shooters. He is still he still has good size, at least on the defensive side of the floor. He can get deflections, play the passing lanes pretty well, and also he's a smart player. He's hit big-time shots over and over again in his NBA career. So I could see Klay definitely going to the Los Angeles Lakers, as I think he could see LeBron James as a guy that could, restore his reputation. Maybe Sam Brown saying he's a Maverick, but we'll see. That'll be a great fit. I mean, obviously Luka and LeBron command the offense in similar ways, and we're shooters around those types of guys. Like, they obviously have career years. I mean, I could imagine the looks Klay would get, playing next to Luka or a guy like LeBron. But you guys let me know which deal gets done first. Give me a PG for Paul George or a KT for Klay Thompson. If I had to call it, I'm probably going Paul George. I could see this deal getting done, within the next couple hours. But you guys let me know. It is going to be the live poll. We're going to reset it in the chat, so you guys let us know. Originally, you guys had Klay Thompson at 56% being the deal that gets done first. I'm assuming that's going to change a little bit. But Ohio Sportscast saying PG, Ty Man saying PG, Raging saying if PG goes to Philly, Maxey going to be a third option. I disagree. I think Maxey's going to be the clear second option on that team. Obviously their bread and butter is going to be running a Maxey Embiid pick and roll, and then hopefully you would have, Paul George in that, spot up position on offense there, and then he could just attack closeouts, do what he does the best. But Raging saying, over PG scoring wing. Raging, I get what you're saying. I just think, Maxey has kind of earned that in Philadelphia. But Elijah saying PG as our poll is at 60% for Paul George over Klay Thompson in terms of what deal gets done next. But let's kick it to the Fishman. Jake Fisher tweeted this out saying, with Russell Westbrook having opted into his $4 million contract, or $4 million deal for this 2024 season, the Clippers are now working to find a trade for Westbrook. And, I talked about this on a Bulls Report video that just went out, saying that maybe he can be involved in a sign-and trade to Chicago, or maybe a sign-and trade to, let's just say, New Orleans if they want to go, target Brandon Ingram, or maybe the Utah Jazz view Westbrook as a great guard to bring off the bench. I will give credit to Westbrook. He has shown a ton of self-awareness throughout his NBA career. Obviously when he got to the Lakers, at first he was kind of a disaster, still tried to play with him, played like his old self. But over the past couple of years, especially with the Clippers, seen a lot of self-awareness. He's really embraced that, electric guard off the bench where he's just in there to bring energy. He's realized he is not the man anymore, dating back to his days with the Oklahoma City Thunder. But, still a good basketball player. He's able to fill up the stat sheet. As we know, one of the best rebounding guards we have ever seen in the history of the NBA. And this past season was able to put up 11.1 points per game, 5 boards, 4.5 assists, was pretty efficient from the field. But think about Westbrook. If you guys watched the playoff series versus the Dallas Mavericks, he was terrible. Shot under 30% from the field, under 20% from downtown, just wasn't efficient, in terms of that. But I still think Westbrook could be effective. I did find it interesting that we did get that report that the Denver Nuggets could be interested in him. Not really too sure why the Nuggets would be interested in Westbrook, but hey, them losing Reggie Jackson, KCP, obviously Bruce Brown last offseason, maybe they just view him as a guy that can, come in and be productive off the bench. But Sean Cunningham was talking about a potential Kings trade for Brandon Ingram, where he said sources confirm Sacramento Kings are pursuing a trade for Brandon Ingram. I'm told the Kings have had discussions with the Pelicans, and it's worth noting Ingram was an emerging star under coach Alvin Gentry, who works in the Kings front office. Now, this would be interesting. I actually wouldn't hate the fit of a big three of Fox, Ingram, and Sabonis. I think Ingram could be a second option on a championship team if you have, a true one, like a Jokic or a Giannis. But, if you have, as Fox being the one, I think Ingram was, serves best as being the third option, definitely. But, Ingram, he's an interesting player, man. I think his reputation was obviously a lot higher heading into last season, but, this past postseason run for him, he averaged 14 points a game versus the Thunder, got swept, wasn't the most efficient basketball player, but he's an underrated playmaker, averaging over 5.5 assists over the last 3 seasons. And just overall, I think Ingram, he's a guy, you can put him in pick and roll, he can see over the top of the defense, he can make the right reads. He's obviously super long. I think, him defensively, there's a lot of untapped potential there just because of his attributes, just because of his just natural size he has at that forward position. So, I could see Ingram going to the Kings. I like the fit there. Would New Orleans send him there? Not really too sure of what a deal could look like. But, man, if Ingram goes to the Kings, that's just another team in the Western Conference who you do not want to play once postseason time comes around. But you guys let me know, who is your favorite signing of free agency so far? As Timothy sent a super chat, we'll get to that here in just a second. Appreciate you, my man. But you guys let me know, what was your favorite signing so far during free agency? Honestly, if I had to pick mine, and people are going to call this an overpay, and I just disagree. I'm going to go Chris Paul going to the Spurs. I think that was a great move for San Antonio. I think, the value he's going to have on the court for Victor Wembanyama is going to be great. And then also just a locker room guy. You just drafted Stephon Castle. If you want him to be that guard of the future in San Antonio, what better guy to learn from than point guard Chris Paul? So I'm going to go that one, a little underrated move that people are going to freak out because Chris Paul got $11 million. It's 1 year. Victor Wembanyama still on his rookie deal. What else were the Spurs going to, use that money towards? So that's what I would go. I would go Chris Paul for me. But Timothy coming in with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, saying, what are the chances that the Chicago Bulls, with the moves they've made now, are better without DeRozan? So, the Bulls have clearly, at least I hope so, the Bulls have made it pretty clear that they're going to start this rebuild and they're going to start this youth movement, here in Chicago. And, when the Bulls did, they obviously got Buzelis at pick 11, which, they kind of got lucky that he was able to fall to them at that spot. But, I just think the Bulls, all the reports we're hearing about them moving off Vooch, about them, trading Levine. We heard that Chris Haynes reported that the Warriors apparently said that they rejected the offer of Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul for Levine. So clearly the Bulls are shopping him. Casey Johnson, very tapped in with Chicago, did say the Bulls have floated out 15 different trade offers around Zach LaVine. And even Bobby Marks said that the Bulls were willing to attach a first-round pick just to move off his contract. So, what are the chances that the Chicago Bulls, with the moves they've made, are now better without DeMar DeRozan? I think it's, better interest of the future. Like, yes, next season, the Bulls would be a better basketball team with DeMar DeRozan on the roster. No doubt about it. But, if you're looking at the future, you're looking at the next 3 to 5 years, I think Chicago just needs to pivot, fully to this rebuild. And plus, we saw with the Bulls last season, when Zach LaVine went down due to the injury, saw Kobe White, Ayo, they both upped their game immensely. We could see the same thing if you do lose DeMar DeRozan. What if a guy like Patrick Williams? What if he could take his game to the next level? I just think it makes too much sense for the Bulls to, fully start this rebuild because, hey, you're not going to compete in the East with the roster you have right now. But if you guys do want to support the show, I would really appreciate it. We're closing in on 1,300 likes. We just need 31 more of you guys, and we'll give you guys a beers cheers if you guys could do so. $5, we'll talk about your team. Alex Gold, appreciate you. We'll get to that here in a second. And then also $10 to spin the wheel, $20 at shot time, $100 will knock down a beer bong or shotgun. But Alex Gold coming in here. I just did. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could do that. Alex Gold coming in with a $2 super chat saying Gordon Hayward takes a min to reunite with the C's. That would be interesting. That'd be pretty cool for Gordon Hayward if he could go to Boston and potentially win a ring there. Not sure how much time he would get in that rotation, but he would be a solid choice off the bench. obviously still a very good shooter, can still beat guys off the dribble. And, I think it was unfair if you're going to view Hayward, off his performance last season with the Thunder. They didn't really use him too well. And even Sam Presti acknowledged that they kind of messed that situation up. But, hey, Gordon Hayward to the Celtics, I would love it for him. I think it would be a good move for the Celtics. But me as a Bulls fan, though, to kind of drive me crazy if Boston got, him back on their team. But, hey, you guys get down to the comment section. Shout out your favorite team for me, and we will talk about the first one we see. So get down to the comment section. Start spamming your favorite team. And the next time we look down in the chat, we will break it down.
We back, baby. It looks like you did an okay job, CP. You didn't lose any people. Still 280 people watching on Heat.
280. Oh, I didn't even realize we were live on Heat.
They must have been okay with what you were spewing.
And the Mavs. Shout out to the Heat and Mavs fans.
The Mavs chat has gone absolutely no love for a very long time.
Shout out to you guys.
Yeah. Oh, for real? All right.
Let's go.
All right. I see you. All right. Let's pick a team. Keep on spamming your teams. And in about 10 seconds, I'm going to look down and pick a new one.
Come on.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I saw Warriors from Nathan Davis first.
Okay.
Warriors are an interesting club, especially after Chris Paul got waived today.
Yeah.
They still got some time to go in terms of a way to go to shed the salary needed. Wiggins trade likely on the horizon, but Klay's gone.
I just don't understand what they're doing.
They got to shed money, and I think they were. I don't think they'll improve. Like, I got to be honest, they would never, in a million years, get rid of Steph Curry.
Yeah.
But I don't know how they improve a team around him. It's almost like they should pick one way to go.
If you're Steph Curry right now, obviously the Warriors organization has done wonders for you. They built their franchise around you for the last, 15 whatever years it is. But you're probably looking at it being like, I still got 2 to 3 more years of top 10 player in the world caliber basketball, and you're not doing anything. I don't know. I would, if I was Curry,
there was rumors out there that they floated out a package of Wiggins, Kuminga, and a first for Paul George, which honestly, I feel like that's almost too much. But
if the Clippers actually turn that down, that is shocking.
Well, I get the negative asset Wiggins thing, but Kuminga and a first for Paul George would have been terrific.
Yeah.
And look where you're at now. You're getting nothing back for him. So,
yeah.
That was more of a Bulls
tried.
Yeah.
Warriors shut that down. Maybe DeRozan, I don't know. Maybe a sign and trade.
You're just not going to see a lot of activity from Golden State in the free agent market. It would have to be via trade.
Maybe they're just banking on Kuminga taking that massive step, but I don't know. I just don't really understand what Golden State is doing. But get the chat going again. Shout out your favorite team, and the first one we see in about 10, 15 seconds, we will break it down. Nathan saying, I'd love a DeRozan or Jimmy deal.
Yeah.
Jimmy's,
I don't think Jimmy's not going to happen. I don't think DeRozan's going to happen either.
Yeah, we'll see what DeRozan does. I'm sure he's just waiting on Paul George here. Then he'll decide where he's going.
Yeah, if Paul George happens at midnight tonight, Seeps, do signings happen right after, or do you think it's a morning wave?
I would probably call morning wave.
Morning wave.
Yeah, sleep on it.
All right, 5 seconds, and then we're picking a new team to talk about. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Simulator Gladiator said who's a good fit for the Pacers, so we'll count the Pacers.
All right.
We haven't talked about Indiana today, so.
Yeah, obviously you gave Siakam that bag this offseason. Gave Obi Toppin his money. There was Windy. He was on Pat McAfee, I think it was about a week ago when Halliburton was on. He was like, watch out for Indiana making another move.
Who else are you going to do?
Do they have another big-time move? I feel like Indiana has set themselves up to disappoint their fans for the next 10 years. Because they're going to be good enough to get to the second round, but they'll never be good enough to get over that hump.
They're going to be a slightly better version of the 2021 Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, no, I like that. And the thing is, I've agreed with all the moves they've made. I just don't think they have I just don't think they have a true number one.
I just
option.
don't buy Siakam as a number 2. Maybe they are hoping that Andrew Nembhard continues to play that well, and a Nembhard-Halliburton backcourt with Siakam as the front court piece does work.
And also Mathurin being hurt. Like, Mathurin's a stud.
Yeah.
I like him. Like, maybe they're hoping he develops. I like Miles Turner. See, like, I like a lot of their guys on their team. It's just like, this is such a star league. Like, Halliburton and Siakam as your 1-2 punch. Are you really going to compete with other teams? I just don't necessarily think so.
And they're another team that I don't think is going to be that active in free agency. To me, they're going to be just focused on keeping their guys in house. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, are they got to extend Nembhard? Now, I know this doesn't affect this year, but like they got to extend TJ McConnell. Like,
yeah,
they got to make sure those good pieces that help them get to the conference finals is ready to go.
I didn't even know they got Newton at 49.
Yeah, they had a great for not having a first round pick. Getting Furphy, Tristan Newton, and Enrique Freeman was a terrific draft. They also, I could say, use their backup center. They let Jalen Smith. He's a free agent.
Yeah,
they don't really have a backup center to Miles Turner. That could be one spot where they're looking to address.
Get Batatse, one of those guys. He'll probably want a starting role, but
and I know that that's not the style that they play at, but they do need to get better defensively. They need to add a defensive piece.
Yeah. Which they have some decent. Like, they have Nesmith, Siakam, and Turner. You would assume they would be better on that side of the floor, but
my guy, it's your boy, is asking me my thoughts on the Milwaukee Bucks draft. I'm sure you're saying that because I think it's a horrible draft.
Oh, A.J. Johnson.
What a bad pick that was. Now, I'll give them credit. They bounced back with Tyler Smith at 33, which might have been, honestly, the best value of the entire draft. But
so, do the Bucks have something up their sleeve? They've been an aggressive ownership, clearly, by the Damian Lillard trade. Are they just going to be like, we're just going to run it back with the squad and just hope, Giannis and Dame stay healthy, and Dame is still, the Dame they saw in Portland?
Yeah, we talked about them earlier. They got to trade 2 of 3 people. They have to deal Middleton, Portis, Lopez. And it might be crazy to say that, but for them to get where they want to be and then get a little bit more younger, a little bit more athletic surrounding Giannis and Dame.
Yeah.
And Middleton's making 33. Lopez is making 23. Portis is making 12. Those are big-time contracts you can deal out to either get picks, to get younger players that better fit your system, because it sounds like Doc Rivers' front office want to just fully overhaul the surrounding pieces to Dame and Giannis.
Yeah.
So those 3, I think 2 of them might be dealt. We'll see. I would probably put money on Brook Lopez being one of them.
Yeah.
The other, is it Middleton? Is it Portis? I don't know, but I feel like Brook is definitely gone.
Yeah. There was a crazy report that when Doc got on that podcast saying Dame wasn't working out all last offseason, could have impacted his slow start and all that, but
Dame to Miami 2.0.
Maybe. All righty. Well, we're going to dive into this tracker here.
Is this a going out cut too, Jack? Okay. So we go. Okay, so we're tracker. Pause. Winner lose. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Got
cool.
it. Gotcha.
Cool. Can't wait for someone to sign big time in this
I know.
group cut.
You want to take the start of this?
Yeah, I can start it off.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is you couldn't hear everything we were just talking about behind the scenes. We're going to go through all of the moves that happened today, starting with Alex Len. And then we're going to go into our day 1 free agency winners and losers. Spoiler, number 1 loser, all of us.
Yeah.
But we will get there eventually. Yep. So stay tuned. We're going to recap all of the moves that happened on day 1 and then give our winners and losers for that as well. So shout out to all the real ones still watching, because I know it's been a long day and a slow day, but appreciate all you. Let's do it. Welcome to NBA Now by Chat Sports, day one of free agency. It's here, I guess, and we're here to break it all down. Nick Rohloff and Patrick Seatman here going through all of the moves that happened on the first day here. And it started with Alex Len right before free agency really started. Len re-signing with the Kings on a one-year, $3.3 million deal. Nothing really crazy there. Is going to be a backup to Domantas Sabonis. An intriguing one, though, Seeps, is Obi Toppin signing back with the Pacers on a 4-year, $60 million deal. $15 million for Obi.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a deal with any other team, I'd probably call it an overpay, but he's a great fit with Indiana. He's a perfect fit with what they like to do offensively. So, for Obi getting this type of money, I think it was a great call. Obviously being a key piece, to a team that made the Eastern Conference Finals last season and put up 10-plus points per game. Super efficient as well, and he actually shot 40+% from downtown this past season.
Yeah, Max Christie came in here right before we got underway. 4 years, $32 million with the Lakers. A little bit shocked there that he got that much money over that much season. Someone who has not had the biggest impact for the Lakers over the past couple of years. But then the big one that happened before free agency, James Harden. Clippers have been in the news, but 2 years, $70 million to return to Los Angeles. Felt like it was a must for them after they make that deal to start last season.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the Clippers still think of themselves as a contender in the Western Conference, and if you do, bringing back James Harden was a must for them. Still pretty effective last season, was one of the best ISO players in the league, but again, postseason time comes around, we know who James Harden is. He's been the same player throughout his NBA career. Has these highs in the regular season, postseason time comes around, and then, it's just hills and valleys with his game. I mean, he had a game against the Mavericks, went off for 30-plus points. Next game, he's 2 of 15. It's just typical James Harden, but, Clippers just need to get this done.
Yeah, Luke Kornet re-signed with the Boston Celtics, so we'll package this with Neemias Queta as well. They keep both of their third and fourth string centers. No Kristaps for the beginning of the year, so maybe some depth behind Al Horford for this upcoming year. The Heat also retained one of their big men, Kevin Love, on a 2-year, $8 million contract. A little surprising here that it's a 2-year deal in full. No player option for Love, as they did last year. It was a 1+1 full 2 seasons, so he's guaranteed to be on the roster for Miami over the next couple of years. A little bit surprised by that, but Love is good mentor and veteran for the Heat over the past couple seasons after being a buyout market guy.
Yeah, I mean, great in the locker room. Obviously, he's going to help Ware, who the Heat took in the first round. But I'm a big fan of Kevin Love. Always have. Great guy to have in your locker room. But, hey, you guys let me know, so far, who has been the best signing? You guys let us know down in the comments section. We'll make this the pinned comment on today's video. So scroll on down there. Let us know your thoughts on who has been the best signing so far throughout NBA free agency.
Yeah, then your guy, Andre Drummond, is the first player to switch teams in free agency, signing a 2-year, $10 million contract with the Philadelphia 76ers to become the Joel Embiid backup. He was terrific the past couple of years for Chicago.
Yeah, no, one of the best offensive rebounders in the game, plays with energy, plays with passion. Honestly, not as bad as people think of him defensively, can actually switch on the guards decently well, but this move for the Sixers, I absolutely love it. I think this was a great move. I think he's going to be one of the best backup centers in the league. And obviously, as we know, Joel Embiid, gets hurt more than anybody. And having a guy like Drummond who you can throw in there, that was a great move by Philadelphia.
Yeah, then Kevin Porter Jr. is back in the league. Don't really love that, but he is signing a 2-year deal with the Clippers, 1+1 for KPJ, the former highly touted pick out of USC, ultimately was in Greece last year and getting a second chance with the Clips here. But then the real big news of the day to this point is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope signing a 3-year deal with the Orlando Magic. It's a 2+1 player option in the final year, with the Magic, who needs some backcourt help with Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero, hoping to take that next step, get a 3-and-D guard in KCP.
Yeah, I love this move for Orlando, but thinking about it from Denver's perspective right here, you're losing 2 players over the last 2 off seasons that were key contributors to your championship team. I mean, you lost Bruce Brown to the Pacers last year, and now you're losing KCP. And I will make this note for the Magic. They're going to have one of the best defensive backcourts in the league with Suggs and KCP. I think the biggest question with them is, can Banchero take that jump to become a true number 1 option on a championship team? adding a guy like KCP around him will definitely help that case.
And you also wonder here, Seeps, does signing KCP help their pitch to Paul George when they get that meeting with him over the next 24 hours? 76ers are the leading candidates for PG right now, but maybe you could say, hey, listen, you and Caldwell Pope in the backcourt, Franz and Paolo in the front court. It's a good young core in an Eastern Conference that is a little bit gettable outside of the Boston Celtics. Make sure you are subscribed to us here at Chat Sports live for 5+ hours on day one of free agency. We're going to be back for day 2. I'll be live with Sam Brown and Jack Lotteray. Come join us. Paul George may be a Sixer. He might be a Magic. I don't know, but we're going to break down everything when we are live.
Now, this was an obvious move. The Pistons had to make this, but they did extend Cade Cunningham to a 5-year, $226 million deal, and it's just the same question with Detroit I have every offseason. What is the direction of this franchise? Because they make some moves where it's like, oh, we're going to try to win some games this year. We're not going to be the bottom feeders of the Eastern Conference. I understand you had to get this done, but I just can't shake the Detroit Pistons just process.
Yeah, he's been very good for them. 2 out of the last 3 seasons. He missed basically all his second year, but he's been good other than that. Eric Gordon signing with the Philadelphia 76ers. 1 year, $3.5 million is what I ended up seeing. I like Gordon, average 11 for the Suns last season, shot 38% from 3. I think this is a sneaky good signing for them to be one of their lead guards off the bench alongside Jared McCain, who they picked at 16. We'll see how they fill out the rest of that roster. Is Paul George going to be a Sixer? I don't know. Is he going to play the 2? Is he going to play the 3? Even if he is there, that's the biggest question. But they're starting to fill out their bench with McCain, Adembana, who they drafted, Gordon, and then obviously Andre Drummond as well.
See, this is a move I love this move for San Antonio. I understand $11 million for Chris Paul, maybe a little rich for a lot of people, but you're talking about him just not only on the court, but also off the court. Like, he is going to be a mentor for Castle, who they took 4th overall this past draft, and also I bet you he's going to play a key development in Victor Wembanyama's development, having a guy who can throw him that lob and, maybe you just throw him in there 15, 20 minutes a game just to man that offense. And I absolutely love this for San Antonio. Obviously, they have a ton of structure within that organization, and I think that's what CP3 wants.
Yeah, it makes sense. Said he was sold on the leadership of Greg Popovich, one of the greatest coaches of all time. It makes a lot of sense for CP3. It makes a lot of sense for the Spurs, so we'll see how that marriage ends up happening. Jonas Valanciunas, this one's very intriguing to me. 3 for 30. I get it from Washington's point of view because they need to add a center to help alongside Alex Sarr, who they took in the second overall pick. But from Valanciunas' perspective,
what are you doing?
Why are you signing with the Wizards? If at this stage of your career, why are you trying to bag chase? I would take $2 or $3 million less per season to try to play a contending team.
And you're telling me a team wouldn't have tossed him 3 for 25? That is obviously in a better position to win games this upcoming season. I totally agree with you. I have no idea why Valanciunas took this. I mean, he still fills up the stat sheet. He's a walking double-double. This was in terms of a move that I did not see coming, was Valanciunas going to the damn Wizards. But, some of these teams in the East, man, the Wizards and the Pistons, they just all think the same.
It is definitely the most head-scratching move of the day. Well, we are done with at least the signings that have happened. We can take a look at what may happen in the next 2 to 3 hours here. Clippers apparently out. No Paul George. They are parting their ways. And all the signs point to the Philadelphia 76ers. Shams had to know, Chris Haynes, Woj, and then Law Murray as well, saying that there is a real chance that the decision from Paul George could be made today with the expectation that it is the Philadelphia 76ers. It really looks like it's between Philly and Orlando at this point, with it heavily going into the 76ers' favor. Makes a lot of sense. Fits perfectly next to Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. It's a question of PG can live up to that hype in Philly, though.
And also them having the additions of Eric Gordon and Andre Drummond. They're going to have a complete team. If they stay healthy throughout this entire season, obviously that is the biggest concern with that guy on screen and Joel Embiid. But, man, I love the fit of him in Philly. I think they're going to be a powerhouse if they stay healthy. And I would call them the biggest threat to the Boston Celtics over the New York Knicks if they can get this done.
Yeah, so we had this conversation. I'm curious to get your thoughts on it real quick. We believed, Harrison Graham and I, when we were live earlier, that they would be the number 2 team in the East above the Knicks, Would you concur with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. The top end talent there is incredible. Like Maxey, Paul George, and Embiid, like that, they all complement each other's games very, very well. And it just comes down to health. Like if they can stay healthy, I think they're the biggest threat to the Boston Celtics in the East. So
yeah, one more thing that we'll tie up here is Klay Thompson, the probably second biggest name, not the best free agent, but name at least. Him and the Warriors. Done, finito, not going to happen. And it feels like the Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and I guess the 76ers are going to be the teams interested in Thompson. I got to be honest, Clippers and 76ers, probably not going to happen. Feels like it's either going to be Dallas or the Lakers. Anthony F. Irwin says you never know until it's done, but it's sounding like the Lakers are a pretty distant second place to Dallas to land Klay Thompson. A lot of that cautious optimism has waned significantly since yesterday. I'll be very intrigued to see where Klay ends up. I'm kind of a little bit skeptical on either of those fits. I feel like he will have a decrease in volume and efficiency due to having unfamiliarity with that offense that he's been so tailored towards in Golden State. But I know you're a little bit higher on Klay than I am.
Yeah, honestly, I think him going to Dallas or Los Angeles is the best choice for him. Play around a guy like Luka and LeBron who just generate offense at the highest level. I'll make this comparison. Everybody remembers when Ray Allen went to the Miami Heat.
Oh, it's not the same.
I could say the same thing about Klay Thompson.
It's not the
heading
same.
to whatever team he signs to. He is the most disrespected man in the Chat Sports offices as it stands.
It is not the same. That is ridiculous. All right, whatever. Let's round out today's show with this. Paul George and Klay Thompson, two biggest names, two, I guess, people or dominoes to fall. Which deal gets done first? Type PG for Paul George, type KT for Klay. I'd probably go Paul George because it feels like it's going to be done in the next 12 to 24 hours. Hey, hell, it could be 2 or 3, but let me know your thoughts down below. All right, we got Brian saying Klay Thompson, Quincy Paul George, Deej Paul George. I thought he was talking to me. Let us know who you got signing first. I also think an underrated part of the reason why I'm going Paul George, Seeps, is Klay, even though we kind of know it feels like it's two teams, those two teams also have to agree on a sign and trade because it's going to have to be that way with either Los Angeles or Dallas. So that feels like it adds a little bit more of a wrinkle into it.
Yeah, and plus I think this Paul George thing is coming, within the next couple of seconds as breaking news here.
Yeah.
Mason Plumlee signing with the Phoenix Suns. There we go.
Not enough of a mover to change anything, so we're good there. That's actually a good pickup for Phoenix, though, because when you look at their center rotation, last year it was Yusuf Nurkic, who could be moved off of, if we're going to be honest, and then Drew Eubanks as their backup. I'm an Eubanks guy, to be honest, but Plumlee is a little bit better in my book. Plumlee, underrated playmaker. He can pass the rock.
Yeah, sneaky good handle. I saw this on Twitter. It was like Mason Plumlee, his career highlights are like low-key nasty. And it's 100% true. Like, you throw on the Plumlee highlights, this dude's got some pretty big-time plays from his NBA career. But, Suns just need to get better on the margins, and this is what they're trying.
Yeah, I'm going to bet this is a vet min. Full details are TBA. But they are in the business of just adding a lot of players to this roster that aren't going to be expensive to try to fit around the Beal, Book, KD contracts. They already made their one big signing, if you will, of retaining Royce O'Neal on $11 million per season. Kind of a bird rights situation there, which is why it was important for them to trade for him just over this past year. But when it comes to pure free agency guys and outside, it's going to likely be all vet mins for the Suns.
Yeah. But we are going to be diving in the winners and losers here from day one of free agency. So that is going to be awesome, as we are all the biggest losers.
I have no clue who the winners are.
Gotcha. All right.
Hold on. I see here.
Yeah, winners and losers coming up in just a second.
All right, you want me to intro this again?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Jack, whenever you are ready. By the way, I get it. Take advantage of the breaking news, but breaking news from Adrian Wojnarowski and a Mason Plumlee photo. Yeah.
60 seconds. We got to push this fast.
Yeah.
As soon as you can.
Get that cut. Get that cut, baby. All right, let's do it. Winners and losers coming this way. Oh. Day one of free agency winners and losers. Nick Rohloff and Patrick Seatman here of Chat Sports. Not a lot of moves, but we do have some winners and losers grades to hand out. And we'll start with our first winner, which is the Philadelphia 76ers. Because at this point in time, all signs point towards Paul George joining the squad in the next 12 to 24 hours. Things can change. But even outside of the Paul George situation, Seeps, they still are getting Andre Drummond on a cheap deal to back up Joel Embiid. And they're also adding Eric Gordon to help bring some points scoring off the bench and alongside Jared McCain. So even if you take away Paul George, they've made two good signings there.
Yeah, no, I have absolutely loved what Philadelphia has done. Obviously, with Joel Embiid's injury history, you want to have a solid backup center, and there may be none better than Andre Drummond. Then also Eric Gordon reuniting with Daryl Morey. Maybe you could tap into the youth there. But, I think these are both great options. And, again, it is more likely than not that Paul George will be signing with the Philadelphia 76ers tonight. It's coming in from Law Murray saying, per source, there's a real chance that Paul George will make his final decision tonight. The expectation at some point is that he will choose the Philadelphia 76ers. There are no other teams in the running at the momentum. Now, Rolly, let me ask you this. Where would you rank the 76ers if they do get this Paul George move? Where do they rank in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I'm going to have them too. I'll have them right behind the Boston Celtics. I'll have them slightly above the New York Knicks. I just think you get a perfect fit next to Tyrese Maxey in that backcourt with Paul George. He can play the 2, he can play the 3. When Maxey heads to the bench, he could be your primary ball handler as well, letting McCain and Eric Gordon play off-ball scoring, shooting role that they do so well. And Embiid, it's really just all dependent on his health, but assuming he's healthy and this squad is ready to go, I think they have what it takes to really compete in the East. And I really like Nick Nurse as a head coach. I would probably put him as the 3rd, 4th best coach in the East. You can have a debate. Eric Spoelstra's number 1 in Miami, but 2 through 4, Mazzulla, Nurse, Thibodeau, those are your top guys. I think Philly is primed to have a rebound season. And we don't want to get your hopes up, Sixers fans, but finally maybe pushing through that step and getting to the conference finals.
Yeah, we'll see. But another winner for us here at Chat Sports is KCP, as he got the bag from the Orlando Magic. And I did not have the Magic on my, KCP destinations, but I think this was a great move for Orlando. A guy that's going to get it done on both sides of the floor. He's a winner, obviously, dating back to him winning a title with the Lakers and obviously recently with the Nuggets, but I love this move for Orlando.
Yeah, 22 mil per on a 2+1 makes a lot of sense. Listen, there's some buzz that they could offer 25. If that happened, I would have been a little aggressive.
Yeah.
But on a pure Kentavious Caldwell-Pope standpoint, getting paid that much money over that many years is pretty solid. I wouldn't have expected that. If you told me 2 seasons ago that KCP was getting a 3 for $66 deal, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But he's just been a winner, man. 2-time champion in the last 4 years in that bubble season with the Lakers, and then last year with the Nuggets. We'll probably talk about Denver here in just a second as a loser potentially, but Caldwell-Pope forming a really good defensive backcourt in Orlando. And if I'm the Magic, I'm trying to get a deal done with Paul George if possible, because that would create a really good backcourt.
Yeah, plus they're going to have one of the best defensive backcourts in the league now with Jalen Suggs and KCP. And plus, I'll make this note, if you're a role player, go play with Jokic because you will go get paid. I mean, we saw it Bruce Brown. He went and got the bag from Indiana. Now we're seeing KCP get the bag from the Magic. But hey, you guys let us know who is the biggest free agency winner from day one. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section. As we are getting news as this is breaking right now, Najee Marshall just went to the Dallas Mavericks. Big pickup for them.
Yeah, I'm not going to say they're the winner, but that is a big-time move for them, getting some wing or defense, and that is a good move to help shore up Luka Doncic and the crew. All right, moving up here, Chris Paul is a day one winner. He got waived, so I guess not great in that department because his contract is no longer guaranteed, but getting to join San Antonio at $11 million to mentor Wemby, get to play under Coach Popovich, I think it's a great fit for Paul in San Antonio, and I am very excited to see how he can work alongside Victor Wembanyama in the pick and roll.
Yeah, and he's going to be a good mentor for Stephon Castle, and I like this move for both sides. I think it's a kind of cool way to end your career if you're Chris Paul. Like, if you think Wemby has, top 10 all-time potential, you could be like, hey, I was the point guard that was his mentor for his early days in San Antonio. And listen, I understand not the same player he once was, but he was still effective for the Warriors coming off the bench this past season. I mean, still averaging 7 assists per game. He can generate open looks for just about anybody in the league. So love the fit of Chris Paul heading to San Antonio. I think it was a great move, for both sides.
Another winner here, the Washington Wizards. And we talked about it in our cut of our free agency tracker of Jonas Valanciunas going to Washington. And we didn't really understand it from Valanciunas' perspective. But from Washington's side, it is a good move. You're able to get him to be your starting center to help pair up with Alex Sarr, who I guess they had this in mind quite a bit because Alex Sarr didn't want to play center, and that was the reason why he was trying to steer away from Atlanta with the first overall selection. And I was like, well, it seems like he's going to play center in Washington anyway. But I guess they had the idea of adding Valanciunas the entire time. So you got your front court there, and you get to add some protection and rebounding to let Sarr do his thing defensively and develop as well as offensive. So I get it from the Wizards' perspective. Don't understand it from Valanciunas, but Washington is a winner in this deal.
And I think it speaks to day one of NBA free agency that we have the Washington Wizards as a winner for signing Jonas Valanciunas. And I think it's a perfect segue to get us to our losers of day one of NBA free agency. Us, everybody in the studio here at Chat Sports, we got bamboozled. I'll say that. Bring back tampering.
Yeah, I'll also say this. Adam Silver stinks. And it's really his fault for making this a Sunday 6 p.m. Eastern time
100%.
anyway. But if we look deeper at the CBA, CJ McCollum, that freaking loser wanted to make small market teams have a better chance. No, let's just have what we have. No. We don't rock the boat. Famous saying. Shouldn't have rocked the boat.
Yep.
Make sure you are subscribed because we're going to tell it how it is. We have the latest news, the latest rumors around free agency, trade rumors. Hell, we had the NBA draft. We were live for both of those days as well. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel because we're going to break down everything that you need around the NBA. And we've had the Los Angeles Clippers covered all day long, and they are a day one loser. Even though I like the signing of James Harden and keeping him here for the next 2 years, you're losing Paul George. That's an automatic loser. And then you also have PJ Tucker and Russell Westbrook opting in, which means you now have to trade them. And it is rumored that they are looking for a trade. Russ has been linked to the Denver Nuggets. Tucker, who the hell knows? But either way, you make one good move in Harden, 2 tough moves in having those 2 guys opt in, and then Paul George leaving you. That's going to make you a loser.
I mean, I like the move of Harden, but you're losing Paul George. You're banking on Kawhi being healthy now for all 82 games and an entire postseason run. Clippers, I can almost guarantee they will make the playoffs in the Western Conference as a 7th or 8th seed, and they will lose in round 1. That's just where I think it stands right now with them.
Yeah, and then you obviously got this note, as we mentioned, Paul George leaving. If you don't believe us, believe Adrian Wojnarowski, who said more than just unlikely, Clippers and Paul George are moving on from each other. Sources tell ESPN. Not going to try to harp on this for too much longer, but it is pretty clear that that marriage is over. Biggest free agency loser from day one. There's always someone. The biggest loser might be us. You can say me in the comment section if you want. You can also type the Denver Nuggets, who lost Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He was a winner, personally. But we want to look at this from more of a macro perspective, Steve, because over the past 2 years, they lost Bruce Brown after winning the championship, and then lose KCP now. That's back-to-back years of losing good, high-level role players, and they don't really have a plan to replace them other than Peyton Watson and Christian Brown in-house, and those 2 have just not been able to meet expectations to this point.
And you're just banking on those guys taking a huge step up. And, they did bring back DeAndre Jordan. I don't know why. I think this is to help improve Jokic's on-off splits, if I'm being honest. Like, you bring back a guy like DeAndre Jordan, for that reason. But I'll tell you what, the Nuggets are in a tough spot right now, man. Obviously, you won that title now 2 years ago, but I just can't see a move that's going to get them back to the, favorite in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I don't see it either. And their team needs, they're going to need to replace someone on that perimeter in terms of defense and three-point shooting. They found their backup center when they took Deron Holmes, but the Nuggets are going to need to find a backup ball handler after Reggie Jackson is no longer with the squad. Yep. Rumored to be the Russell Westbrook team. I don't think that's that good of a replacement, and they're going to need some three-point shooting. You obviously hope Michael Porter Jr. can have a better playoff run because he kind of struggled down the stretch. but they're going to miss KCP in that backcourt defensively, as well as hitting his three-point shots, working so well off of Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. So they're going to be in a tough spot. They definitely have not improved since their last season. All right, that's going to do it for day one, winners and losers. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel because we will be back tomorrow live for day two of NBA Free Agency. So hit that sub button and join us. We'll see you then.
All righty, so big news broke during that. Najee Marshall, shout out to the Xavier Musketeers. Oh, yeah, Plumlee, he did go to a one-year deal to the Phoenix Suns. Just a depth piece for them. They just need more guys like that as they're so, top-heavy on that roster. Like the move for him. Good player to have next to Nurkic as a backup center. So, like that move. But, big move here for the Dallas Mavericks. Having
Big
another
move.
3-and-D guy around Luka. Honestly, a great deal as well. 3 for 27. Shout out to the Xavier Musketeers. Najee Marshall getting paid.
Yeah, and there's some interesting note here. What this means for Dallas is Derrick Jones Jr. is likely gone. So that doesn't seem like that's going to happen, but it does not take them out of the Klay Thompson sweepstakes.
Wow.
Najee Marshall, really underrated ball player, Seeps.
Yeah.
Getting him for $9 million per year is extremely good. He's an excellent defender. He's improved his three-point shot to make him more reliable and playable in crunch time down the stretch. I think he is going to find a good home
Definitely.
in Dallas. You see it from McMahon here, saying using a significant chunk of their MLE. DJJ's decision to switch agents this week complicated the hopes of resigning him due to the guideline of a 15-day wait. And then they're still interested in a sign-in trade for Klay Thompson as well. I'll be intrigued if they sign trade for Klay. Obviously, who starts at the 3? Is it going to be Najee or is it going to be
Probably.
Klay?
That's a good
Because
question.
DJJ started for them at the 3, PJ at the 4, Gaffer/Lively at the 5.
I'd assume Najee.
If you're paying that much money to Klay, though, are you paying him to
True.
be your sixth man, or are you paying him to start?
I don't know. That's
I would
interesting.
start Najee because he's a better fit and a connecting piece between your
Yeah.
front court and back court there. Because a backcourt that needs defensive help for sure.
Just have Klay be that flamethrower off the bench. Yeah, that's
But
interesting.
does that turn Klay away from wanting to go
from
to Dallas?
Yeah. It's a good question. I do love this pickup, though, for the Mavs. I mean, Najee's a hell of an athlete. Sneaky good handle as well. I think he's going to be a great pickup for Dallas, man. It's going to work out. Plus, playing next to Luka, you're going to play some of the best ball of your career.
Elijah with a $5 super chat in the Heat Report. Appreciate you. With KCP out, is Caleb Martin a cheaper option for Denver?
Great idea.
I mean, I'll say this. He is a cheaper option. You could get Caleb for $13-14 million per year. Obviously, $8 million less than what KCP got. I just don't think the fit is as good because they're going to be looking for a 2-guard to play alongside Jamal Murray in that starting lineup unless they're starting Christian Brown or Peyton Watson, which I don't see being the case. Caleb is not a 2. He's not as good as a three-point shooter to be that. But if you're looking for just a pure defender and an athlete, sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think the fit there at the 2 is good.
Yeah. Caleb Martin could be an interesting choice for Denver, though. I mean, they got
It would honestly kill me as a Heat fan to see him go to Denver.
Yeah.
But it's also like Gabe Vincent heading to Los Angeles, to be honest. So.
But make sure you guys are subscribed here to the Chat Sports. We're going to have you guys covered. Yeah, we're about to go on a loop. Yep. Okay. Yeah. We're going to sign off on our Mavs and Heat channels. If you guys are watching on the main Chat Sports YouTube page right now, we're going to go on a loop, go back over the tracker and the winners and losers from day one. So appreciate y'all for tuning in.
Yeah, I'll say bye to my Heat fans here and let them know we'll probably be live tomorrow as well because I'm going to be live on main. So, hell, might as well be live on Heat too and simulcast it. So, we'll see you tomorrow on the Heat channel. Appreciate everyone for coming today. Record-breaking stream, by the way, which is just ridiculous. $687 in super chats. Didn't see that one coming,
Look at
folks.
the Heat fans.
I mean, just unbelievable. Shout out to Jay Townsend. Shout out to, let me pull up the name because there's a name that I didn't see before that I wanted to make sure.
It's that Miami money.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. It's your boy said, what was the Heat numbers for the battle? Yeah, we just absolutely dominated them. It was close for a split second, but that's about it. Appreciate it. We'll see y'all tomorrow with another watch or another live show. Are you good, Jack? Because, okay.
Alrighty.
All right, peace out, Heat fans. Peace out, Mavs fans, NBA fans. Get caught up with the latest in the NBA. We're staying here live. See you then. Welcome to NBA Now by Chat Sports. Day 1 of free agency. It's here, I guess, and we're here to break it all down. Nick Rohloff and Patrick Seatman here going through all of the moves that happened on the first day here. And it started with Alex Len right before free agency really started. Len re-signing with the Kings on a 1-year, $3.3 million deal. Nothing really crazy there. Is going to be a backup to Domantas Sabonis. An intriguing one, though, Seeps, is Obi Toppin signing back with the Pacers on a 4-year, $60 million deal. $15 million for Obi.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a deal with any other team, I'd probably call it an overpay, but he's a great fit with Indiana. He's a perfect fit with what they like to do offensively. So, for Obi getting this type of money, I think it was a great call. Obviously being a key piece, to a team that made the Eastern Conference Finals last season and put up 10-plus points per game. Super efficient as well, and he actually shot 40+% from downtown this past season.
Yeah, Max Christie came in here right before we got underway. 4 years, $32 million with the Lakers. A little bit shocked there that he got that much money over that much season. Someone who has not had the biggest impact for the Lakers over the past couple of years. But then the big one that happened before free agency, James Harden. Clippers have been in the news, but 2 years, $70 million to return to Los Angeles. Felt like it was a must for them after they make that deal to start last season.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the Clippers still think of themselves as a contender in the Western Conference, and if you do, bringing back James Harden was a must for them. Still pretty effective last season, was one of the best ISO players in the league, but again, postseason time comes around, we know who James Harden is. He's been the same player throughout his NBA career. Has these highs in the regular season, postseason time comes around, and then, it's just hills and valleys with his game. I mean, he had a game against the Mavericks, went off for 30-plus points. Next game, he's 2 of 15. It's just typical James Harden, but, Clippers just need to get this done.
Yeah, Luke Kornet re-signed with the Boston Celtics, so we'll package this with Neemias Queta as well. They keep both of their third and fourth string centers. No Kristaps for the beginning of the year, so maybe some depth behind Al Horford for this upcoming year. The Heat also retained one of their big men, Kevin Love, on a 2-year, $8 million contract. A little surprising here that it's a 2-year deal in full. No player option for Love, as they did last year. It was a 1+1 full 2 seasons, so he's guaranteed to be on the roster for Miami over the next couple of years. A little bit surprised by that, but Love is good mentor and veteran for the Heat over the past couple seasons after being a buyout market guy.
Yeah, I mean, great in the locker room. Obviously, he's going to help Ware, who the Heat took in the first round. But I'm a big fan of Kevin Love. Always have. Great guy to have in your locker room. But, hey, you guys let me know so far who has been the best signing. You guys let us know down in the comments section. We'll make this the pinned comment on today's video. So scroll on down there. Let us know your thoughts on who has been the best signing so far throughout NBA free agency.
Yeah, then your guy, Andre Drummond, is the first player to switch teams in free agency, signing a 2-year, $10 million contract with the Philadelphia 76ers to become the Joel Embiid backup. He was terrific the past couple of years for Chicago.
Yeah, no, one of the best offensive rebounders in the game, plays with energy, plays with passion. Honestly, not as bad as people think of him defensively, can actually switch on the guards decently well, but this move for the Sixers, I absolutely love it. I think this was a great move. I think he's going to be one of the best backup centers in the league. And obviously, as we know, Joel Embiid, gets hurt more than anybody. And having a guy like Drummond who you can throw in there, that was a great move by Philadelphia.
Yeah, then Kevin Porter Jr. is back in the league. Don't really love that, but he is signing a 2-year deal with the Clippers, 1+1 for KPJ, the former highly touted pick out of USC, ultimately was in Greece last year and getting a second chance with the Clips here. But then the real big news of the day to this point is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope signing a 3-year deal with the Orlando Magic. It's a 2+1 player option in the final year, but the Magic, who need some backcourt help with Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero, hoping to take that next step, get a 3-and-D guard in KCP.
Yeah, I love this move for Orlando, but thinking about it from Denver's perspective right here, you're losing 2 players over the last 2 off seasons that were key contributors to your championship team. I mean, you lost Bruce Brown to the Pacers last year, and now you're losing KCP. And I will make this note for the Magic. They're going to have one of the best defensive backcourts in the league with Suggs and KCP. I think the biggest question with them is, like, can Banchero take that jump to become a true number one option on a championship team? Adding a guy like KCP around him will definitely help that case.
And you also wonder here, Seeps, does signing KCP help their pitch to Paul George when they get that meeting with him over the next 24 hours? 76ers are the leading candidates for PG right now, but maybe you could say, hey, listen, you and Caldwell Pope in the backcourt, Franz and Paolo in the front court. It's a good young core in an Eastern Conference that is a little bit gettable outside of the Boston Celtics. Make sure you are subscribed to us here at Chat Sports live for 5+ hours on day one of free agency. We're going to be back for day 2. I'll be live with Sam Brown and Jack Lotteray. Come join us. Paul George may be a Sixer. He might be a Magic. I don't know, but we're going to break down everything when we are live.
Now, this was an obvious move. The Pistons had to make this, but they did extend Cade Cunningham to a 5-year, $226 million deal, and it's just the same question with Detroit I have every offseason. What is the direction of this franchise? Because they make some moves where it's like, oh, we're gonna try to win some games this year. We're not gonna be the bottom feeders of the Eastern Conference. I understand you had to get this done, but I just can't shake the Detroit Pistons just process.
Yeah, he's been very good for them. 2 out of the last 3 seasons. He missed basically all his second year, but he's been good other than that. Eric Gordon signing with the Philadelphia 76ers. 1 year, $3.5 million is what I ended up seeing. I like Gordon, average 11 for the Suns last season, shot 38% from 3. I think this is a sneaky good signing for them to be one of their lead guards off the bench alongside Jared McCain, who they picked at 16. We'll see how they fill out the rest of that roster. Is Paul George going to be a Sixer? I don't know. Is he going to play the 2? Is he going to play the 3? Even if he is there, that's the biggest question. But they're starting to fill out their bench with McCain, Adembana, who they drafted, Gordon, and then obviously Andre Drummond as well.
See, this is a move I love this move for San Antonio. I understand $11 million for Chris Paul, maybe a little rich for a lot of people, but you're talking about him just not only on the court, but also off the court. Like, he is going to be a mentor for Castle, who they took 4th overall this past draft, and also I bet you he's going to play a key development in Victor Wembanyama's development, having a guy who can throw him that lob and, maybe you just throw him in there 15, 20 minutes a game just to man that offense. And I absolutely love this for San Antonio. Obviously, they have a ton of structure within that organization, and I think that's what CP3 wants.
Yeah, it makes sense. Said he was sold on the leadership of Greg Popovich, one of the greatest coaches of all time. It makes a lot of sense for CP3. It makes a lot of sense for the Spurs, so we'll see how that marriage ends up happening. Jonas Valanciunas, this one's very intriguing to me. 3 for 30. I get it from Washington's point of view because they need to add a center to help alongside Alex Sarr, who they took in the second overall pick. But from Valanciunas' perspective,
what are you doing?
Why are you signing with the Wizards? If at this stage of your career, why are you trying to bag chase? I would take $2 or $3 million less per season to try to play a contending team.
And you're telling me a team wouldn't have tossed him 3 for 25? That is obviously in a better position to win games this upcoming season. I totally agree with you. I have no idea why Valanciunas took this. I mean, he still fills up the stat sheet. He's a walking double-double. This was in terms of a move that I did not see coming, was Valanciunas going to the damn Wizards. But, some of these teams in the East, man, the Wizards and the Pistons, they just all think the same.
It is definitely the most head-scratching move of the day. Well, we are done with at least the signings that have happened. We can take a look at what may happen in the next 2 to 3 hours here. Clippers apparently out. No Paul George. They are parting their ways. And all the signs point to the Philadelphia 76ers. Shams had to know Chris Haynes, Woj, and then Law Murray as well, saying that there is a real chance that the decision from Paul George could be made today with the expectation that it is the Philadelphia 76ers. It really looks like it's between Philly and Orlando at this point, with it heavily going into the 76ers' favor. Makes a lot of sense. Fits perfectly next to Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. It's a question of PG can live up to that hype in Philly, though.
And also them having the additions of Eric Gordon and Andre Drummond. They're going to have a complete team. If they stay healthy throughout this entire season, obviously that is the biggest concern with that guy on screen and Joel Embiid. But, man, I love the fit of him in Philly. I think they're going to be a powerhouse if they stay healthy. And, I would call them the biggest threat to the Boston Celtics over the New York Knicks if they can get this done.
Yeah, so we had this conversation. I'm curious to get your thoughts on it real quick. We believed Harrison Graham and I, when we were live earlier, that they would be the number 2 team in the East above the Knicks. Excuse me. Would you concur with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just, I mean, the top end talent there is incredible. Like Maxey, Paul George, and Embiid, like that, they all complement each other's games very, very well. And it just comes down to health. Like if they can stay healthy, I think they're the biggest threat to the Boston Celtics in the East. So.
Yeah, one more thing that we'll tie up here is Klay Thompson, the probably second biggest name, not the best free agent, but name at least. Him and the Warriors, done, finito, not going to happen. And it feels like the Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and I guess the 76ers are going to be the teams interested in Thompson. I got to be honest, Clippers and 76ers, probably not going to happen. Feels like it's either going to be Dallas or the Lakers. Anthony F. Irwin says you never know until it's done, but it's sounding like the Lakers are a pretty distant second place to Dallas to land Klay Thompson. A lot of that cautious optimism has waned significantly since yesterday. I'll be very intrigued to see where Klay ends up. I'm kind of a little bit skeptical on either of those fits. I feel like he will have a decrease in volume and efficiency due to having unfamiliarity with that offense that he's been so tailored towards in Golden State. But I know you're a little bit higher on Klay than I am.
Yeah, honestly, I think him going to Dallas or Los Angeles is the best choice for him. Play around a guy like Luka and LeBron who just generate offense at the highest level. I'll make this comparison. Everybody remembers when Ray Allen went to the Miami Heat.
Oh, it's not the
I
same.
could say the same
it's
thing
not the
about
same.
Klay Thompson.
It's not the
heading
same.
to whatever team he signs to. He is the most disrespected man in the Chat Sports offices as it stands right
It
now.
is not the same. That is ridiculous. All right, whatever. Let's round out today's show with this. Paul George and Klay Thompson, two biggest names, two, I guess, people or dominoes to fall. Which deal gets done first? Type PG for Paul George, type KT for Klay. I'd probably go Paul George because it feels like it's going to be done in the next 12 to 24 hours. Hey, hell, it could be 2 or 3, but let me know your thoughts down below. All right, we got Brian saying Klay Thompson, Quincy Paul George, Deej Paul George. Thought he was talking to me. Let us know who you got signing first. I also think an underrated part of the reason why I'm going Paul George, Seeps, is Klay, even though we kind of know it feels like it's 2 teams, those 2 teams also have to agree on a sign and trade because it's going to have to be that way with either Los Angeles or Dallas. So that feels like it adds a little bit more of a wrinkle into it.
Yeah, and plus I think this Paul George thing is coming, within the next couple of seconds as breaking news here.
Yeah.
Mason Plumlee signing with the Phoenix Suns. There we go.
Not enough of a mover to change anything, so we're good there. That's actually a good pickup for Phoenix, though, because when you look at their center rotation, last year it was Yusuf Nurkic, who could be moved off of, if we're going to be honest, and then Drew Eubanks as their backup. I'm an Eubanks guy, to be honest, but Plumlee is a little bit better in my book. Plumlee, underrated playmaker. He can pass the rock.
Yeah, sneaky good handle. I saw this on Twitter. It was like Mason Plumlee, his career highlights are like low-key nasty, and it's 100% true. Like, you throw on the Plumlee highlights, this dude's got some pretty big-time plays from his NBA career, but, Suns just need to get better on the margins, and this is what they're trying.
I'm going to bet this is a vet min. Full details are TBA, but they are in the business of just adding a lot of players to this roster that aren't going to be expensive to try to fit around the Beal, Book, KD contracts. They already made their one big signing, if you will, of retaining Royce O'Neal on $11 million per season. Kind of a bird rights situation there, which is why it was important for them to trade for him just over this past year. But when it comes to pure free agency guys and outside, it's going to likely be all vet mins for the Suns.
Yeah. But we are going to be diving in the winners and losers here from day 1 of free agency. So that is going to be awesome, as we are all the biggest losers.
I have no clue who the winners are.
Gotcha. All right.
Hold on. I see here.
Yeah, winners and losers coming up in just a second.
All right, you want me to intro this again?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Jack, whenever you are ready. By the way, I get it. Take advantage of the breaking news, but breaking news from Adrian Wojnarowski and a Mason Plumlee photo. Yeah.
60 seconds. We got to push this fast.
Yeah.
as soon as you
Get
can.
that cut. Get that cut, baby. All right, let's do it. Winners and losers coming this way. Oh. Day one of free agency winners and losers. Nick Rohloff and Patrick Seatman here of Chat Sports. Not a lot of moves, but we do have some winners and losers grades to hand out. And we'll start with our first winner, which is the Philadelphia 76ers. Because at this point in time, all signs point towards Paul George joining the squad in the next 12 to 24 hours. Things can change. But even outside of the Paul George situation, Seeps, they still are getting Andre Drummond on a cheap deal to back up Joel Embiid. And they're also adding Eric Gordon to help bring some points scoring off the bench and alongside Jared McCain. So even if you take away Paul George, they've made two good signings there.
Yeah, no, I have absolutely loved what Philadelphia has done. Obviously, with Joel Embiid's injury history, you want to have a solid backup center, and there may be none better than Andre Drummond. Then also Eric Gordon reuniting with Daryl Morey. Maybe you could tap into the youth there. But, I think these are both great options. And, again, it is more likely than not that Paul George will be signing with the Philadelphia 76ers tonight. Coming in from Law Murray saying, per source, there's a real chance that Paul George will make his final decision tonight. The expectation at some point is that he will choose the Philadelphia 76ers. There are no other teams in the running at the momentum. Now, Rolly, let me ask you this. Where would you rank the 76ers if they do get this Paul George move? Where do they rank in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I'm going to have them too. I'll have them right behind the Boston Celtics. I'll have them slightly above the New York Knicks. I just think you get a perfect fit next to Tyrese Maxey in that backcourt with Paul George. He can play the 2, he can play the 3. When Maxey heads to the bench, he could be your primary ball handler as well, letting McCain and Eric Gordon play off-ball, scoring, shooting role that they do so well. And Embiid, it's really just all dependent on his health, but assuming he's healthy and this squad is ready to go, I think they have what it takes to really compete in the East. And I really like Nick Nurse as a head coach. I would probably put him as the 3rd, 4th best coach in the East. You can have a debate. Eric Spoelstra's number 1 in Miami, but 2 through 4, Mazzulla, Nurse, Thibodeau, those are your top guys. I think Philly is primed to have a rebound season, and we don't want to get your hopes up, Sixers fans, but finally maybe pushing through that step and getting to the conference finals.
Yeah, we'll see. But another winner for us here at Chat Sports is KCP, as he got the bag from the Orlando Magic, and I did not have the Magic on my, KCP destinations, but I think this was a great move for Orlando. A guy that's going to get it done on both sides of the floor. He's a winner, obviously, dating back to him winning a title with the Lakers and obviously recently with the Nuggets, but I love this move for Orlando.
Yeah, $22 million per on a 2+1 makes a lot of sense. Listen, there was some buzz that they could offer 25. If that happened, I would have been a little aggressive.
Yeah.
But on a pure Kentavious Caldwell-Pope standpoint, getting paid that much money over that many years is pretty solid. I wouldn't have expected that. If you told me 2 seasons ago that KCP was getting a 3 for $66 deal, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But he's just been a winner, man. 2-time champion in the last 4 years in that bubble season with the Lakers, and then last year with the Nuggets. We'll probably talk about Denver here in just a second as a loser potentially, but Caldwell-Pope forming a really good defensive backcourt in Orlando. And if I'm the Magic, I'm trying to get a deal done with Paul George if possible, because that would create a really good backcourt.
Yeah, plus they're going to have one of the best defensive backcourts in the league now with Jalen Suggs and KCP. And plus, I'll make this note, if you're a role player, go play with Jokic, because you will go get paid. I mean, we saw it Bruce Brown. He went and got the bag from Indiana. Now we're seeing KCP get the bag from the Magic. But hey, you guys let us know, who is the biggest free agency winner from day one? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section, as we are getting news as this is breaking right now. Najee Marshall just went to the Dallas Mavericks. Big pickup for them.
Yeah, I'm not going to say they're the winner, but that is a big-time move for them, getting some wing or defense, and that is a good move to help shore up Luka Doncic and the crew. All right, moving up here, Chris Paul is a day one winner. He got waived, so I guess not great in that department because his contract is no longer guaranteed, but getting to join San Antonio at $11 million to mentor Wemby, get to play under Coach Popovich, I think it's a great fit for Paul in San Antonio, and I am very excited to see how he can work alongside Victor Wembanyama in the pick and roll.
Yeah, and he's going to be a good mentor for Stephon Castle, and I like this move for both sides. I think it's a kind of cool way to end your career if you're Chris Paul. Like, if you think Wemby has, like, top 10 all-time potential, like, you could be like, hey, I was the point guard. That was his mentor for his early days in San Antonio. And listen, I understand not the same player he once was, but he was still effective for the Warriors coming off the bench this past season. I mean, still averaging 7 assists per game. He can generate open looks for just about anybody in the league. So, love the fit of Chris Paul heading to San Antonio. I think it was a great move, for both sides.
Another winner here, the Washington Wizards. And we talked about it in our cut of our free agency tracker of Jonas Valanciunas going to Washington. And we didn't really understand it from Valanciunas' perspective. But from Washington's side, it is a good move. You're able to get him to be your starting center to help pair up with Alex Sarr, who I guess they had this in mind quite a bit because Alex Sarr didn't want to play center, and that was the reason why he was trying to steer away from Atlanta with the first overall selection. And I was like, well, it seems like he's going to play center in Washington anyway. But I guess they had the idea of adding Valanciunas the entire time. So you got your front court there, and you get to add some protection and rebounding to let Sarr do his thing defensively and develop as well as offensive. So I get it from the Wizards' perspective. Don't understand it from Valanciunas, but Washington is a winner in this deal.
And I think it speaks to day one of NBA free agency that we have the Washington Wizards as a winner for signing Jonas Valanciunas. And I think it's a perfect segue to get us to our losers of day one of NBA free agency. Us, everybody in the studio here at Chat Sports, we got bamboozled. I'll say that. Bring back tampering.
Yeah, I'll also say this. Adam Silver stinks. And it's really his fault for making this a Sunday 6 p.m. Eastern time 100%. Anyway. But if we look deeper at the CBA, CJ McCollum, that freaking loser wanted to make small market teams have a better chance. No, let's just have what we have. Oh. We don't rock the boat. Famous saying. Shouldn't have rocked the boat.
Yep.
Make sure you are subscribed because we're going to tell it how it is. We have the latest news, the latest rumors around free agency, trade rumors. Hell, we had the NBA draft. We were live for both of those days as well. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel because we're going to break down everything that you need around the NBA. And we've had the Los Angeles Clippers covered all day long, and they are a day one loser. Even though I like the signing of James Harden and keeping him here for the next 2 years, you're losing Paul George. That's an automatic loser. And then you also have PJ Tucker and Russell Westbrook opting in, which means you now have to trade them. And it is rumored that they are looking for a trade. Russ has been linked to the Denver Nuggets. Tucker, who the hell knows? But either way, you make one good move in Harden, 2 tough moves in having those 2 guys opt in, and then Paul George leaving you. That's going to make you a loser.
I mean, I like the move of Harden, but you're losing Paul George. You're banking on Kawhi being healthy now for all 82 games and an entire postseason run. Clippers, I can almost guarantee they will make the playoffs in the Western Conference as a 7th or 8th seed, and they will lose in round 1. That's just where I think it stands right now with them.
Yeah, and then you obviously got this note, as we mentioned, Paul George leaving. If you don't believe us, believe Adrian Wojnarowski, who said more than just unlikely Clippers and Paul George are moving on from each other. Sources tell ESPN. Not going to try to harp on this for too much longer, but it is pretty clear that that marriage is over. Biggest free agency loser from day one. There's always someone. The biggest loser might be us. You can say me in the comment section if you want. You can also type the Denver Nuggets, who lost Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He was a winner, personally. But we want to look at this from more of a macro perspective, Steve, because over the past 2 years, they lost Bruce Brown after winning the championship, and then lose KCP now. That's back-to-back years of losing good, high-level role players, and they don't really have a plan to replace them other than Peyton Watson and Christian Brown in-house, and those 2 have just not been able to meet expectations to this point.
And you're just banking on those guys taking a huge step up. And, they did bring back DeAndre Jordan. I don't know why. I think this is to help improve Jokic's on-off splits, if I'm being honest. Like, you bring back a guy like DeAndre Jordan, for that reason. But I'll tell you what, the Nuggets are in a tough spot right now, man. Obviously, you won that title now 2 years ago, but I just can't see a move that's going to get them back to the, favorite in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I don't see it either. And their team needs, they're going to need to replace someone on that perimeter in terms of defense and three-point shooting. They found their backup center when they took Deron Holmes, But the Nuggets are going to need to find a backup ball handler after Reggie Jackson is no longer with the squad. Rumored to be the Russell Westbrook team. I don't think that's that good of a replacement, and they're going to need some three-point shooting. You obviously hope Michael Porter Jr. can have a better playoff run because he kind of struggled down the stretch, but they're going to miss KCP in that backcourt defensively, as well as hitting his three-point shots, working so well off of Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. So they're going to be in a tough spot. They definitely have not improved since their last season. That's going to do it for day one, winners and losers. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel because we will be back tomorrow live for day 2 of NBA Free Agency. So hit that sub button and join us. We'll see you then.
Alrighty, so big news broke during that. Najee Marshall. Shout out to the Xavier Musketeers. Oh, yeah. Plumlee, he did go to a one-year deal to the Phoenix Suns. Just a depth piece for them. They just need more guys like that as they're so, top heavy on that roster. Like the move for them. Good player to have next to Nurkic as a backup center. So, like that move. But, big move here for the Dallas Mavericks. Having another 3-and-D guy around Luka. Honestly, a great deal as well. 3 for 27. Shout out to the Xavier Musketeers. Najee Marshall getting paid.
Yeah, and there's some interesting note here. What this means for Dallas is Derrick Jones Jr. is likely gone. So that doesn't seem like that's going to happen, but it does not take them out of the Klay Thompson sweepstakes.
Wow.
Najee Marshall, really underrated ball player, Seeps.
Yeah.
Getting him for $9 million per year is extremely good. He's an excellent defender. He's improved his three-point shot to make him more reliable and playable in crunch time down the stretch. I think he is going to find a good home in Dallas. You see it from McMahon here, saying using a significant chunk of their MLE. DJJ's decision to switch agents this week complicated the hopes of signing him due to the guideline of a 15-day wait, and then they're still interested in a sign-in trade for Klay Thompson as well. I'll be intrigued if they sign and trade for Klay. Obviously, who starts at the 3? Is it going to be Najee or is it going to be Klay?
That's a good question.
Because DJJ started for them at the 3, PJ at the 4, Gaffer/Lively at the 5.
I'd assume Najee.
If you're paying that much money to Klay, though, are you paying him to be your sixth man, or are you paying him to start? I would start Najee because he's a better fit and a connecting piece between your front court and back court there. Because a back court that needs defensive help for sure.
Just have Klay be that flamethrower off the bench. That's interesting.
But does that turn Klay away from wanting to go to Dallas?
Yeah. It's a good question. I do love this pickup, though, for the Mavs. I mean, Najee's a hell of an athlete. Sneaky good handle as well. I think he's going to be a great pickup for Dallas, man. It's going to work out. Plus, playing next to Luka, you're going to play some of the best ball of your career.
Elijah with a $5 super chat in the Heat Report. Appreciate you. With KCP out, is Caleb Martin a cheaper option for Denver?
Great idea.
I mean, I'll say this. He is a cheaper option. You could get Caleb for $13-14 mil per year. Obviously, $8 million less than what KCP got. I just don't think the fit is as good because they're going to be looking for a 2-guard to play alongside Jamal Murray in that starting lineup, unless they're starting Christian Brown or Peyton Watson, which I don't see being the case. Caleb is not a 2. He's not as good as a 3-point shooter to be that. But if you're looking for just a pure defender and an athlete, sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think the fit there at the 2 is good.
Yeah. Caleb Martin could be an interesting choice for Denver, though. I mean, they got.
It would honestly kill me as a Heat